Jackson. I mean, not the same incident, but
Oh no, and well, we're live now, so I'll get into Richard Pryor here in a second.
okay.
Hi everybody. This is the day after. Well, this is New Year's Day. I hope everybody had a safe New Year's Eve, got home safe, and got drunk off of your ass if you're of age. Now back to Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor was freebasing, and I guess kind of got a little suicidal, from my understanding. Then poured rum all over his body, then lit himself on fire.
Oh,
It
geez,
ran
wow.
down the street. Yeah, using his words, he free based himself.
Oh man, that's. I hate saying this. Is I'm kind of my libertarian side says let people use drugs, and the other part of me goes, just don't be stupid enough to use them. It's.
Yeah, I mean, was I think heroin? Heroin's a hell of a drug.
Uh, well, I thought it was weird for years, where fentanyl was killing more people than heroin, and yet, for the longest time, and it just gets me really angry when you hear stuff and go, oh yeah, but we only killed like 500,000 people with fentanyl, but we only get sued for 100, what is it, $500 million or something? That's all.
Oh,
What?
you get a doctor,
Yeah,
who's more or less gets paid off by a big drug company. Then he becomes more dangerous than your local corner drug dealer, because there's not most of the time that doctor's office is not going to get raided. No one's going to question him the first 100 scripts. So that's like Oxycontin and Vicodin and all those back in the early 2000s got really bad. I mean, I think there's a show, a documentary on one of the streams where this guy actually went after big pharma for basically making a highly addictive drug and making then having doctors push it.
that 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 was OxyContin. I've gotten Vicodin. I didn't like Vicodin. Some people, and to be fair, it's just like alcohol. Some people have certain receptors that work with them, and some don't. And for me, most of the stuff like alcohol, I'm like, all it does is make me tired and antisocial. If it makes me
Well,
antisocial, then why would I want to drink it? But like,
right.
I'm kind of antisocial as it is.
I don't need much help.
Yeah, but like you go out with your friends. Here, we'll give you some alcohol, and you're like, look, I want to go to bed and leave me alone. You're like, well, that completely ruins the the benefits of alcohol. So yeah, and I don't get the enjoyable buzz that a lot of people do. So I'm just like, yeah, I'd rather give me something else. So
I get that. Um, I was, if I'm being honest with myself, I was very close to being hardcore addictive to Vicodin
I,
after my knee surgery. I have chronic knee pain. I've had chronic knee pain forever, and doctor did surgeries and it's like, well, we're going to give you these painkillers for a while, and your pain will go away. Then the pain went away, and the scary part was if the Vicodin was wearing out, the pain was coming back.
oh yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like, so I take two of these magical pills, I can do whatever and I'm okay. But if I don't have these two magical pills every 4 to 6 hours or whatever the time is, I'm going to be back in pain. No, just let me keep eating them like Tic Tacs. I got to a point where I was like just chomping on, not just eating them, but just biting and chewing on them just to get to where I was going to go faster. My daughter was like, I don't know, 4 years old, and I'm like looking down at her as I got not handful, but I got the Viking, and I'm like, nope, nope. And I've been I quit them cold turkey, which was
Well, that's hard to do because you're now physically addicted, and oh man,
well, that's one of the few things I still apologize to my ex-wife about. Thankfully, my daughter was too young to realize how bad dad how cranky dad was, And anytime now when I go to a doctor's office or let me write you a script for something. I'm like, nope. If it's not ibuprofen or Excel, I don't want it.
You know, I don't want to say this, but you know, I don't like having doctors because a lot of times they'll treat the symptoms with drugs, but they don't treat the underlying issue. And you might want to see if, like, hey, can we do some physical therapy to see if we can strengthen that area around the knee to make it, you know, better? But
well, yeah, now it's Mr. Blank and Link, because I'm not going to dox myself on YouTube any more than I probably have already. Whoopsie. As long as it's not pizza boxes, I should be okay. I should make jokes like that.
and you know that was fake. That's what I thought was like. Remember how we talked last time?
Yeah.
And now they're admitting, oh, that was all fake. That was just someone that put in there that they knew was wrong. Yeah, I know. People know where you are, especially if you're rich and famous. It's not that hard to track you.
You don't even have to be rich or famous. You just need one of these.
Well, come on. That's like, how do I want to put? I remember doing this one time where, you know, I was getting discharged from the military, and they're like, "Where have you been? We haven't been able to find you." I said, "I'm exactly where you put me." They're like, "Oh, you know, it was someone trying to save their ass because they had procrastinated on my charge, and now all of a sudden they were going to go out to sea, and they were getting, "Oh, you got to do this." Oh, yeah. Like, no, that's the thing I hate. Don't cover your ass by lying. But yeah, but we talked about this last time. Was
it's never as cool. I mean, okay, shit like that, as cool as it sounds, it barely ever goes down that way. That's Hollywood bullshit. That's comic book bullshit. Which, don't get me wrong, I appreciate that type of bullshit, but don't lie to me. Don't fucking. If it doesn't, it's like, well, we got a hit that he was at his house. That's fine. I get it. Go that direction. No, Jerry's Pizza from Romania is the reason why they were able to tag him, because of the Q box or whatever the hell it was. They were able to dot. I'm like, that's cool. That could sell some newspapers. Pizza, you know, dot. Not true.
And it sold newspapers, but then you find out the newspapers didn't even have the time to sit there and say, was this true? And they're like, oh no. Yeah, I mean, come on. I just thought it was interesting. What I did like, and assuming that it is true, is that he turned his house into a gun range so he could have the guns there. Now, that's something he has said himself, is when they're like, you're not allowed to have guns. He's like, motherfucker. He says, don't tell me what I can do. What I did is I registered my house as a gun range, and so I can have it here.
I mean, the video he sent out, yeah, he was being a dick. I'm not going to, you know, he was being a dick for the sake of being a dick.
There's times like that. I have to admit, though, and he's one of these people that likes to push buttons, and I saw the same thing with Mike Cernovich, and even when you listen to Scott Adams sometimes. But strip it away and say, is he wrong? I think we've become so much where we're so afraid of people telling us the truth, that to tell you the truth is to you know, the act of rebellion is to tell the truth. You don't have to agree with people. I don't agree with, but what gets me about it is a lot of people are not used to being pushed back, especially, and he is a very intelligent, articulated man. Against someone that's intelligent and articulated, and they're just like, oh, just stop calling people names.
He picked a fight with a teenage eco, not terrorist, eco. There's a word there. I can't think of
list. You know, here's what I feel. Really, I do feel sad for her. My view is, I think her grandfather was the one that was trying to show that carbon dioxide was the reason the Earth was warming. But you have a girl that didn't graduate high school, for the most part, who's lecturing you on these things, and she's not articulate. She's just not a likable person. I mean, that's why they meme her so much. And what bothers me about it is that she was a minor that they were throwing out there as if that's someone I should listen to. Yeah, the last person I want to listen to is someone that has. I'm sorry. The first person I want to listen to is someone that has zero life experience to lecture me, and you know, and I'm like, there are better people out there, and I don't have to agree with everything. You know, what always gets me, and I've done reviews on this, is when they talk about climate change. they always want to scare everyone everywhere else, and yet if you actually dig down the actual definition, it says land. It includes land use change. Well, duh. If I suddenly turn a farmland into a subdivision, I have created a different environment. We're not arguing about that. That's it. That's our biggest change in environment. Is are we?
I mean, it is getting warmer. The North Pole is melting to a degree. It's not going to be water world next year. It won't be water world 2-3 years from now. Things are changing.
It won't be water world for 1,000 years. And here's okay. And again, I've done a lot of research over the last 20 years looking at details and stuff, and there'll always be arguments about it. But people forget we're technically in an interglacial period, number one. And if you really want to get into it, if there's ice at the polar caps, we're technically in an ice age. And that's number one. The other part is, and my parents live next to the coast. My grandparents have lived next to the coast. Whenever they talk about damage, this is the most damage ever. Yeah, because that used to be where no one would actually build houses. If I build a house next to the ocean and there comes a hurricane, yes, I'm going to get damage. Okay. That's just, I don't mean to, my grandmother used to laugh at people that would build literally right on the water, literally. And she was pretty close to water, and, her house did get flooded a couple of times, like during Camille, but she had that, and these people would build right on the water, and then about within 5 years, a hurricane would come in and wipe out that house, and she's just like, you should know better. So there's because I've done some of this. The definition of risk is probability times impact, basically. So if there's nothing there, your risk is effectively zero.
Right.
Now you can have a really high risk, but the probability is super small, or you can have a really high risk because the probability is really high. What's the damage? And that's how they start doing all the multipliers and stuff. And, that's what the government kind of tries to do, but.
It's when, was it Katrina? Was it Katrina? Yeah, when Katrina hit Louisiana.
Oh, don't get me into that one. Oh my God. I know some.
I feel sorry for the people who lost their lives. I feel sorry for the families that affect. But I remember reading years before that when the French moved down there, even the natives, the Native Americans that lived there, it's like, don't build there. Nothing good will come out of it.
So here's the interesting part. So we talk about Katrina, and I know some other background stuff that goes on that I was told by people who had worked on areas, New Orleans and things like that, which I thought was kind of interesting. But one was the historic district didn't get flooded. So the place where the French had been didn't get flooded at all.
I believe you. I thought the quarter got a bath.
No, not the historic part, not the historic like from the 1700s.
Right.
What happens is, and I can say this from looking at other areas, and I'm not trying to, and it's not going to be racial, but we're going to talk. But it's mostly economic in many cases. Is what you're going to find is that the areas that get flooded have really cheap real estate value because they get flooded all the time.
Yeah.
Well, the only people who can afford to live there are the very poor. In the South, that tends to be a lot of blacks and some of the poor whites. Okay, so that's where you get into it. So, of course, they're going to do that. Now, what happened, it used to be that people would build a little shack, you get washed away, like, oh, okay, I'll just build another little shack there. Well, what they did is they built levees, and as they moved the levees down, they said, oh, well, this is now on the dry land, so we're going to move all these people there. And I kind of get disgusted by the fact of something should tell you this is wrong. Whenever you're in a house and you have to look upwards and you see a freighter go above your house, you're like, wait a minute, the water's above my house. Now and this is where I know that there's real estate. I don't really mind if that was commercial real estate because it's not people there. But when you start moving people there, and this is something that I get disgusted by. You're moving poor, the very poor who generally have no ability to escape, and then you're going to put them on welfare. So now they have removed any ability for them to take care of themselves for the most part, or it's discouraged them to take care of themselves for
Yeah,
the
because
most
if they
part.
go out and try to get a better job, you're going to take food stamps or whatever away from them. So what safety blanket you gave them is more of a collar than it is a safety blanket.
It's like a gilded cage almost. Yeah, I agree with you. But then you're going to move these people who may not have been down there, and I'm not trying to, So there's that aspect. Um, this is what I you had New Orleans, which has one of the most corrupt police forces in the country. At least it did in the 1990s. Um, I
Wait,
mean,
you know Chicago? Sorry.
I know some about Chicago. I do. I know some about a former president who didn't really care about kids passing grades, but with a Mr. Jesse Jackson. Anyway,
Yeah.
I talked to a teacher that talked about some.
Wait, wait.
Sure.
I thought it was Bush Jr.'s wife that started the No Child Left Behind program.
Now he did, but this wasn't that. This was that they were doing standardized testing, and they.
Oh, that
I
was
don't.
a mistake.
Well, standard testing depends on where you were. And Texas had it long before it ever became national. Anyway,
Well, that'll be nice.
I mean, and I wasn't necessarily against standard testing because you have to test against something. The problem that I have is that the tests are supposed to indicate what kids are learning, and instead they're trying to just from the government. The government tries to go through a process. But anyway, I've heard some things about this from a teacher that was down there, and he said that the two gentlemen came in and they were just telling the kids, you don't have to pass class, you just have to do this, you just have to do that, and it's
Wow.
disincentivizing. And I found it interesting because I had a couple friends that were Nigerian, and they were upper middle class. We went to college together, engineering. Just a difference, and even as the guy's wife was like, why aren't they doing this? I said, well, there's a culture in certain cases. And I hear the culture, and Thomas Sowell has done some of this, very similar to what happens in, where Scotland and stuff like that, where they actively discourage the culture, like other kids discourage kids from doing well. Oh, you're smart. It's the old, making fun of the nerds.
Oh, yeah.
Instead you're like, oh, you read too much, you do this, like, wait a minute, that should be something that's praised, whereas, boy, you do that in the Asian community, they're like, get the hell out. So there's it's just a difference from that. But from New Orleans, so you have corrupt police force, you have and to be fair, I don't remember who was in charge at the time. They had the emergency manager, they had the mayor. You look at it, and this is why I get kind of frustrated of where government tries coddling people up to the point that they can no longer take care of themselves. He wasn't a prince, Bo.
I was about ready to make that joke a few minutes ago when you started off with the Nigerian middle. I'm like, was he a prince? But I'll just let it go.
I know he was upper middle class. I don't think he was a prince, or he was upper class. It's always interesting when you get some of them. But no, he was a good guy. He used to make fun of it, but after he was a big Democrat supporter, even though he wasn't an American. And he even had a picture of himself next to Hillary Clinton and stuff like this. So he was. So when Trump won, I think that he stopped talking. I was like, really, dude? Really? Anyway, we used to get into arguments about stuff. I said, this is why one of the reasons I'm taking off social media. So I argue too much. That's just stuff. But just to give you a couple of examples is, the government was supposed to have an evacuation plan. I have grown up on the Gulf Coast for years. My parents have lived there for decades. My grandparents lived there for decades. There's a different mentality of when hurricanes come in, you evacuate, you just move the people out. And that was one. And I've taken some emergency management classes as well. I just feel this is where when government fails, and this is your basic function, is to protect people. I don't care which party you're in, but it was a failure from all the way to the top. It was mostly state and then local, but everyone wants to blame federal. Federal actually did an emergency action for that, but they weren't the ones coming in. And then there were there are lots of problems about it. But I talked to a guy who actually used to review the levees. And man, I've read the engineering reports and things. They weren't following modern standards. Apparently, one of the colonels at some point had said, "Well, the congressman didn't want us to do this because it doesn't give money to this group or whatever." So I signed off on things, and it completely changed the Army Corps. It did. But I talked to one of the guys who used to review stuff, and he said he reviewed everything in the country except New Orleans. New Orleans was so corrupt that unfortunately the people who died can. I'm not. If you decide to stay, that's one thing. If you can't escape, that's a whole other thing.
Oh
And
yeah,
not
yeah.
trying,
No,
and there's the difference. It's not that the people didn't want to leave. They were told to basically shelter in place. The pumps didn't pump. The levees broke, and they got flooded. We're talking, at least 12 feet. No offense, 12 feet's the point that where a lot of people are going to drown. No, Bo, the point of government is that no, the government is not to protect the rights of the individual. Exactly the opposite. And here's the problem. Again, you don't know if you live in a floodplain unless you're told so. And if you have bad education, how are you going to know this? Most people don't even know if it's 100-year. Most, there's a lot of things that, from a whole aspect, I'm sorry, but if government is going to put you in a situation that they endanger you, they should also be the ones responsible for pulling you out. That includes the military. There's a reason that you have medevacs. It's like saying, well, we'll put soldiers there, but we're not putting medevacs. We're not going to rescue you. Now, does that happen? Absolutely. But if you're gonna put people that are in welfare in situations where they're going to drown, that to me is bad government. I don't care what that is.
I've kind of looked out for the most part. I mean, where the places I've lived, flooding. Well, I mean, I live in Central Illinois as of right now. We're most likely to get a tornado before we get a flood. Let's put it this way. I'm on a hill. I'm on a hill. Yeah. So floods are not something I have to worry about unless it's the second coming of Noah. And then that's a whole different subject.
Well, I'm going to bring a good example is I assume you have air raid sirens where you are for tornadoes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what I mean by that is, hey, look, you're still responsible for yourself, but your job is to leave. Yeah. Oh, well, I don't disagree with that. Here's the thing that I've argued with people and people don't understand. And this is why I'm a big gun person. The U.S. government has no right to protect you. Yeah, it depends on which area you're talking about, Bo. Again,
hey, Bo.
The other problem is if you're in public housing, the government put you in public housing. That's what I'm referring to.
Hey, Bo, the link is in the chat. Why don't you come join us? I can promise that I'll keep my language clean.
Relatively. Yeah.
I'll be PG tonight. I mean, our topics might not be PG, but my language will be PG.
What happened to you? Did you make a new resolution in 2023? I'm just teasing you.
I'm still recovering from last night, to be honest. Holy crap.
Well, that's good. Well, I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff that was involved in there. There were things where the argument between the U.S. government, because the U.S. government said we're responsible here, and the government said they're responsible here, and guess what happens? One built to here and one built to here, and then they argued about what happened in between here. I don't know what happened if you have a flood wall.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's responsible if there's nothing in between. Water comes through.
Hold on a second.
Hey, Bo.
That was terrible. Getting feedback between the YouTube app and the SteamYard app.
Shadow will be joining us in 5 minutes.
Okay. What's that?
Shadow will be joining us in about 5 minutes.
Oh, huzzah! Hold on. Let me prepare the man cave so it's not getting glare everywhere.
Sure.
I'm
not doing this. No, that's not.
I've been pretty much incommunicado the last 2 days. The hospital has just been in a critical staffing shortage, and when there's a critical staffing shortage, then somebody has to pick up the slack.
I tell you what, not last night, but the night before, I found myself in the middle of young college students who are all becoming nurses. I had 2 hard nights of drinking. The first night with the nurses, I wasn't expecting them to, be able to. Well, I was mistaken. I was mistaken. Then last night, being not St. Patrick's Day, it is sort of because everybody was drunk.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, but no, oh my goodness, but no, I have a lot of respect for people that want to get into the medical field. I don't, I wouldn't do it because I just don't like people, but that's my hang up.
You know what? As I like individuals, I tend to, I like to deal with people on an individual basis. Because usually, I hate saying this, the problem is whenever you start getting camps and tribes, and I'm not disagreeing with certain things, but the stuff that I was looking at with New Orleans, because I joined the Army Corps in 2008 for a few years, the stuff that I saw that went on, well, let me rephrase it, people that I knew that they brought back who had been retired and stuff like that, that completely revamped the Army Corps. For things and government, but the big problem that I have with it is, and this is where we get back to the firearms with it too, is the government says it has no right to protect you as an individual.
That's right.
And people don't realize that. That means if you call up the police, they can say, "Look, we're busy. We can't come to protect you." And that may not seem like a big deal if you're a big man that can protect someone, but I can say this much: if you're a little woman and you call the police in the middle of nowhere, and then find out the police aren't going to come. That's what bothers me. And you've seen tactics where they go, oh, so and so is there. We're just not going to help defend you. We're going to let the rioters get you. Then as soon as you defend yourself, like, well, we're going to arrest you because you assaulted someone. Hold on. And that's the problem that I have with a lot of it. Is
no. When I said that the government's any government's true responsibility is to protect the rights of the individual, I meant that from an objectivist, libertarian perspective. A government should not be so powerful, nor should it, like you said, it shouldn't group us all into tribes and groups because that's how it divides us against each other. And I subscribe very, very strongly to the notion that any government that's strong enough to give you anything is also strong enough to take everything. Well, and so to that end, I remember watching Hurricane Katrina happen on the internet in real time. I think it hit on a Sunday morning, and I think on Friday night I was chatting online with a bunch of preppers, and this was in the days when it was, chat rooms and not live streaming like we are. And we said, hey, this is going to be a raging crap, and it's just going to get worse and worse. And we thought about ways that we could avoid situations like that. What could we do to protect ourselves from any if you live, I live in an earthquake, I live on a fault line, and I prepared for that.
Yeah, and what gets me about it is I've lived over in these areas, and I deal with floodplains a lot for my work. People don't understand floodplains, for number one. Like we talked about, are you in the 100-year, in the 200-year? What's the risk for this?
Right.
Supposed to do this. And it's one thing if you're rich. If you're rich, you have the ability, you can rebuild. And that's the thing that a lot of people forget about. And that's why I was talking about the very poor tend to be in these flood zones. So when the U.S. government tries pushing these people out, you're going, okay, look, and this is why they talk, and I'm not disagreeing with the law in certain cases, which is why they talk about underprivileged and blah, blah. But some of it is if you're looking for a place to live and you have a house that's pegged at $5,000 or $15,000, you can't find any other place to live.
Oh, right.
Matter. And they're going to push these people out of their homes where their families may have lived for 100 years.
Right.
That's from an economic sense, absolutely. But a lot of people look, I would rather be flooded every 20 or 30 years than have to deal with than have to find someplace new where I lose everything.
Right.
Just so you can say, well, we're going to help protect people, and that's a hard. That's where to me, sometimes when we get into it. But here's something interesting. Apparently, they originally wanted to do 50-year floodplains and not 100-year floodplains. Could you imagine the people that get flooded for that?
Well, think about the last omnibus bill that just passed Congress this week. $45 billion to the Ukraine. We could have taken that $45 billion and just built a new New Orleans, someplace where why do people live in New Orleans at all? From an industrial perspective, from a commerce perspective, it should be one of those places like a whole just commuter city where you get on the rail and you drive there to unload boats, and then when you're done, you get on your train and you go back to live where there's no floodplain.
I understand what you're saying with New Orleans. I used to work in New Orleans.
Okay.
It's a catch-22. There's nowhere in the earth like New Orleans. There's nowhere on earth for the people, the food, and the music.
Sure.
And you have the ability to live there, live comfortably there. Well, not comfortably, but live there. Enjoy the people, the music. Get the fuck out during Mardi Gras. Come back when it's done. Just, yeah. But,
I'm going to bring this up, which is the historic quarter did not get flooded. That's what we need to look at. There's a reason that these historic districts existed.
Right.
Why they survived.
Right.
Well, like you're talking about but we have government that's trying to expand very similar. And I'm not knocking it because it works in the Netherlands. But, the Netherlands got massively flooded in the 50s because they had built into the dikes, and the Germans they ignored their dikes for a long time, and it caused massive flooding. I think they had got a bad northerner there, and it was a massive flood, very similar to what would be equivalent to New Orleans flooding their country. It's one thing for people to do it. It's another, and this is why I say I think it's kind of this is where I want to bring it to, and I know it's also the geology. The geology says that New Orleans drops about 1 foot. Well, certain areas there drops 1 foot per 10 years. And we're not talking from climate change. We're talking that this is in the 50s before any of this was argued about. It's settling. It's slowly, settling.
Well, Chicago has the same problem. That's why the front door was on the second floor for a while, because they're expecting the first floor to sink into the swamp. That was I mean,
look at Venice. Venice has been sinking for hundreds or thousands of years. I depending on where you look at Venice, but this is where I really enjoy listening to Randall Carlson talk about stuff. And you talk about whenever you hear climate change, there's climate change. Look, if you know anything about the Younger Dryas, we're talking about the sea level rose 130 feet within months, and and water has risen 400 feet in that number of years. And so when you start looking at the graph, it does kind of flat, and it does this big jump, and then it kind of curves just a little bit. And going, okay, it's been fairly steady for both sinking and rising for the last 100 years, because that's about how far we go back. I like to look at numbers, and what's interesting is you can't truncate things. You can't just show, well, in the last 30 years, yes, but over the last 100 years, it's showing a little bit different. Is it as linear or not? And the other point that comes down to it is, well, in 1,000 years, this will be underwater. Well, in 1,000 years, we'll all be dead. Okay. and I hope that my great grandchildren have enough sense to go, look, children, it's time for us to move, because and why is the super rich decide to build if they're so worried about climate change, why are you building right on
the beach
front property? Yeah. That
tells me short-term gain, long-term loss, right? Because they have better insurance than you do.
Gosh, well, you know what? They're so rich they don't even need insurance. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Two things really quick. Hey, Shadow, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, you rude bastards. How are you going to have me wait?
We were waiting for you to jump in.
Happy New Year, everybody.
You two guys invited me on because I started being a rabble-rouser.
I know.
Well, you know what?
I want to say,
bunch of high scum and villainy. I hope you guys had a wonderful New Year's. Great to see all you guys.
I worked last night and the night before, and I slept most of the day, so that was my New Year's.
Well, I didn't work last night, but I was drunk last night. I got to gain.
That's your other job, right?
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Well, I wasn't the DM. I got to gain where I wasn't a DM at this guy's house that I know, who has he works for a government organization, and he pulls like $500,000 a year. I'm not going to say what he does, but he does it well.
Well, you know what? That sounds like a union job in Illinois.
It really does. He has a gaming table that has a screen, so he just rolls the mouse, and the map goes with it. And we use miniatures, plastic and metal.
Very
and
nice.
It was just awesome.
Oh, I don't get me wrong. I mean, if I had full custody of my son, I'd be living, large. But I joke about these things.
But it was nice to see how the other half lives. No, I got to try, which is weird for me because I've had a lot of different whiskeys over the years. But me and one of his buddies shared a bottle of whiskey that was made out of wheat. I've never had a wheat whiskey before. It was good. It was good. And smoked cigars, rolled dice. It was a great evening. And I want to say something really quick, Bo. I want you to know, since I started this show up until Shadow started talking to us, I haven't said one curse word. One curse word. Shadow starts off with bastards.
Triggered.
I don't know.
Guilty as charged.
No, that's that. Well, it might be true. That's what my son is. Hey, it's a perfectly good term.
I was using it in the most endearing way possible.
Every once in a while, I keep wanting to ask Shadow, where was he during this? I don't know if I was during the fall of 1982.
So I know I talked to Shadow last night. I know I've talked to you. Hungar seemed up for it, and you talked to DM James, and not that I have any problems with getting anyone else, but I have to figure out how to try getting a monthly Pugmire game at the end of every month.
That would be fun.
Like once a month, do a Pugmire game about 4 hours on a Friday.
I need to rewatch All Dogs Go to Heaven because I have an idea for a character.
Look, as long as you guys go for it, and you all put together. I prefer having everyone together, but as I've gotten older, I know that's sometimes hard to get everyone to roll their characters up, but I know it's pretty easy. It's just like, as long as you guys all put in what your characters are and you think that you'll work as a group, then I have no problems with it.
I could be an Australian Shepherd dog with that ranger. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of mud, what are you doing? Why does my dog lick the damn carpet?
Not touching that. I'm thinking
the same thing. I'm like, yeah, that will definitely get the taste out of your mouth, but is it a fair trade-off?
I don't know. For my dog is, and I hate saying this, my mother said, I didn't have to mop until the dog died.
I had an uncle more or less with the same. I didn't have to do dishes until the dog died. I'm like, oh God.
Well, you know what though, is part of me wishes that I kind of did have a dog like that. Is where I just, instead of throwing stuff in the trash, you got a compost bin. What does go in the compost bin? You just put on the floor. I'm like, look, it gets hot enough to pasteurize whatever's in there. Here, dog, you just lick the plate clean, and we'll throw it in the dishwasher. It'll pasteurize whatever doggy germs are on.
Yeah. I thought you meant the heat from the dog, and I was just like, that's not how dogs work.
No.
The dishwasher. Yeah.
No.
It's funny. I was speaking of uncle type stuff. I was before. I didn't. Well, I stayed where I was last night. I didn't bother going home. It was illogical, irresponsible, and incredibly stupid for me to drive with as drunk as I got.
No offense, but if I ever drink, I tend to stay overnight wherever I am. So I
know I'm like, if I start drinking at this time, I cut myself off at this time. I should be okay to drive by this. Just simple math, working because it's you're waiting for the alarm clock to go off saying, okay, you're okay. And that's kind of how I always worked it with my head with drinking wise. Because the only thing that's going to sober you up is time, unless you have an IV and a potassium and something else, banana sack, I think they call it.
Well, that mostly just rehydrates you. which is important, but it's not necessarily a banana bag is not necessarily going to make you sober. It might make you feel sober because it's got B vitamins and stuff in it. Makes you feel alive, but I mean, in terms of BAC, the only thing that gets the BAC, although I mean you don't metabolize the alcohol faster, but you might pee it out a little faster. But
the whole point is you were responsible.
Yeah, I was responsible. I got home. I was looking at the clock. It's like noon. My stomach goes raw, raw. I'm like, do you need to go eat noise? Do I need to feed you, little buddy? Or do I need to go pray?
Right.
And I ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, laid down, and said, well, I know what I'm doing for the rest of the
day. My son and I went out into the cold pool today, and we were out there for like an hour. And so it's amazing on how much nicer he becomes.
Speaking of cold pools, my daughter, the first time, and I was not told about it, or I would have definitely gone with her. I'm an idiot. But she did the Polar Bear Club this year.
Very cool. Very cool. There's some weird stuff. If you actually look, they're starting to get more and more of the stuff out. I mean, when I started the Wim Hof, they didn't have it, but I mean, they had a few tests. But they're doing more and more research on that about the benefits of cold and sauna and all the other stuff. You can go.
Are you guys seeing the same video of the ice hack or the ice trick that everybody's using to lose weight?
I can say this much from personal. I can only speak from personal experience and versus what's in there. Is that I went from eating 4 pieces of banana bread a day to 8 pieces of banana bread and not gaining any weight.
But so I've seen it. I have no idea how it works. Am I supposed to just eat a bunch of ice? Because the water contents will fill you up.
So part of what I don't know about that ice hack. I know this much is that if you go into it's brown fat and adipose and it jumps up your metabolism. Is if you go in there, it causes the because brown fat's a little bit different than white fat. The white fat's where we store the energy. Brown fat has kids have a lot more, and as you get older, it gets less and less. But it basically is to do heat generation. And so if you start doing a lot of cold, it's supposed to start increasing it until you get pretty much a baseline. But I notice there's a big difference. It takes a while. I'm not saying, but there's a lot of I hear benefits in things just like sauna. There's a lot of stuff out there to help people out, but I don't know what hack you're talking about, Shadow.
It's just every time I watch a video, every 4th video or so, that's the new commercial. So I just wondering. I know that I had always thought that it's easier for me personally to lose weight in the hot weather because I sweat easier and faster. But I found out that if you do a lot of your exercise in the cold weather, your body hits a different switch, and you're forced to do something different internally to not die from the cold. So your body is burning fat or whatever to keep you from not dying, basically.
Yeah. So the argument, I've heard this argument before with people that live up in Alaska. A lot of the natives that live up there, they'll eat high fat diets. High fat diets, and they because of the cold, their body will take that calories and just burn it to keep them warm on the inside. I mean, it's not,
right.
It's if you if you go into ketosis, and whenever people talk about keto diet, they're like, oh, it's all meat. It's a high fat diet.
Bacon.
If you look at what I eat. And again, some of it just could be, hereditary. But I know my triglycerides, I think when I was in the military, I think it was triglycerides, mine were like 1,200 at one point. And my triglycerides last time I tested were below 50. And it was funny because it says, well, triglycerides are very low if you eat a low-fat diet. I'm like, I am slurping down butter. Everything I put on has like tons of butter. I go through maybe half a pound to a pound of butter a week.
Damn. What's your cholesterol at though?
116 total. my cholesterol is really low. My cholesterol's always been pretty low normally. So,
That must be nice.
but well, some of it is, so there's a lot, and I also had my arteries checked, so they said that my arteries were clear. But those are things that you have to look. But I think some of it is what are you eating and stuff like that. But I will warn you, anyone that does this, that wants to go on a high fat diet, be very careful and make sure that your body's adjusted to it, and be very close to a bathroom.
Oh yeah. You're making a slip and slide out of your lower intestines.
Well, you don't get gas. You get very little gas from it, because you're having almost no sugars for the most part. So what happens is, what you think is gas is not gas. Just trust me. Yeah.
Never trust the part.
Oh
yeah. No, I
when you have to go, you have to go. I mean, there's
duly noted.
a couple guys I know in the sport I am is like, I'm trying this. I all I'm going to eat is bacon, chicken, and something else. And they're like, all of a sudden they just get this look across their face. It's like, where's the closest bathroom? Half a mile that way, and they just start booking ass. Then these are some of the events I go to, and
it's well, it's great because chicken Alfredo. Alfredo sauce is just pure fat and
yeah.
The big thing is depending on what you do, is you have to cut out a lot of your carbohydrate. So for me, what I do for it is Parmesan cheese, butter, and cream cheese. That's usually just about, and then spices. That's usually all that's in there for me. For Alfredo sauce.
Heavy whipping cream, cheese, salt, pepper, white pepper.
Yep. I stopped drinking milk. That was the thing. It's because I didn't want any of the carbohydrates. So
Right.
Heavy cream. A lot of times. The problem is getting really good heavy cream, and I didn't go up there. I probably should go shop there. There's a place locally that has raw unpasteurized cream, and that's what I want to go grab. So
I bought myself a Christmas present. I went and just said, screw it, bought myself something because, I bought myself a tub of duck fat, rendered down duck fat.
From someone who eats, I couldn't get it this year for the most part, but I used to get a case, like 10 pounds of duck breast.
Yeah.
And then I would sear the fat and then, render out a lot of that fat. And then I would just pour it over, and that either went into mashed potatoes or other stuff. Oh, it's great. I love duck fat, especially since it's seasoned and spiced.
I think it's just kind of for most things. I mean, I just had a hamburger earlier, and I sauteed the onions and bell peppers and duck grease, and then I put them on my burger. I'm like, oh, I've been doing this wrong for years.
Oh, it's beef tallow. I have a steak I need to cook for a ribeye. So if all of a sudden I drop off and you see the mic, I don't mean drop off. I mean, if the camera goes off and the microphone turns off, that's probably because I'm frying up a ribeye.
It must be nice.
I still have 2 racks of baby back ribs in the freezer and like 12 ribs in the refrigerator from the previous 2 racks of ribs I made. I know what you mean, man.
Whenever I get like a big brisket,
yeah,
cook it down and I collect all the fat, I'll pour the fat off into for the beef tallow, and I use that for cooking.
It kills a couple of friends I have here locally. They know what I do for a living. Then they're like, so what are you having for dinner tonight? I'm like, I'm thinking ramen. You're a professional chef. I imagine you'd be having frog raw or whatever. I'm like, I cook that for people who can afford it. What I can afford is a bologna sandwich and ramen tonight.
That's funny. I just made my son his first bologna sandwich and followed up by fried bologna and onions. And he's like, this is pretty good. What do you mean this is poor food? I'm like, it used to be, not anymore. It's like $6 for a package.
Oh, geez. You know what I like doing is getting the 7327 ground beef.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's high fat, right?
Yeah. If you get the high fat for stuff in there, and then that's usually pretty. I mean, for people that are trying to go carnivore, I mean, usually if you can have that 2 pounds, that's about $6 or $7 a day.
My grandpa,
we made tacos tonight for our guests, and that's exactly what we used. And
guests are in
I had to show my Mexican wife and her Mexican friends and family who were visiting how to make tacos, even though Con will attest every Sunday we have tacos. And I had to show her again how to make tacos.
I don't mean to be racist. I don't mean this to sound racist, but I want to go back to what you just said really quick. Your wife, who is Mexican, and her Mexican friends and family, which, correct me if I'm wrong, tacos came from Mexico. They are not the way we eat them, but a variation of them came from Mexico.
Right.
Absolutely. But I'm a gringo, so I make them Taco Bell style. Ground beef with onions and peppers and stuff in the beef. Lettuce, tomato, onions, cheddar cheese, maybe some guacamole or sour cream. But she was frazzled and forgot how to make them, even though she's made them 15 times in the last 15 weeks. But then again, she did just last week burn water. So you can understand why I'm the cook in the family.
My brother, I don't know how, but he thought, and I wasn't living with them at this juncture. I think I moved out for the first time because I was that guy. I moved out, didn't make it, had to move back in, got something going, moved back out. I was that young adult.
With Jade?
I lived with Jade for a bit, yeah. It wasn't a failure to launch. It was a failure to keep. What was that?
Keep alive.
Yeah. At least I was trying. That was always been my argument. At least I was trying.
So this is what whenever I make ground beef for it, and I do like it for tacos, it's a lot of times I try to avoid having. I say I try to avoid as I probably have one super heavy carb meal. Whenever my son comes and visits, I'll eat a lot of that. But to me, the best tortillas are made with lard.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's none of this vegetable oil. I look over at it.
It's only 3 ingredients.
What's that?
A tortilla, like a corn tortilla, is only 3 ingredients. It's like a masa harina, lard, and salt. And then you basically pan fry it, and the fat keeps everything together.
And I like flour tortillas, and I like them when they're kind of translucent.
The more fat they have in them, and in fact, the really good ones, at least down in Arizona where I'm from, they should have some char to them, because the char is the flavor. The tortilla should have some good sized brown spots.
I guess what I make is street tacos.
Yes, well, street tacos are great.
Which is strip steak that I cut up into lengths. I cook that with bell peppers, some red onions, and a few other things. I put that on my tortilla, and I put some cilantro on it, and as is.
I can't do it. Can't do it.
That's fine. That's more cilantro for me.
Cilantro is one of those that I'm okay with, but I like putting goat cheese.
That's good.
Like on there, and it adds a little bit. Just to. I mean, most of my stuff is I'll sometimes have onions. I'm kind of like the raw onions better than the cooked. I don't like when they turn sweet, but not a lot of them. I use plenty of cumin, but I spice it up, and mine's pretty spicy. I mean, I know that you have a certain limitation on how much you can take there, Connell, but
none.
None. Well,
none.
But I mean, I use like chili powder and stuff, but I'll do it in there, and then I'll it's pretty strongly spiced, but I like putting in that goat cheese, which will cut some of the sharpness of it, and then putting the regular cheese and going in there, and then like Bo was talking about, is whenever I use the flour tortillas. Mine are kind of crispy on the outside, so when I try rolling them up, they roll, but they fleck off a bit.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's so, and you can see them when they pop up like this, and you just like, you know,
There was when I was living in Nashville, I found some of the best tacos came out of those the trucks.
Oh, absolutely.
Uh,
I disagree 100% with that comment. I will
That's
never eat off
fine.
a truck ever again. Never, ever, ever.
I
Well,
don't,
considering
One bad experience.
yeah.
Now, here, listen. This is how spicy your Mexican food needs to be. It needs to be so spicy that you need 2 ice cream cones after, 1 ice cream cone to eat and 1 ice cream cone to sit on.
Well, see, I don't like the hot as much as I went to the local place here on the 30th, and it kept saying gourmet foods and stuff like that. So I said, you know what? Let me just stop by, see what's going on. Chef Flacco's, or I think is what it. I said, hey man, and he has a refrigerator. He says, this is our stuff that's super fresh. He said, you have to refrigerate it. You have to eat it within like a week. And he let me taste it. Now, it was twice as expensive as what I get at the store. But sometimes I like just helping out the local guys. Same thing with his smoked queso and stuff. And I tried them, and I could tell with the Hetch chilies. Well, let's see. Here's the problem that you have, Connell. There's the queso that they have is really good, but it's probably a high medium.
It's not that it's. Let me put it this way: I love heat. I can't have it from like chili peppers because of the capsaicin. So I get my heat from like white pepper or horseradish or whatever other sources. When I bite down on something and I'm sweating at the end of it, I know I'm having a good meal. I like the heat. I just can't adjust. I just can't eat. The chili pepper, anything with capsaicin in it, or I turn into a blowfish and die.
This was the whole thing with the queso is because, and I hate saying this because I see some people, mediums I usually hate because they don't have good flavor. They're super bland. I don't like so that's the mild. I'm sorry, the milds, I don't like that. The hot tends to be either it's just hot to be hot or things like that. I like the mediums, but some mediums are a lot hotter, and the mediums I'm used to are really are what most people would consider hot. It's the Central Market queso, the Hatch chili queso. That's right about at my level where I don't want it any hotter, but most people turn bright red if they are not used to.
What is it? Is it the banana pepper that? Yeah, I think it's banana peppers. If you order a Papa John's pizza, it normally comes with like 2, I think, banana peppers in the box with the pizzas. I can eat those. Those don't get me.
Well, I know this is capsaicin because they're Hatch chilies and they're true chilies. So there's that. I'm just but boy, for food, I don't know. Everyone talks about Chipotle, but Qdoba to me had the best. They had the queso, and they'd smother the food in the big burritos. They would smother it in queso, and I'm like, all right, I want the queso, I want this, and I want the meat and the cheese. Okay, we're done. What about vegetables? No vegetables.
When I was in college, and we did I was in college, and you do what college people do. And a lot of the bars I used to hang out would have like a 4 o'clock liquor license. Mm-hmm. And there was a Mexican restaurant called La Bambas. Burritos as big as your head was their thing. And I don't know if they made the tortillas there, but they weren't the store-bought ones that we're all used to. They were homemade. Everything about that place was amazing. I could get a burrito, a huge burrito for like $5, and there was nothing. It was nothing, It was just really good drunk food. It wasn't Denny's. It wasn't Perkins. It wasn't IHOPs. It was good food.
When I went to grad school, I made the mistake one time. We were working late in the lab, and I didn't even think about it. I'm like, okay, it's 2 o'clock. I need to go get some food, because I'm done for the night. And I go over there like, what the hell? The line's longer than the rest of the time of the year because that's when all the bars closed, and so everyone went right over there, and I was like, damn it!
I
just wanted
joked.
food before I went home.
I joked with a couple of buddies back in college that I was going to open up a restaurant that opened up for 2:00 in the morning and closed at noon. For the bar crowd.
Well, you know that sounds like a donut place too.
I don't bake.
I
If I bake, I end up, selling the cookies to the local hockey team for pucks. I don't bake.
Right.
I don't care what anyone says. I know we talked about this before. Raw cookie dough. If I have raw cookie dough, I'm happy.
I was thinking about that actually after we're done having that conversation. It's like, how many raw eggs did you drink when you were training? What I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I probably went through like a half carton within like 4 days. Just rack, El Rocky style, and I just hammered it back, and so yeah, I don't know.
Funny, the first time I met you guys on Shadow Show, we were talking about food.
Well, that's the question is
popular topic.
I mean, look, I can talk for food for like days. We talk about role-playing games, but I love food just as much, which is funny because if I cook, after a certain point, I get tired of it and I don't want to eat my own cooking, even though, it's like
all the time.
Yeah.
Especially when we had the shutdown and I was stuck in my place and all I could eat was my cooking. I'm like, take me to McDonald's, take me to Hardee's, take me to anywhere. I don't want to eat my own, but you don't like these places. You're absolutely right, but it's going to taste better than anything I'm cooking right now.
Oh, when I was in Chicago, my boss was riding with me as we were going to inspect some dams. He's like, go stop at McDonald's. I said, well, I'm driving. We're not stopping at McDonald's ever.
I won't eat. I haven't eaten at McDonald's in about 5 years, and I don't think I ever will again.
So the last time I think I ate at McDonald's was in 2000. Was it 2008? And I went down there and I said, okay, I'll just try their little cinnamon pull apart things.
Yeah.
And I ate it. I said, since when do cinnamon rolls suck the moisture out of your mouth? I mean, they're so dry. How do you mess this up? It's so anyway, I remember the 70s, I guess they were kind of fresh, but ever since then they have, they're just basically dehydrated meat. I'm like, it's like, why would I want to eat that?
I used to work at McDonald's. That was like one of my first high school jobs.
Is your son there, Shadow?
Yeah, he is. He's just being a weirdo.
Oh,
come in and say hi.
Hello.
Hey,
Jack. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's. There's not a woman to blow the thing this time.
That's
I was just saying, I think it's almost a rite of passage for most teenagers. Their first job is Mickey D's or something of that nature, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking, they have me on the clam. I'm making the burgers. It's not grill because grill involves, open flame. It's a clam. And I'm looking at my boss, like, tell you what, give me 10 cents for every burger I make. That's how you guys can pay me. And they're like, well, you're shorting yourself. And I'm like doing the math at the end of the week. Like, no, my paychecks would be a whole lot fatter.
Oh, I had a friend of mine, which was funny because his family was rich. I mean, I think his father was pulling like 400,000 a year or more. But he worked at McDonald's. And what I thought was really interesting was at one point he did that. And he said, so they decided to make, there were certain rules they were supposed to follow, which they never did. That's the problem that you have with it is it was supposed to be if they made the food after like 5 minutes, they were supposed to toss it.
It goes chuck, yeah.
A lot of franchisees never do that. There's a lot of things. I always used to ask for plain, so they had to make stuff special for me when I was a little kid. They would always get mad. It's like, I want this plain.
Can I get non-salted French fries?
Oh, yeah. That was the other one.
That's how you get French fries.
But I thought it was hilarious. Well, I know I did that. I remember hearing about that, but I thought it was really funny was he said that they had everything ready And they said, okay, it's only half an hour till we close. We should be good. And he said this huge group came in that was like on a tour bus or whatever, and they had to feed 50 people. And they're like, no, we have to clean. And they had cleaned everything, so they could go home right on time.
God.
Oh, sounds like you've done that before. Had that happen to you? There we go. Oh,
Wait, can he do it?
well, no, he did it, and then he.
Yeah, I know. Wait.
I know, when I worked at the forestry department, my first week there was KP duty, and cleaning a kitchen for an army is god awful. And of course, the worst part, if you guys have ever worked in the kitchen, is what?
It's the cleaning, the scrubbing. You have to scrub off everything when it's caked on.
No, it's the mats.
Oh, okay.
Because you have to take those mats out when you are up in Lake Elsinore in the middle of winter and wash them down.
See,
and then bring them back in.
No. It's for me. The mats were nothing. Mats were at the end of the night. Once you get the mats on the floor, you were done. Grease trap is horrifying.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're making, most of the time, the grease is horrifying. And there's a few other things. The sinks have to be correctly washed out, which that means bleached not once but twice. Mm-hmm. It's the setup. But the mats, I mean, I get how winter taking mats outside that are dripping wet and you're dripping.
No, you got to wash them outside.
Right. Oh yeah, that's a bitch. I will not discount that midwinter, but I could think of 3 different jobs in the kitchen that puts that one to shame.
When I got there, I was low man on the totem pole. When I got to the ranger station, and I was low man on the totem pole, so I got that job. When I left, I was running the kitchen, and therefore all I had to do was supervise and make sure people got to do, did the things they had to do. Yeah. When it was our turn for KP duty, which was every like 4 to 8 weeks, something like that. So I only did it 3 times. The first time I was low man. Second time I was in the middle somewhere. Last time I was, leading the thing before training was done, and we went out to, put out fires and stuff like that. And mind you, I was 17 at the time. I will never work or own or hopefully ever have to eat fast food again. I do almost all my own cooking. The Sunday thing is literally like the one night a week Angelica cooks for us, and it's tacos.
It is a pretty name.
It
is a pretty name.
I like tacos. He doesn't like tacos. The boy and I can pound down 5 tacos, and not even bat an eye. Our guests, they're like, oh, all 3. Those are rookie numbers.
Push those numbers up.
Go ahead, Connell.
A couple Christmases ago, my friend I have down Tennessee loves tacos, but he has his day on the one day of the week that's only acceptable to have tacos on, which is Tuesday, according to him. So I was at some kind of knockoff store, and they had these stegosauruses that you can put your tacos in.
That's cool.
And I bought like 4 of them. That is really cool. Oh. So yeah, taco stegosauruses, that they were taco holders.
So speaking of when you talk about how cold it was, so I was in boot camp in Orlando, Florida, and they put me in the freezers during the summer. And so it was like -20. And I was working there. I like the unicorn there too on it. Anyway,
It's a hello. It's a lance.
Well, that's cool. It's his hand, but otherwise it looks. Yeah, I get it now. But before it just looked like a unicorn. Anyway, but no, so here I am in -20 degrees in July when it's 98 degrees outside, 98% humidity or so, and I'm coming out with nearly blue lips, shivering, completely, with as many layers of clothes as I can. And they're just like, you don't need to wear that around here during the summer. I'm like,
where was this?
This was
Orlando, Florida.
In July, and they have me in the freezers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Freezer stories, really quick. I'm doing my butcher side of culinary arts training, right?
Mhm.
and it's the heat of summer. And the guy goes in there's like, here's you're gonna go in there. I want you to do this, 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 and this. When you come out, I want you to go step in here for the next 5 minutes to for your temperature to warm up. I do not want you to go outside. Don't no.
Yeah.
I'm like, why? This guy was like really cool. He was like, he was looking after all the students, not just because of his job, but he honestly loved what he was doing, and he wanted to be part of help teach the next generation of butchers how to do it correctly.
Yeah.
But if you go from extreme freezer like you did, then you walked outside in New Orleans, I'm stuck on that.
Orlando.
In Florida heat,
Yeah.
you're going to fall on your ass hard because your body's going to go in shock, and you're just going to go head over teapot.
I'll say this much is because we did the cold pool today. I can go in there, depending on how I go in. A lot of times I'll put my head underwater, and it's probably depending on what the outside temperature is, in the 40s and 50s right now. Somewhere, it depends on how cold it is during the day and night, but I think the pool's probably about in the 50s right now. But when I start getting lightheaded is when I get out of the pool. I
don't know how you do it, man. I even in summertime, if I go into, water below like 90 degrees, it just messes up my back. I had a back injury, and it was all muscle, and my whole body just goes into freaking spasms, and I just can't do it. I've literally been in like 100+ degree weather. My son's swimming in the pool, and everybody's like, "Why don't you get in?" I'm like, "The water's too cold." And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "The water's too cold, man. I can't do it."
I mean, I understand that. For me, it was, and I'll just say,
water being too cold.
About the cold. And
I used to surf and do all that crap, but as soon as I messed up my back, which took me 5+ years to get back to normal, I just couldn't do it, and
I
do not feel that kind of misery again. And
back when I was younger, my uncle taught me how to surf. He was always been a big fan of longboards, so I learned how to surf in Florida. Then I did really good 1 year in high school. He's like, "Why don't you go to Martha's Vineyard with me to surf up there?" I'm like, "Can you surf up in the North Atlantic Ocean?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, it's a huge surfing scene up there. Huge surfing scene up there." I'm like, "Sure." And he's like, "Well, we're going to get you a wetsuit." And I'm in the back of my head like the divers use this. I'm like, "Yeah." Because the water's a whole lot colder up in North Atlantic, and this is me being an idiot teenager. I'm like, whatever, it can't be that bad. I went to the ocean once just to go in really quick and come out, see what the water's like. I mean, you remember that movie? I can't think of the actor, but he dressed up as a turtle, and I'm like, am I not turtle enough for it in the turtle club? That's kind of how my lower bits were feeling, because they were just gone. I'm like, oh, good God, Now I have to go through puberty all over again so they can drop.
Well, I know where Shadow is. That's some pretty cold currents coming through there for along California. So I can just I can see you just like imagining how it used to be. You're like, no, I could never do that again.
I used to surf Huntington every freaking summer, and parts of spring, etc. And then after. I did the Ranger thing. I moved around a lot, all over the world, and I haven't seen a surfboard since then. So
I wish I was able to surf. I'm like at least 200 pounds, bad knee, and a bad back. It's even if I lost the weight, bad back and bad knee is going to be the death of that thought. I never got to surf
board, man.
What?
Just boogie board. It's a lot safer, bodyboard, whatever you want to call it.
I know, but boogie boarding's not surfing.
It's close enough.
Not really.
And you're 20 years past 18. What are you going to do? You can say no to it all.
I'm going to be a yuppie and get one of those headsets. They go VRs, and I'm just going to sit back in my chair. I'm going to get myself a little Mai Tai and act like I'm doing
spray bottle. You can mist yourself. And
yeah.
Oh, well, wait a minute. He's got to go in the bathtub, and as soon as he immediately it's like when he wipes out, he has to turn on the cold water for the.
I do not don't man. There's been several nights where I've been drunk and I woke up the next day in the bathtub.
Well,
Sorry, I
Sometimes
was laughing at
it's
something
water.
totally different. No, I was
No, I'm
laughing at
always
something
fully
totally
dressed. I'm
different.
always
Sorry.
fully
Sorry.
dressed. But here's the bitch. There's my one bad word for today. I'm sorry, Bo. Hey, the first one's in the Bible. It doesn't count.
You can go on there, bud.
Technically, so is the second one, and it's also named for a female dog.
I thought you dropped an F-bomb today.
He's trying to reform himself at least today.
Oh, that's not true. I'm just trying to keep Bo on the show as long as I can to prove a
Hey,
point.
you know what? It's your show. I'm down in the man cave. I'm in the basement at my painting table. I am a guest in your house.
Right. No, somebody pointed out to me that I was fairly crude and I need to clean up my language. And normally my response is this, but I'm trying to make an effort, at least for today. Tomorrow I'm not making the same promises.
One day at a time. One day at a time. We'll get you on a 12-step.
Well, you know what though. Here's the point is, we're trying to get Connell on the good path. But by the time he's in his mid-40s, he'll have no vices anymore.
Oh, that's a horrible life. That would be a horrible life. Life is not.
The cigar.
I mean, you have to have some vices in your life to make it interesting. I'm not talking about the head.
I'll agree to a point. I think if you're talking actual vices, I think one is all you need.
I'm not talking about hard drugs or drinking all the time, although womanizing can be fun from time to time. I'm not talking about the big bads. I'm talking about
just
going to your local gas station, buying a lottery ticket once a week.
Hey! Stop that! No, just because I do that on the off chance I might win a couple of $100 million. I think here's what 700 million, 730 million now.
I don't do it. The same reason why I don't play bingo. I mean, when Shadow was doing his pick a number and you might win something show, I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm thinking to myself, this is like playing bingo. I'm not gonna win crap because I don't, just my luck. I'm Irish. I'm lucky, but no one told me No one told me that lucky had to be good. It's just bad. What's the old saying? If it wasn't for bad luck, I would have no luck at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I to be honest, when you start looking at luck, everyone looks at things and says, how is your life really? If you have kids that love you, I think that sometimes the people take stuff for granted. I just had to laugh. I think I came back from Afghanistan and I was playing video games or something like that. And these people are saying all the stuff they had to have to for their life. I have to have Netflix. I have to have this. I have to have this. And all I could think is, dude, I had a locker, whatever I could carry on my back, because despite what anyone says, if you have to drag 200 pounds around, you start looking at all the stuff you can get rid of, not all the stuff you can carry. I mean, to have books and games, that's fantastic. But if you had to carry them around on your back, you'd be like, oh, this is gone. This is gone. This is gone. We're picking like the thin books that, like, what Shadow said with my recommendation is like 64-page rules or something. Whatever you can carry on there. You're like, all right. But I had to laugh because I told these guys, you don't need any of that. Well, you can't expect me to live like this. That's a choice. You have a choice. But we live despite what the news wants to say, we really do live in a gilded age, because I was looking at like what my grandmother had to go through and stuff like that, and I lived like a king compared to what they did.
Just looking throughout American history within the last 200 years, things are not great right now, but we're not going through a depression.
Well, I mean, to me, we're in a depression, but it's not the same. It's
not, the fields haven't turned into dust balls. People are not, in line. Well, some of them are. I gotta be careful of that statement. It's not as bad as it was, or it could be.
And a lot of it, I think, comes down to, when you start looking at, which I thought was interesting, is, they're talking about the grapes of wrath, and I was listening to Milton Friedman, and he was talking about they decided the Soviets decided to show how bad it was, how bad the United States was. And what was funny is that the peasants looked over and they were shocked that all of them had shoes, and so they banned the film Grapes of Wrath because even the poorest in the United States were still richer than the poor in over there. But I saw the guys in Afghanistan. It's interesting. The thing is, that's exactly. You will only because we YouTube videos. I like the internet because I can talk to you guys. It allows me to have my social aspect without having to actually get out of the house sometimes.
Right.
But we're just like I'm going to be cooking here in a minute, which I told Kamal I was going to turn off the mic and the camera because I always set off the smoke alarm.
That's not an alarm to let you know that your food is done.
Oh, yeah, but I smoke up the whole house as I'm starting to cook my steak.
I cannot tell you how many times I've had to tell that to people. This is not the alarm. This is not the ding that the microwave does to let you know that your food is warm.
Hey, but that's how I like my steak. Just show it a picture of a fire and bring it on, put it on my plate.
Yeah. Yeah. I was asked to do a well done steak, and I'm like, do I have to?
No. You invite that person. You gatekeep the heck out of that person. You are.
Well, it was for Ward. What was funny was.
Does your steak have eyes?
They used to.
No, I will be honest with you. I do like a rare steak, but I don't like it when cooks cook a cold steak.
No.
Bring the steak up to room temperature before you cook it.
So right now I have it in the sous vide at 129, and then I'm just going to crust on it, and that's going to be about it for my steak. So and then I'll probably.
I actually like them pretty well done. Milton Friedman gave you socks for Christmas, James.
I was actually watching. I've been kind of bumming around my apartment today, just kind of watching TV before I decided I want to do this or not. And I turned on the TV, and Uncle Buck was on, the old good John.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
John Hughes movie, baby.
That was a great. I love his movie. Yeah, the director was a Pretty in Pink. Club. Yeah, great movies. Good. Maybe not completely wholesome, but still really family-friendly movies.
By today's standards, they would be considered that, though.
Yeah. After that, I went and made myself a hamburger, cracked myself open a great big bottle of water because I'm playing the recovery game, and I'm out of Pedialytes.
Electrolytes. Not
Pedialytes. Yeah.
Well, I've always taken those to camping with me because 2 of them in the morning, and I can normally deal with whatever I drank the night before.
Okay.
But I turn on the TV back on because I don't like, I'm weird. I turn the TV off when I'm not in the same room with it. And I saw Shadow on TV. He was Richmond High Times at Richmond High. He was falling out of the back of the van, stone off of his ass. He got kicked out of history class. I'm like, that's Shadow. No, not really, but I could. California that decade.
I always got the Jay from Jay and Silent Bob reference, because I do wear a beanie, got the long straight blonde hair. Now I'm going for Solomon Kane or Doc Holliday. So,
dude,
I was looking at a combat cane for getting it because every so often I get tendonitis and it flares up and I have to either get on crutches or something. Why don't I get myself a nice looking cane that's out of wood and if I have to I can beat someone with it.
Shillelagh. Say this word with me. Get yourself a shillelagh.
Well, here's the funny thing: is if it has a crook, it's considered a medical device. And you can take it on a plane with you.
Remind me next time. I can't do it now, it's upstairs, but I've got a cane made by a gentleman. I don't know if he makes canes anymore. His name's Newt Livesey.
Okay.
And he makes the cane, and the crook is beveled to a point, and the shaft of the cane is also beveled to a point, And I have carried that cane through about 5 airports, including LAX, Phoenix International, Boise, and it is a nasty, nasty weapon. But it's a medical device, and I've got a need for it.
If it has a crook in it, if it's actually a curve, it's considered a medical device, and they're not allowed to take that away from you.
So I can do that with my AR?
I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
only if it's the barrel.
I have to put it through the metal detector, though. I have to put the cane through the metal detector. But if they try to take it away from you, you fall over and ask for your lawyer.
Well, it's fine because they don't have to get anything from it. But I like the fact is one is there are times I want to do it. The other part is sometimes when I'm walking on slopes that are like this, actually, like 2-to-1 slopes, and it'd be nice to have a cane up so I can at least do that. But yeah, I was like, that would be perfect. You get it. I mean, they're kind of expensive, but I'm like, you know what? You get that, a nice suit. I'd like to get a nice hat. I love the 1890s look, for some of the stuff. And I think that as much as people talk about fashion, modern fashion is horrible compared
What movie were we?
I'm gonna go with the 1940s, but yeah, I totally agree. As you saw our video tonight, the little guy, he was wearing his top hat and a nice suit. And
I was about to say, what movie did we watch back in the very beginning of our Sunday reviews where we were commenting the style? I mean,
was it Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Yeah.
The original one or the black and white or
the first one, the first one that came out.
Yeah.
Because I won a car for what was it, $500? I mean, damn.
I mean, to be honest, even women, I think, all these women want to wear all the low cut stuff, and I said, but I thought that the women of the 19, that period probably between like 1900 and 1950 looked so much better than the ones nowadays for dress. Michael Kate, you know what? They're okay, James L., but I'm sorry. The 1930s, especially if you have this cape, I like the Dracula look. If you look at the
no. Omen Al would be rocking out in a zoot suit if you can get away with it.
The 1940s zoot
I have not even heard that word in 30 years.
Zoot suit?
Wow. The freaking the pantalones that
go
out for a mile.
You have the hat just the right way. You got your cane. You got your pocket watch on a chain or on a corner, and you just
flipping a nickel.
Yeah.
I don't know if the show has a topic, but I've got a question for you guys that's been on my mind.
Okay.
And I think this is the right brain trust to ask, and it's about role-playing games. All right. Now, I know that Shadow knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men, but no. I played games.
Well played.
I played role-playing games up until about 1995. Okay. I had a ton of events in my life that I had to leave home kind of in a hurry. I never really got back home, and my games were destroyed, and that's fine. And I've been trying to rediscover role playing games vicariously via the tube of views, and so I'm kind of reading about this OSR movement, right?
Okay.
And I can't really find anyone that really defines it. It's either old school Renaissance or old school revival, old school revival. But what I see are mostly, and I mean 99% AD&D and basic expert.
There's a smoking alarm.
Let me take care of that. Push the button. Go push the button. Mostly retro clones, right? But I keep thinking about, what about all of the other old school games of the era? I know that Shadow's talked about Traveler, but I've heard much less of like RuneQuest, Tunnels and Trolls, Fantasy Trip, the games, other games of that era, late 70s, early 80s games. And I just kind of wonder, why are they not talked about more? Say pre-5th edition Call of Cthulhu, Why are these Cyberpunk 2020? Why are they not included more in the OSR?
Because I think for the most part, OSR is got like a date stamp on it where they don't talk everything everything up to a certain date is old school, and
Sure.
then they're trying to bring back so certain games may not fall into the age category.
I'm talking about games that came out like 1978, 1979, 1980. You know, like Gamma World, Boot Hill, which are mostly really D&D supplements. But you know, the games that are not D&D supplements, like the competitors. What is it? Empire of the Petal Throne. No one ever really. I don't see videos on that stuff on YouTube. I don't see RuneQuest and Tunnels and Trolls.
Mostly because people either don't have them because they're so obscure and rare, and they don't want to pull them out of their plastic sheets, okay? Or because they know the people who played those games are in such a massive minority, like 100 people on the planet actually care and remember such games, that they played, or that there's nobody around who would, basically want to, go back and play those games. I know, excuse me, games like RuneQuest, that's trying to come back, but I was never a fan of. I had an argument with discussion with my son about Bronze Age / Age of Heroes, Greek and Roman mythology not being the same era or whatever. But it seemed to me that games like RuneQuest were trying to call it Bronze Age and, Greek or Roman Age of Hero type thing, conglomeration. And the whole sword and sandals, toga, no pants to be found in the entire planet kind of. I'm just not into it. I've never worn sandals in my life, but once, and I hated it. And I'm like, I'm never wearing these fucking things again. If I can't wear socks and pants, I'm not in the game. Sorry, I know that's really shallow, but I just can't. I just can't get into it. The whole, gladiator, eras. I just can't do it.
Well, pants were actually a thing back in that era. They might not have been a thing in the Greek Roman era, but pants were being made and worn in northern the Vikings.
Right, but I've never seen a statue of anybody with pants prior to well, it doesn't matter, but you know what I'm saying. There's not a lot of famous
Eric the Red. There's a statue of Eric the Red who has pants on somewhere up there.
A couple thousand years later than what Shadow's talking about.
Right.
Oh, it's
I'm not into it. The whole. I love the movie. Clash of the Titans and some of the Sinbad era movies.
Yeah.
But I don't want to play that era. But other than.
But they were talking about the difference between rules and setting, right? Are rules and setting? Can we divorce rules from setting? There are think about setting agnostic rules, setting agnostic games, and then games that can easily divorce it. I mean, I'm kind of of that opinion with Dungeons and Dragons. I don't think that any iteration of Dungeons and Dragons does modern gaming well. It doesn't handle firearms well. It doesn't even handle any kind of modern combat well. You can shoehorn a system to fit a setting, but it really doesn't do it. They don't all do it well.
Yeah, you really need they need to go hand in hand from the very beginning of the writing process. Yes, Tom Baker was in Sinbad, and I think he was in 2 of the Sinbad movies, to be honest, or he was in another one of Ray Harryhausen's movies. But that's
Tom Baker will always be my favorite doctor.
Dave Tennant.
That's right. You newbie. It's okay. You have no class. No.
I've been watching live. I'm just bored.
I wasn't even. Look, I was born in '83, but no, I mean,
born in '83, you're a baby.
Yeah.
But I'm not really sure the entire, exact clinical definition of what OSR is. All I know is that I've got all the original books. You're going to have to really sell me on buying a new numbers filed off retro clone of a game that I already own
Right.
multiple copies of before
Right.
I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, I'll drop my $50 and join your cult.
Here's a thought.
Love him or hate him, and I'll let Connell get after. Love him or hate him, I've bought 2 OSR books, not for the game, but for the setting.
Okay.
Because I wanted to mine the lore, and one was RPG Pundits Dark Albion, and because it's based on the War of the Roses, and the other one is Chalt, Venture Satanis, and I bought them both for the setting, and I don't really care about the system. I could use the stuff in any system.
Right. I'm everybody, keeps telling me that, there's always something in a book that I can, get and glean from it. And while I totally agree with that, at $50 a pop, I'm just as able to do that with $50. Oh, that looks delicious. $50 worth of paperback books I've never read before.
Okay, but also remember, I don't have any RPG books anymore.
So
I went from having little totes, going back to the late 70s, all the way up to about 1990, in 3 or 4 Rubbermaid totes, to having none. So
I'm
I know the feeling. I lost an entire garage full of Warhammer 40K tanks.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
like 50 tanks, including armor cast, the big ones. Yeah, and all kinds of, all my miniatures and everything. Fortunately, my D&D books were inside because the garage was basically a lean-to in Virginia. But that's where, I had them. And it caught on fire and I lost them all. What's happening, Bruce?
Hey, Bruce.
Man,
Sorry about last night, but I got really sideways.
Dude, don't even apologize. All I ask that you make it up to me is you watch my latest video, the GPC Awards, and we're even.
Okay.
I watched the speaking of awards, I watched the AMV awards the other night. If you know what they are, you know. If you don't, not my problem.
I know what you're talking about. There. Oh, okay, yeah. The ones held in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I've actually been there once. Yeah.
Hey, I didn't say what they were. I said I kept it PG-13.
Dude, you didn't have to.
Is it what's worse, that you got the acronym wrong, or that I knew what they were even though you got the acronym wrong?
You got it. You knew what I was talking about. That's what's worse.
I think that was Universal.
Pee Wee Herman, really quick. Pee Wee Herman back in the 80s had a theater when he did his show. All his jokes were above approach on a pretense as I'm not telling your kids any jokes or saying anything jokes that your kids.
It's all good. That's
right.
Good.
His concept. How was his concept?
Awesome.
I'm not putting anything out there that if they know what I'm talking about, they know, and they did not get it from me. If they don't know, they're not going to get it.
All right.
Yeah.
So you folks, you guys who weren't here recently, Shadow and I and Connell, I want Connell's take too. We're talking about what really counts as an OSR game and why we don't hear about games that are not D&D clones more in the OSR movement.
What about what we do hear about Mutant Crawl Classics? That's probably going to qualify, wouldn't you say, Omen?
Yeah, but that's like Gamma World.
Right, that's what I mean, because it's a retro of one of the originals.
So, and this is, no one can really define it. And really, to be honest, I don't care. I think part of what it comes down to is because you're right, Call of Cthulhu would count in there, Tunnels and Trolls, Traveler. We're talking about games from probably 1978 to probably about 1983 is what I'm thinking. But when most people think of OSR, I think what they're really talking about is a comparison to 5e, which is kind of holding your hand on the rails for the game. And the old classic feel of, like Max talked about Zero to Hero. I'm not even talking about Zero to Hero. I'm just talking about which is what Shadow talks about, going out into some place where you can feel like fear for your character of dying, where they're not super heroic, where you're trying to, what do I put it? It's Indiana Jones without the pulp as much, with some magic. Um, I think that's what they went through, because some people consider Forbidden Lands, even though the mechanics are nothing alike for D&D. They use the Mutant Year Zero. I think what they're really just talking about is my feeling is, and again, let people argue about it. My whole thing really comes down to is I want to feel the sense of adventure, and I don't want it to feel like Harry Potter. That's what I do, is I want it to feel like whenever you went into something is this is a dark and scary place. You might not come out, and not the, well, how do I want to put this? Not the D&D version of, or how do I put it? The He-Man version where, like, you can't go into Skeletor's castle, and they went into there like every 3 adventures, or every 3 cartoons. I was like, if you go in there once and you barely make it out, that to me is a very different aspect of, I think this is why I like Against the Giant Lands, and I'm not the Hill Giants and not the Fire Giants, but the ones when you go into the Frost Giants, where you have to climb up the hill to get up to the Jarls, and if you didn't want to go fight all the giants in the hall, if you fought the giants in the hall, you wouldn't get creamed. There were too many of them.
Yep.
I think
unless like you did, like I did. I went into the Giant series as a player right after my assassin walked away with Black Razor. And because I did that, and I was able to backstab a hill giant from behind, and insta kill him. Now I have the hill giant's hit points and mine, went and just tore through that place like butter.
Well, just so Connell can feel bad, I'm just going to do this. No, I'm just.
Dude,
I
didn't exactly get into. Okay, I went out and played games last night over at buddy's house. I had top shelf bourbon, top shelf whiskey, and I didn't have to cook, and I got to play Dungeons and Dragons. And the food was prime rib. I did good last night.
I had prime ribs before my son was born.
I haven't had. We were joking last about. I mentioned to him that I'm like, I went to Disney World. I've been to Disneyland, and the guy's like, don't throw your white privilege at me. I'm like, kind of looking at his house. I'm like, yeah, I think you got me beat.
Wow.
People talk about all that stuff, and I have to find it funny. I looked at my family, which is part Portuguese and Hawaiian for one side, and then the other side, which was dirt poor, West Virginia mountain people that went into coal mining. Listen, you tell me where their white privilege is, because one group was considered other than white on the census. No, I know. That was the Portuguese side. People forget about that, and then the Hawaiians. I'm like, well, they had their land stolen, so I don't want to hear crap from them. And then, in fact, there's still some arguments between my family and theirs. I hate saying this. Look, what happened 100 years ago happened 100 years ago. All I can do is, how am I defining myself nowadays? If you
he was being a smart ass. Let me rephrase this. He was being a smart ass.
Oh yeah.
So hey, Bruce, what's your take on Bo's question there?
What question?
There we go. Why don't we see more or hear about? Why don't you ask it again?
Okay.
More what? Non-D&D OSR games?
As an outsider, or as someone who is rediscovering role-playing games vicariously through YouTube, mostly, and I see this OSR movement, and I wonder why in the OSR movement I don't see more revivals of other games that were contemporary to Dungeons and Dragons, like Omen said, between say 1978 and 1983.
Well, the main thing is that the games that were published between 78 and 83 typically were upgraded, or they had designers that went on to bigger and better things after that, or they found their niche in something and they felt they never had to go back to it. That's just the designers. The people that played those games still probably have those books.
I'm going to bring up just thinking about what you said, Bo, probably because Travelers still exist. And by my understanding, even old school Travelers like the new 2022 version. Um, and
Very much, very much.
And Call of Cthulhu is similar in the fact that the 7th edition, people are like, they're just refining the old mechanics. It's not that they're trying to revamp. I mean, there's a somewhat of a difference between 1 and 2E, but look at the huge difference between 2 and 3, 3 and 4, and 4 and 5. I mean, there's big jumps in there for the D&D. I think that's the reason is if I bought Call of Cthulhu, I think that if the when I bought, I think was 87 or so. My 1987 version versus my 2017 version, and people would barely notice any difference.
Yeah, you have to tell somebody what edition it is for them to get an idea of like what version of Cthulhu it is. And if you don't, if you just run it, we're playing Call of Cthulhu. Nobody will know what edition it is. It's like a thing where like we're playing through the 8th printing of Castles and Crusades now.
Right.
Unless you actually look on a copyright page, you won't know it's written in 2022. And these older games, Traveler, Call of Cthulhu, typically, if people are still playing them, they could take somebody from 1983 and be like, hey, we're going to play this game. And nobody that's going to play them is going to be like, oh, okay, are we playing the dice pool version? No. Those games didn't change. The game that changed between 83 or 78 and 83 was D&D. It went from basically being white box to having a first edition.
AD&D, then Spec Me, then whatever.
And then from first edition to second edition, not much change. But from first to third edition, huge changes. And then you have the from third to fourth edition, huge changes. The entire step of the way, the Wizards of Smart that keep making new editions of D&D sell you a new product each and every time, and they try to sell you the old memories, the old modules written for the new system, which it happens each and every time. They're going to make an 8th edition D&D with the same B2 that they've made back in 81 just for 8th edition. There's no need for 8th edition because they're not changing the adventures at all. They're massacring the idea of the adventuring story, but they're doing so many wrong things to D&D that all the other systems out there never change.
They're not cross-compatible, even though, the edition is, I think you can look over and say, well, there's a couple small changes in here, a couple clarifications in the rules, but you're like, oh, okay, you still feel, like I said, I have the new version. So I think another one which is a little bit older, which I think first and second, you want to talk about a big difference, we talk about third where they're revamping it, is go look at Warhammer Fantasy. First and second are directly compatible. They really are. Third is completely off by itself. And then fourth, I think, is a bit of a refinement, but players from first and second are going, oh, it's just minor changes. It's not, it's like the difference of going from basic to advanced or something. That's the difference between second and fourth edition of Warhammer Fantasy. But to go to third, you have to learn all the new rules, get all the new books, completely different dice. It really changed everything. And I think that's the way D&D feels. Even if you did the old white box, you could go over and like, oh, okay, I can do some advanced Dungeons and Dragons. That's not that hard. It's pretty similar, same from first to second, or going from basic to advanced. You feel like there's some differences, but not. But you go to third, your characters are not directly compatible at all. I mean,
nope, not even a little. Hey, what's up, Max?
Yeah.
Hey, Max.
Which I want to jump in here really quick about the cross system gaming. I was invited. I had to be kind of pushy last night, which is weird for me for being ever. It's kind of weird. Well, it's weird for me when I'm dealing with people I don't really know. I'll push you with my friends because they can do push you back.
Nice.
But it's like, what are you doing this Saturday? I have a Pathfinder game. You don't want to do that. Why do I not want to do that? You want to come over here and play Kingmaker. I'm like, yeah, what edition? He's like, I'm doing the second. No, I'm doing the 5th ed version. I'm like, dude, I made a promise. I'm keeping my promise. I can get to the party I'm with. If you guys move in another day, I'm game. I'm kind of interested to see how Kingmaker, which was originally a Paizo game, works for 5th edition. I'm curious, you know? Good, bad, or otherwise, it's kind of got my interest. And he's like, well, I think we can make not Thursday. I think we can make Sunday work. I'm like, that's not going to work. He's like, what about Friday? I'm like, what time? He's like, in the middle of the day. I'm like, I can make Friday in the middle of the day work.
So, one of the things we're going to talk to, when talk about modules. So this is what, 2017? I forgot what this is. But this is the old OSR stuff, which is the OSE. Just like, we're talking with Shadow, for the OSE boxes. So this is an OSE adventure. I could throw this OSE adventure right into 1E or anything else, or vice versa. Salt Marsh or anything else. Players would barely notice any differences. And I think but for 5E, they had to revamp the whole thing for this and convert it to 5th edition. No, don't get me wrong. By my understanding, I haven't read the back stuff. I have enjoyed reading the beginning, where they really flesh stuff out. But it's a whole different feel.
I think with Kingmaker, because I was looking at it, he just literally just dropped the whole thing in front of me to look at. He's like, look at it. He's like, you run 5th edition. I'm like, yeah, I run 5th edition, and professionally and for fun. Fun. He's like, well, why don't you look at the stuff? I'm looking at it. It's like, well, here is the module for Kingmaker, and it's for Pathfinder 2nd edition. I'm like, okay, where's the 5th ed version of it? It's all in the same book. Well, the monsters are not going to work, and here's why. And before I can say word 3, he hands me the 5th edition bestiarity that was post edition that works with the game, so you can use the 5th edition monsters in Kingmaker. So I'm kind of interested. I don't know if it's going to be a great game. I know Kingmaker by itself, if you go back to 1st edition, is a great game. I don't know what kind of travesty I'm walking into, but you don't know until you try. It's kind of always been my thought processing.
But, I just like, we were talking about for some of DCC, and if you read the beginning, the idea was pretty much that they said, well, we're trying to go back to almost a 1974 version of D&D and then add some rules that kind of modify it. I said, oh, okay, but...
Just Tom Hanks in that book?
No, that was Mages and Monsters, which came out after that.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it was... but I... for looking at some of them, even for the adventures, I don't really feel that the adventures would be that much if I pulled out the DCC modules and used them in D&D. That's the, it's kind of compatible, even though they're different. I think that's one of the things that, when people talk about, well, I don't like the artwork. Well, okay, I fully understand that. That turned me off too for a lot of it. And then adding some of the different dice. But I don't think that a lot of these require that much work to change. A lot of it is just reading up and saying, does this make sense? Does this not make sense? But man, to convert a 1st edition module to a 5th edition or vice versa would be a real pain.
They're not even the same game, right?
What's that?
The lethality of the game is not the same. The feel of the game is not the same. The intent of the game is not the same. And I think that's one thing that I would like to see more of. And I guess that would divorce itself from the OSR. I wouldn't mind if it divorced itself further from the Tolkien-esque settings and moved into something a little different.
I'm not. I'm going to be good. I have my own opinion on that, and it's probably like yours, Bo.
I'm gonna bring this up. Is I know for DCC, they have different settings. They have like 4 or 5 of them, and I don't mean like Eberron or stuff like that. I mean they're like Dying Earth and stuff like that. You're going, oh, okay. To me, it's just kind of. I think I'm kind of burned out, oddly enough, and I never thought I would say this. Why I'm going. I think I have enough role-playing games for the moment. I used to be. I was like, oh, I'm not. I think this year, and we're talking about different systems. I got at least the PDF version. Traveler. which I never played Traveler, never really looked at it. I hated the artwork, the front with the black or whatever. I'm like, this is uninspired. And I hate saying this, is if you're just going to be pure mechanics without really making me feel like I'm being immersed in the setting, and I'm going to be a snob there. I'm going, okay, I don't really want, but Traveler, I thought is a very good system, and 2300 I think did a really good job for that aspect. I don't like the modern Imperium. I don't like that, but I do like the 2300 one. Let's see I got the OSE books. I got the what's it called? Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, you need to go back to bed.
Take care, Legion. Just make sure you catch my last video, please.
Yeah, have a good night, John. But the other one
that
was
Max? Hey, Max.
Coriolis, Mutant Chronicles, which, to be fair, that costs less than one book to get all of those big giant, 16 books, I think. 14 or 16 books cost me $40.
Again, rubbing it in, man. Rubbing it in. I swear to God.
What? It was $7 for the PDFs. Did you get those?
No, I can't download them because I got nowhere to put them.
Oh, okay. You know what, Shadow? I have copies. I'll need your address, and I can just send you a CD with some of because I have two legal copies.
Oh no, I'm getting a laptop this month probably, and then I'll grab them. But I did buy the Mutant Chronicle Core rulebook, even though I've got the 1993 and 97 versions, which I'm sure are better mechanically, but I do want the lore and the artwork.
So much of it to me for mechanically is what do I like better? It's funny because as much as I crap on 5e, I really like Pugmire, which is based off the 5e editions, and it's so funny just the changes that they make in there to me just make it a better game. I think the problem was that 5e tried being everything and being Harry Potter at the same time, and
they overreached.
A game that tries doing everything is good at nothing. I think is part of the problem. And the old school essentials, really easy. It's fast to make characters. Your characters are going to die. Move forward. Doesn't take that long. We were having that discussion yesterday with Sean with Mage's Musings, and it just looks like so much more fun than AD&D, which is funny because I, as a kid, I loved AD&D and I loved all the complexity and stuff. And now as I'm older, as much as everyone wants to talk about it, I'm lazy. I want to spend time talking about the adventure and doing characters behind the scenes. I don't want to spend hours trying to figure out what your XP is. I just don't. I think that it's different if everyone is not going to be playing at the same time and they're going to be advancing at different rates. But if you guys are all playing together, I have no problems. And again, depends on, and I understand why they did it for Magic users, in first edition, why you had the different experience points, because that was a balance issue also among classes. Okay, that's fine. But the newer stuff, it's like, look, I want you guys to be relatively close to each other and move forward. I don't want to have to spend 2 hours trying to figure out your exact XP. Your XP is this, and your XP is this, and your XP is this, and your XP is this. And,
you got to run your own character, Emma.
Yeah. What's that?
You got to run your own character. You can't let the DM run your character for you. You got to keep track of your own experience points.
Here's the thing that I've done eventually through Dungeon Whiz Kids. I've done Paizo's what's the name of that group? Pathfinder Society. Mm-hmm. And you basically, at Pathfinder Society, you show up to a game with your character that has to be legal for that season. If there's like no tieflings, they will say these races are no longer, these races and these classes are no longer acceptable at this time. You can grandfather one in, but you can't make a new one. You go to 4 sessions, you get a slip at the end of the day telling you how much of the treasure you got. You bring 4 of them in and you level after 4 games. So I'm asking you to show up 4 times in a row in a month's worth of gaming, which I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal. You bring in 4, then you level. Well, I only make 2 games a month. Well, you don't level until you bring me the other. You earn you have 4 of them all together. So it is, or there is somewhat, I don't say dichotomy, but there is somewhat of, okay, the rest of the party is level 4 because they showed up every Friday or whenever they have the game, and you're still level 3 because you can't make only about 2 games out of the month. So not everybody's at the same level, but it's still milestone by, work by slip.
Well, what I was referring to is, in a skill-based game, I don't mind giving out, but for the old school where you have to really break it apart, and you're right, is if you have this round robin of different characters in, I have to track every character. And that's the way that Gary Gygax used to do it, by my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Every night they would have it, and they had a big group, and they would just rotate in, and if you showed up that night, you got to play, and if you didn't show up that night, then, you did. And you didn't know who was playing one night to the next, and you'll actually see in the old Dungeon Master's Guide where they talk about a second adventuring party, and you can understand where some of the design comes from. Like the thief can only pick the lock once per level. Well, that thief can, but another thief can come in later and try it as well. And if this party dies, guess what? Their equipment's still in the dungeon. The next party comes in, so they're running through the same thing over and over. But in modern day, or let me rephrase that, the way I'm looking at it nowadays, I want you to all be in the same group. I don't want to have to, unless there's a difference between real life and things. That's fine if you miss like one session, because your kid got sick or you have to work. I understand that. But the idea is to get everyone together to play as friends. I expect you guys to go up together because I don't want to run 40 different players and try and keeping track of them and saying, okay, you hand me your character sheet, and when you come back, I'll let you, we'll determine when you're in here. And it's that's the way that I look at it. And I'll keep a character sheet in the background for you, and you keep your character sheet as well, and we'll go through it. Which is where these VTTs have gotten really nice. You load your character up in there, okay, that's fine. But I also didn't like we talked about all the bad players too, which is the players that would steal from the rest of the party, the players that would do this. That was fine when I was 14. Actually, it wasn't fine when I was 14. I used to get so pissed off at that as well. Now I'm just older. Like as a DM, I'm like, if you're not gonna be a part of a member of the party and act like you're going to be a member of that party, get out, go find another game. And it's funny because, we were so desperate before. We used to take players before, but online you can kind of, we talk about gatekeeping. You curate who you play with, and
you could very much cherry pick your table these days,
and especially as a DM, because a lot of people don't want to DM. It's really easy to remove that. That's why, as much as everyone talks about X card, I would never allow to do this. Okay, look, if you're going to an X card, guess what? If I feel like you're trying to abuse it rather than like you're really freaked out, which to me also means that you should be looking at people's faces. If you're doing this as a power move, I'm just going to say, you know what? This isn't the game for you. Please don't come back. We're not going to run the game for you. I'm not having fun. And if they're like, well, I'm going to take everyone with me. Well, that's fine. I don't want to run a game for you.
If you got that kind of stroke where you can take the entire table with you, by means, I can go find another 4 or 5 suckers that are going to want to play. But
well, and it's just like I remember if anyone remembers the playground when you were 6 years old.
I'm taking my ball and going home.
Well, it's like, yeah, if you don't this, I won't be your friend. I remember a couple of my friends going, should we do this? I said, he'll be your friend tomorrow. I said, just let him go off. I said, don't let him emotionally manipulate you. And that's what I find that these people are doing. Is like I said, I even have played with X cards, never seen anyone use them. In fact, if anyone that's played Cypher, they all begged for GM intrusions, even though GM intrusions screw you over as a player.
I hear these stories on other people's streams. I'm not going to say who. One of them actually was just in here.
Sure,
I'll say that where you hear these horror stories of the players just running. Running the asylums, I'm like, where are these tables? Because these are not the tables I run at. These are not the tables, I play at. And I play in public. I run a public table, and I have a private table. I just, what kind of game shop breeds that type of player? That's my question.
I think you'd have to look at where the table is, and thank you, the cities, etc. Because you go Middle America, you're not going to probably find this. It's also going to be an age demographic factor to it. Older players don't want to have any of that nonsense. Probably never heard of it, and I would be like, "This ain't the table for you, boy." And
there's certain things I don't allow my table just because that's me as a DM. If you are sitting down at my table, you are playing the gender that you came in as.
Wait, you wouldn't let Starkweather be there?
Yeah.
I've never ever had a problem with if a guy wants to play a female character.
The problem I have with people playing female characters is this: they either make them really dumb or really whorish. That's been my experience.
I've never had either of those experiences.
Here's the problem that I had with it, which is, I was playing online. It was the Cypher system. The guy had a very deep voice, and he was playing a woman. No offense, it completely takes me out of any kind of immersion when your voice is 2 octaves below a normal male voice.
Then you need to go home, go on HBO Plus, and watch Adventure Brothers. Then you'll get used to it.
Listen, I would love to be captured by the Phantom Limb again.
Yeah.
He's an animal in bed.
Nice, Bruce. Nice.
Yeah,
I would just ask them, instead of speaking in first person, speak in third.
I know. Well, that's the only time that I used to play female characters, and we're talking as a min-max player in first edition, was Drow, because female Drow had the ability to go up at higher levels than did the males.
I get that. I truly do get that. There's a few players I've known over the years. I'm like, cool, whatever, I'll deal with it. It's not, I'm trying to be a phobic towards the concept of it. I've just seen it played wrong too many times.
I don't disagree with you there, Connell, but I think that, when we were talking the Mage's Music,
it's really simple for me as a dungeon master. If I had to play by the same sort of logic, then there would be no females as NPCs. And when the DM, plays the female, oh my goodness gracious!
Hey, James L.
Nice hat. Nobody ever says, nobody ever goes at it to the DMs like, you're playing the females, wrong. You got to allow the DM to do it. Well, that, a lot of us players are DMs, and we've had to role play.
I completely understand your argument, and I agree with your argument. It's just when I got new cats walking off the street, I don't know what kind of BS they're bringing to my table.
No, Connell, I fully agree with, I'm kind of the opinion of, like, with Mage's Musings, you're going to play with the basic, you're going to play your characters with the same sex. Once I am familiar with you and I know how you play, and you play maturely, then I'll allow you to start moving over to the more advanced. And that's a very different aspect. But I'm just saying, as a player, when they're talking first person and I just hear someone with the if I hear someone that it sounds like Keith David playing a little 100-pound elf woman, it ruins the whole experience.
I want to be dainty.
Oh no. Have a guy, and actually I let him
Anybody
do
know where that's from? Anybody know where that's from?
Mm-mm. No, what was the quote again?
But I want to be dainty.
No, I don't remember that.
Firefly?
Baron Munchausen.
Right.
The black guy.
Yeah.
Can I do
once?
Tracy Ullman in Men in Tights? Like, the old hag who tells the future by throwing the chicken egg into the bowl.
Wait, that was that Minotaurs? Because they did the same thing in the Kevin Costner's Robin Hood, which was horrible.
Why they spoofed it?
I think
Wait.
it was
You
a spoof
you
of it.
can't
And
say
her
that
name was
about Kevin
Latrine.
Costner.
Oh yes, I can.
The movie was
Dang.
awesome.
Oh
It
man,
had Alan Rickman
Listen.
save that movie.
Alan Rickman made that movie.
There are a couple aspects of that movie I really enjoyed. I like Morgan Freeman's character. I even like Christian Slater's character. Al Rickman did a great job being the big bad. It was Kevin Costner for the first half of the movie trying to do a British accent, and by the time we get to the second half, he's like, "Screw it! I just can't do this." The continuity just went out the damn window.
Right.
I'm gonna bring up a simple question. Why is it that all whatever actors have to speak in British accents? Why can't we get more Aussie characters in there, for different groups? And
Why is Alan Rickman playing a Roman soldier? And why did he forget to take his digital watch off? There's a really good movie. There's a really good movie from like Britain in the early '60s. I can't remember. I think it's got like the first Doctor Who in it. It's like about Rome, but like.
Are you talking about Spartacus? Because not Douglas. There's scenes of Spartacus. You can see a watch and a pair of sand shoes.
It's a bit later. But yeah, one of the guys in the column forgot to take his watch off. Yeah.
I'm going to say this since I saw Michael Caine brought up, and I've been watching some of the episodes just because I think it's a great movie. How can we forget Zulu? Just Zulu the movie.
Zulu is fantastic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've just been.
Zulu's awesome. The Duelist about the two officers and Napoleon's army.
You're making me rearrange my stuff here. I'm cleaning up the studio. Omanel, this is one for you.
He just walked away.
No, I'll be here in a second.
You just keep holding it up there, James.
I don't know. This coming maybe after we get done with the Christmas movies on Sunday Review. There's a part we want to push. We watch.
Oh, cool. I have the DVD for Zulu.
And counter.
We review Crocodile Dundee.
Oh god.
That was the response I wanted. Right there.
I'm only dressed like this because it's boiling. Like I'm only dressed like this because it's so hot.
I'm going to say this much: is the one movie I can never get like past the first 10 minutes is Gallipoli, because they're building everything up, and I can never ever. I want something to happen. It's just so boring for the first 10 or 15 minutes. I can't get past it, so that's hard.
It's a very good film, but it gets very bloody and awful towards the end because obviously, like, we're one of the unique countries in the Western world in that our biggest military celebration is one of our greatest defeat.
No, I meant I've heard good things about the movie. I just haven't been able to get before where they even get to the war zone. I mean, I'll tell you this much, boy. You watch some of the
Winston Churchill landed the Australians at the wrong point, and we had to basically climb a mountain loaded with Turkish machine gun nests.
Oh.
And the only inventive thing about it was the way we withdrew, and basically we had like hats on sticks in the trenches and buckets of water connected to like rifle triggers so that they would go off at different intervals so we could.
Isn't that the one where Churchill got in trouble?
Yeah, he got
busted. He got busted. Yeah, I mean, like most great figures in history, he's a great man and also like made some terrible mistakes at the same time. Like, he's a mixed bag. He's a mixed bag, like all great figures.
Hey, James. Weren't the Indians also part of that landing on Gallipoli as well?
Yep. And they fought in 2 world wars because they assumed that they would be given their independence back.
Yeah.
and that didn't really happen.
I mean, looking at I'm somewhat familiar with Gallipoli, and you're just going, what are you thinking? I mean, just on the way that they were planning on landing. I mean, the other one was, what was the other one was, which is the British failure, was what, Dieppe? I'm not sure if you remember that one. I think it's Dieppe. They were trying to figure out what to do, and they were supposed to have a certain number of ships, and they just kept removing things from them, and then they landed them and just got completely mauled. I'll tell you what you really could, which amazed me, is that they've never made a movie, or I'm not familiar with it, is the one where they decide to go sabotage because I was hearing them talk about it, and I wish I remember exactly what it was. They were going to sabotage the I guess the dry docks in France against it, and the idea was that they were going to ram the ship, and then the ship was going to explode to destroy the dry dock.
What era was this?
41 or 42 would be my guess.
Right. Okay.
It was.
I kind of with like military history, World War II is around the period I start to drop off, particularly with gaming.
Yeah.
I'm not really into moderns or anything like that, and I think it's because it's not only is it too real, but the more industrialized warfare gets, the more kind of just a less kind of glory and kind of brave room for. I mean, even some big Napoleonic battles were total bloodbaths, but a lot of historical warfare was more like high stakes sports in terms of the actual casualty count. You know what I mean? Like hoplite warfare, like Greek city-states fighting each other is like 10 to 15% wounded on the losing side. So that's not too bad.
Well, you can't forget Cannae, or Cannae, or however you do that, where the Romans say that they lost anywhere from 40 to 80,000 soldiers in a day.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably partly their record keeping. Like, it's a bit like when the Greeks talk about the Persians bringing in hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It was probably maybe like 100,000, and like, it was such a great number for people in the ancient world that they were just like, this is insane. This must be like 1 million people,
Even if the numbers are wrong, the story of the 300, just the story value of that battle is absolutely amazing. That's real history.
It's a great story. It is a great story, but I can't stand Frank Miller's treatment of it.
Oh,
he does the Persians. He does the Persians so dirty, though. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey, James, as my grandfather's name was Leonidas, and he was from that area. Fuck the Persians. I don't really care. And what really amazes me is I have to laugh about
first to outlaw slavery, first to bring in monotheism, simplified tax system that didn't prey on.
How dare they do all these great things for society? How dare they?
Hey, James.
The Greeks were kicking the crap out of each other. The Greeks were absolutely kicking the crap out of each other before, during, and after.
Hey, James L. If that was true, then they wouldn't have invaded into Greece proper.
Yeah, but they became aware of the Greeks because, the Greeks went over there to fight as mercenaries, and they're like, "So where are you guys from?" And they're like, "Greece. There's a lot of mountains, and it's not great for growing crops, but there's quite a bit of iron and tin and good for livestock. You like olives."
I'm gaming with this guy last night, and I'm not going to use names because there's an off chance you might, I told him about the channel. He might come watch us. But he's like, I'm gaming. He's a long-time gamer. He's like one of you guys. He started gaming when his dad is really big into gaming. He's made a few games. So he grew up gaming. The whole satanic panic was not a thing in his house. So, he's been gaming forever, right? And he's been over a friend's house.
What are you talking about?
American problems. He's gaming. He's gaming over his friend's house, and he thinks the family he is gaming with are Mexican. and they're doing some weird one where they're all like FBI agents, but this is with superpowers. This was like 20 years ago. This wasn't recent. This was like 20 years ago. And when Patriot Act, and he's like telling the story, he's like, "Well, what are you going to do to this guy?" He's like, "I'm going." He's bashing his head up against the table. So you can't do that. And I'm like, Patriot Act. Every time he does it, he walks out, sees the guy's sister. It's like, well, she's not Mexican. And he says this, well, I realize she's not Mexican. I'm like, yeah. And the rest of it's like, so what is she? She's Persian. At that point, I'm like, well, considering Persians haven't been Persian in the last 3,000 years, she was Middle Eastern. Or, it's been a long time.
It's like, she'd be Iranian, right?
It depends on how modern you are. If you like,
don't tell Persians that they're Middle Eastern, because that's
Like, if you're the kind of Persian, if you're the kind of Persian who has a really, really nice car stereo and like a selection of really nice silk shirts, you don't want to be told that you're like an Arab or a Turk or something like that. You're like, no, man, I'm Persian.
I apologize, but the fact that he makes them up for being Mexican completely threw me off.
Those kind of people are like, what are you drinking? You know what I mean? They're like,
I'm gonna be. I found it. Talk about these things. Is I was near Herat, so that was about 60 miles from the Iranian border, and it's a whole different aspect of the language, because everyone talks about the Pashtun and the Taliban, which is what they are, the Pashtun, but the Dari were much more related to which was they talk about Farsi. Well, they all spoke Dari, and it was funny because they're like, oh no, it's this group, and I said, well, yeah, but it was interesting listening to the differences and talking about how a lot of them under the Taliban fled into Iran, and then they sort of got kicked back, but. It's the same thing of whenever I start hearing a lot of the other stuff, but
I got friendly with a Hazara. I got friendly with a Hazara guy in physiotherapy, and he had a lot of really funny stories. Like his friend in the Afghan army used to smoke heroin and just fall asleep in his dugout every time he had guard duty.
Right.
I'm going to say this much, which was funny. The mercenaries were actually pretty good. It was the regular Afghan army that had some issues, and I thought it was funny because I grew up this big beard, so I had this big bushy beard, and the Afghans loved it, and I mean bigger than what Tom has over there. I mean really big bush. I mean I didn't trim it at all. It was like this big after a few months. Anyway, they all the Afghans loved it. So that was when I said, hey, can I take your picture? They're like, they all wanted their picture taken, and they stopped arguing with me. I said the beard was worth like a lot more than anything else. But then the other part was that they had the pilots, and they had female pilots. Well, they thought it was funny to sit the 3 female pilots always next to me to talk. So I got to talk to them for it. It was, but I made the mistake one time because they would come to our mess hall and I would talk to them just fine. Well, we went out just a little bit outside because we were in a base within a base. So when we went outside of our little inner base to the outer base, I happened to talk to one of them, and that was a mistake. I did not. I could tell like her eyes, like I screwed up here.
I said to my friend at physio, how is your wife? And he was like, yeah, look, just a tip, like. That's considered like asking someone, like, whether they're wearing underwear or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's really personal. Like,
depends on if I'm wearing a kilt or not.
Here's the other part is when I dealt with the Kurds. The Kurds are not Arabic.
No,
that part I know.
They're kind of descended from the Medes and like other biblical Near Eastern tribes, right?
I'm just saying that they're further north. It was interesting because where I was, we had Yazidi, we had Aramaic Christians, and you could tell the difference because what I thought was interesting is the women, which I think that the Christian women were the best looking, to be fair.
Sure.
They wouldn't wear their hat. They made sure that their hair was free flowing. They did not wear anything with their hair. they would wear a cross right there where you could see
Yeah.
it. And we're talking, in a camp full of Arabs and well, we had a mixture of Kurds, Arabic, a lot of the group out there because I was in northern Iraq at that time.
Most Christians in Iraq are fairly like well looked after, though, right? Like same as Syria. Like
Syria. Well, here's the interesting thing, and I have to laugh. If you listen to all these Western people, to be inclusive, we have to get rid of Christmas and blah blah blah. So I was there in 2018, and they made Christmas a national holiday in Iraq. And I don't want to crap from all of these people about being inclusive because no one really seems to view Christmas, other than Christians, as negative for being too commercialized.
Well, in Syria, like Christmas is huge. Like,
oh yeah,
that has to be so. I could not imagine celebrating Christmas. I mean, I have nothing against them celebrating Christmas. So that's not where I'm going with. It's just being over there, and that's hard. That would be hard for me.
Well,
to
in Syria, like Christians are a big minority, and they're pretty well protected by the government, who are otherwise pretty heavy-handed. They're kind of more part of the middle class and upper class as well, generally speaking.
Well, see, here's the thing that people forget is I think it's the Alawites, which are the ruling class in Syria, because the British put them up there. They're considered are considered by some of the fundamentalist sects as absolute heretics.
Heretics, yeah.
And see, what people forget. This is why, we're talking about Western society. The Western leaders don't understand any of this. They see it as ones like, it's just this. I said, if you know that that you and your entire family are going to be wiped out, you're going to hold on to power to any means possible because that's there is no, I'm just going to step down.
The Alawites are also a lot more moderate, and their interpretation of Islam, like, basically accepts Jews and Christians and sort of says, it's all more or less in the same ballpark. It's got a much more syncretic attitude to other religions.
Well, I agree with that, but my point is that they're forgetting that they can't step down, and when they
the Yazidis, ISIS thought they were devil worshippers because they worship an angel prophet, right? Like,
I think they're more like Zoroastrians. They're very similar to Zoroastrians, and but part of it is if you look at ISIS, is what did they destroy? They destroyed the monument to Jonah being swallowed by the whale.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's part of the sacred text that they follow. I mean, when you look at because they, you do follow the Old Testament and stuff, and ISIS. The whole point of a lot of this is they just want to destroy anything so they can rebuild. I mean, you can see it here with the destruction of statues.
There were a lot of rumors that they were old Baathists who'd basically made a cynical power play via religion, like that the top brass weren't even particularly wedded to it, and that they were getting medical assistance in Israel. They were fighting like the Syrian force. Like Assad was fighting them, but we were bombing Assad and not them. And it's a nightmare basically. But
here's what I thought was interesting was, when Obama left power, all of a sudden, all this support over there seemed to be evaporating, and they kind of just disappeared for a lot of it. And you're going,
because a lot of the quote unquote moderates who were resisting Assad were just kind of, positioning themselves and getting US aid, and then going rogue as soon as the weapons showed up. Like,
well, no. Here's what I hate saying is I think that we were funding it on all sides to justify our reason for being there. I mean, that's my very cynical aspect.
Probably. I mean, the weird thing is, as much as Israel and Iran and Syria are opposed to each other, they do have a lot of like agreements in their back channels. Like it's kind of, there is a certain element of theater and kind of like in the same way the Cold War sort of served a purpose in terms of production and that sort of thing.
Overly cynical, but I think that a lot of times we're funding these wars to keep everything there as an excuse, and it's
Yeah.
kind of weird if you remember the end of the Cold War. When the end of the Cold War
Yeah,
happened,
it's terribly, to my mind, it's terribly wasteful. Like, but it's also, if you've got any kind of Christian sympathy, it's a bit of a shame to do that to that part of the world.
Well, I'm going to talk about when all of a sudden when the Soviet Union fell, a bunch of peace all of a sudden broke out in a lot of areas because they stopped funding.
Yeah.
But I think that the problem was we were funding. I mean, when it gets complicated, when you start looking at all the groups that are getting involved in there, just like I hate saying it, for Yugoslavia, I really did feel that the Europeans made that war go on for 2 or 3 years longer. If they just stayed.
Well, the other thing is, like, when Yugoslavia was one entity, like, they were kind of the exception in the communist world. They were relatively relatively non-repressive and like relatively allowed a certain amount of economic freedom, and they were much more sympathetic to the West than the East. Like,
what I'm referring to is that they were encouraging both sides to get as bloody and fighting as where if they'd stayed out, they would have come up with their own peace plan. But by them,
you might have heard the leaked call of Victoria Newland laughing about the number of dead Europeans. Like, it's
Well, I mean,
there's some very. The thing is, don't get me wrong. Like, I think there is also coming from the other side, like the kind of Putinist third world side, and that a lot of conservatives kind of identify with now, like, because the polls kind of switched a little bit. Is that idea of removing American exceptionalism entirely? Whereas I was saying to Shadow earlier today, like, I don't agree with many American interventions, but I wouldn't want to see them lose the capacity.
Well, here's the problem that I have with the whole thing, which is the more I look at stuff is I'm trying to stay away from Ukraine. I'm just going to say the same thing that happened. It wasn't Singapore. Where was it? Maybe it was It was one of them where they had the Tamil Tigers. And I don't know if you remember this, but they were fighting for 20 years. All of a sudden,
in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it was Sri Lanka. They're moving down. They were going right over there, and immediately UN says, "No, stop. We have to go through this." I said, the end of the war will stop a lot of death, whether you like who wins or not. And I really did feel they were encouraging. They wanted perpetual war. That's what I find just so disgusting in the modern leadership.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, as much as I oppose anyone taking my toy soldiers away. Like, I think that watching us go into Iraq the second time, like that kind of and watching 9/11 happen and our response to that was kind of like quite eye-opening, because I was just finishing school around that time, and I was sort of like, sometimes we're not always the good guys. This is kind of confronting, and like there's literally nothing I can do personally to stop it. Wow, this is like
when 9/11 happened, it was the first time an outside source took a poke at us, and that was
since Pearl Harbor.
I said a long time. I didn't say it was the first time. I'm saying it's been a long
one or 1992.
But in both cases, it's like
Trade Center got bombed.
A lot more should have been done to prevent both things from happening. Realistically,
what was that first? I didn't catch you. What was that?
The fucking first time the World Trade Center got bombed, and they put a fucking fertilizer truck in the parking deck, and it blew a hole in the side of it. That was the first time it happened, and that was Osama bin Laden again.
Yeah,
but nobody remembers that.
Well, here's what gets me about it's not just that. If you look at, did any of you read the 27 pages that they declassified about the Saudis?
No. I mean, back then I was just luxuriating in the
Bo's a popular person.
Of like
people like Colbert and Jon Stewart actually being funny and actually having something to rail against. Unlike now, where like the polls have switched and they're just total establishment. Fall in line, do what we say. Our jokes aren't funny anymore.
No. But I'm saying they released it. What was it? 7 or 8 years ago? They released all of the stuff that they had hidden, that were classified.
Mm-hmm.
Go read that, and you can. It smells like they didn't want to find out how far the rabbit hole went. I mean, it was.
You said 90. Bruce, you said 91.
Yeah, Larry Silverstein's. Larry Silverstein's insurance policy.
I was still in Ireland during that time period, so that's probably why I don't remember that.
Wait a minute! It gets better. Look at
you were busy
McVeigh
doing the
in
terrorism
Iraq.
at that time.
Look at Timothy McVeigh in Iraq getting involved with each other.
Bombing. Was he a veteran?
Yeah, but
is he the Oklahoma bombing guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember that. Hearing about that.
Look, start looking at who he talked to. He met up with some of the Iraqis, but here's what's interesting: is some of the same guy that showed up in the World Trade Center also apparently showed up at the Oklahoma City bombing.
Right.
I remember that.
Interesting.
I mean, there's some weird stuff if you really want to get into it. I whether you like him or not, for Alex Jones is, there's a certain.
I think, like, honestly, if you want to know what I think about Alex Jones, I think it's a bit of a limited hangout.
No. I'm not saying
I think it's about softly disclosing quite concerning truths wrapped up in a whole lot of flim-flam that kind of makes it plausibly deniable. I actually think I don't even believe he's being sued. That's how like crazy conspiratorial I am now.
You know what's sad is I wasn't that way before, but I listen a lot to Robert Barnes and stuff, and it amazes me when people are like, oh well, the FBI didn't encourage them to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. I mean, you had 12 informants.
Yeah, they absolutely did.
I mean, you had 12 informants to get 4 guys.
The 3-letter agencies, like, they waste a lot of time, resources, and human potential creating reasons to exist when they could be fighting real crime, which still happen.
Come on. Where pedophile ranks up in there. If you look at Jeffrey Epstein, they don't even want to investigate that stuff.
Well, the sheer fact that we never got to see who the customers were says it all.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
That whole thing just kind of drew the lines, really, didn't it? I mean,
it gets better
between sort of just kind of ordinary upright people and the kind of idea. It's like, wow, they really don't care about it.
Handler, I'm not with these people. I'm here to talk about role-playing games.
I'm so sorry, Bo. We always end up like, it's either we end up talking about this or food for some reason, and then we all go, really hungry.
That was earlier. That's why.
Hey, Bo, come on. If you've ever played World of Darkness, or you've ever played, what was it, Dark Conspiracies? The old GW game?
Well, there's that Steve Jackson game, Illuminati, which had amazingly predictive cards, like to the extent where I wonder about Steve Jackson sometimes.
No, Steve Jackson has the distinction of being maybe the only gamer ever busted by the U.S. Secret Service for a game book that he put out for the GURPS Cyberpunk supplement.
Yes,
they
I had that book.
Holy crap.
Accurate that the FBI raided his Austin, Texas office and seized all of his computers.
And here's what's funny is they wouldn't give him back, and so he had to rewrite it. Wasn't it the NSA? Anyway, he did the whole thing about that. He did that as a sale because I bought that book. It says, he puts down what was in there. I think that the charges were dismissed like 3 or 4 years later. That's what gets me about it.
It's a shame he's such a spongy pudding now.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Because
Hey, how about Stern?
Howard Stern, fuck him and the horse he rode in on. What a sack of
I just
shit.
find him a bit gross. And
No,
like,
no, no,
you
no,
know,
no.
I
Look,
make
look.
gross jokes sometimes, but I just
no.
actually find looking upon him gross. Like,
But wait,
you
wait,
know, he's
look,
like a moldy Ramon. Like the Ramones were cool, and there's like this extra Ramon. There's like this extra Ramon left over with the bits you know.
no, what I'm saying is, I'll fight the establishment. I'll do this. I don't want to do this. And now he is the most cut person possible. Of what if the government
With
says
D. Snyder coming up close second.
He hasn't left the
Yeah,
house. I
Dee
thought
Snider
Howard
and
Stern
Howard
didn't
Stern
leave the
are
house
fighting
for
for the
like
bottom
2
on
years
that.
or something.
And
Didn't he stay in his like, you know, bibble bubble?
I think he did. I'll say this much. I saw Dave Mustaine when he was down in Austin. Was it a year or two ago when they first opened it up? And Dave Mustaine, when we were now, don't get me wrong. One is it was too hot. We were all outside, and you know everyone has aged a bit, so it wasn't nearly as crazy as what I saw in the 1990s. It was pretty tame, but
it was more like a Dijonnaise than the full Mustaine.
yeah. Well, he was going in there, and he slowed down a bit, but it's hilarious because he says, "Fuck them, don't ever." I mean, you can tell he was angry about all the lockups and stuff. It was, I mean,
you know, funny story, Omen.
Yeah.
I used to live next door to JJ French, who was the guitarist who always wore yellow on Twisted Sister. So I met all those guys back in the day when they were the funniest concert I'd ever been to. They had me rolling with, you know, in between songs, what Dee Snider and the other guys were saying was freaking classic, hard hitting, freaking, you know, headbanging humor. Watch him turn into the sack of shit that he turned into. And Dave Mustaine, the rest of the guys from that band, as well as the guys in Metallica, all hung out in my neck of the woods and were at like multiple parties that I threw, house parties. You know, my parents.
It's just people getting older and confusing being progressive with being nosy church ladies. You know what I mean? Like
night and day between the two groups. You know what I mean? Just what the fuck?
With Metallica, they all went through anger management.
They all just got a blue. They all just got a blue rinse. They all got their blue rinse, and they all stopped partying.
Speaking of,
you know,
if anyone remembers Madonna screaming about how immoral things were, I'm like, you're the reason. You know, for one
of the most immoral women to walk the face of the earth. Talking to me about morals.
Madonna. I would sleep with Madonna for $100,000 just so I could say I did. Like she is like the undead.
Oh,
like
no. I mean, don't get me wrong.
If you're talking like Papa Don't Preach era, like in the jeans, sure, you know.
Well, no, I'm laughing because if you look at her,
you're only human, James.
She has a fish face. Have you seen in all the plastic surgery? Her face.
Yeah, I saw real recently, and she didn't look as bad as she did like a year or two ago. So she must have gone back into the shop.
Well, I mean,
there's this house DJ, and she like wanted to pay him $1 million to produce her album, but because he was like a catty old gay guy, he was like, the chance to turn her down and tell my friends that I did is like better. So he put out a track. He put out a dance track, and it was just like a beat and a funky bass line, and it's just a answering machine message going, if Madonna calls, I'm not in.
You know what though? That's fair. Well, it just amazes me on how these rebels and everything else are going over, and now they're the biggest pieces of shit cowards that you've ever seen in your life. And
they got another group that amuses me immensely is Red Hot Chili Peppers. Back in the 90s, there was that famous concert where they came out wearing nothing but their tube socks and played a set. Now, before their shows, they're drinking tea and doing yoga and all this other stuff. I'm like, how do you go from being that group to being that?
I think Nick Cave summed it up best when he said I'm always near a stereo thinking, what the is that? And it's always the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Well, I never liked Red Hot Chili Peppers. But speaking of
Same here.
complete sellouts, look at Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
is
the
the
band that I
ultimate. Yeah.
always accuse.
They're just changing their band name to The Machine now.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's like support the machine is what they should be saying.
I've never been a huge Nirvana fan. I never enjoyed their music. I'm that asshole. So the best thing that ever happened to Nirvana was Kurt blowing his fucking brains out. Now I said the F-bomb. And that was always because if he didn't do that, we went and got the Foo Fighters, which is a much better band.
Well, I was
Dave Grohl, that piece of shit. When they started opening up, he's the one that wouldn't let me see their concerts unless they had a vaccine card. Fuck that guy.
Okay, well, I'm not. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to argue that point.
As much as I did go to the Eric Clapton concert in San Antonio earlier this year. And yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, that's great. But I went to Eric Clapton. I'm not sure if you heard of what happened to him. He got the vaccine and he
dropped the baby off a balcony.
No,
that was the 80s. That was the 80s.
Well, and he had major problems with his hands and everything else. And he even said that. He said he was being viciously attacked because these people said, well, just because it affected you negatively, you shouldn't say anything bad about it. And I went, hold on here. And Bruce, at some point, I'm going to have to find out whenever I get to San Antonio, we're going to have to meet up. Or if you come up through here.
Well, I'm very happy to say, although it's unfortunate the circumstances that it happened in, is that the head of one of the former heads of our medical association here, her and her partner both got quite sick after and had neurological problems. And because of their position, they're saying that they're both in the medical industry. She's saying, well, we're both having neurological problems and nobody's allowed to discuss it. What the heck's going on? So it's a bit of a shame that it had to happen that way, but at least there's a bit of a breakthrough there,
How far away are you from Burleson?
Burleson?
Yeah.
If you go up through 35, you're going literally like 5 miles away from where I live. Anywhere through there, because I'm over in Temple.
Okay. I was just kind of curious because I'm over in Alamo City, and you keep talking about going down to San Antonio for concerts. Like, wait, you're local.
I'm about 2 hours away from you, Bruce. 2.5 hours.
Doing the whole concert scene. It's been a while since I've seen a good concert, but I was lucky enough to see BB King and Eric Clapton play.
Oh, very cool.
I got to see that.
I can top that, Connell. Check this out. You guys all know what my favorite band is, right? No surprise. Blue Oyster Cult.
The Police?
They were for a little period of time.
Oh,
Blue Oyster Cult.
I was thinking George Michaels.
Wake me up before you go.
I thought we were fucking friends, man.
No. George Michael was a good guy. He was a nice guy.
Blue Oyster Cult played. Blue Oyster Cult played one of the first years I lived where I live right now. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding you. Less than 1,000 yards from my house.
Oh wow!
I could see that. I could see them on stage from my balcony, but I was in the audience because we got tickets. It was Jackie's first concert. They played every song you could possibly want to hear, and it was freaking amazing.
Don't need in the bathroom in my room. Sorry, I had to talk to the boy.
That's right.
Anyway,
can you bring that last message back up? About was it Stone Aged? Yeah, absolutely. And of course, who can forget the classic Hell House episode of Supernatural first season?
Oh yeah. Are you jumping off, James?
No, it's just waving at Fladley.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Actually, are you go for it?
Oh, I was just going to say, I went to several concerts because my friend's wife, he would buy tickets for her 6 months in advance, and she'd be like, I can't take leave during that time.
Oh.
You know, like 2 months before, he's like, hey man, you want to go with me? I'm like, sure, I'll go see Eric Clapton. Sure, I'll go see Rammstein with you.
I had a bunch of friends
my
actually
girlfriend
fly
goes
to
my
Texas to
girlfriend
go
goes to a
see
lot of
them.
gigs.
Rammstein
My
Um,
girlfriend goes to a lot of gigs, and she asked me if I want to see something like 9 months ahead, and I'm like, I don't know. Can you ask me like a week beforehand?
you have to get the tickets well before then.
I mean, living
Yeah.
where I live right now, there was an old adage: if it doesn't play in Peoria, it won't play anywhere. It was a very big thing for a while. So we got it. Don't give me that look, Shadow. It was a real saying for a while.
Yeah, in Peoria.
Yeah.
But Peoria was considered the benchmark standard of what an urban area would be, with its various percentages for blue collar, white collar, poverty level. You had higher education, you had manufacturing, you had everything fitting very well between 1960 and 1979. And Peoria was the gold standard. That marketing that used to be
What you call
researched out of
a
Peoria was
bellwether.
crazy.
Yeah, well, and so did Dallas actually for years for movies. Is they would release movies early in Dallas just
Yep.
to see the reaction, and that would determine on how it was going to do like the rest of the week or so. It's interesting on the demographics they'll pick. It's not like LA and New York, which is where they seem to be making movies for nowadays. It's like, look, guys, you're making movies that no one wants to watch, that only a small minority even want to go see. James Cameron is like, okay, do I want to go see Avatar?
I didn't
Why?
want to see
Just
the
go to
first one.
Hawaii. I mean, just go to Hawaii. It's the same difference.
I've been to Hawaii.
Then you've already seen it.
I don't want to go to Hawaii.
I'll go in a Chimerian style rant about like how much I hated the original Avatar and how like I just instinctively thought it was like pretty lame, and no one would just hear it. It was like, no, you've got to see it. You've got to see it.
My mistake. It's
And
like
now James Cameron is coming out. He's like, testosterone is a terrible substance. It's got to be stamped out, man.
I wish I hadn't used guns. Even though that's where I made all my money from.
with Terminator and
I'm like, you do realize that testosterone makes men more cooperative with each other, right? That it actually like.
That's funny you say that. Well, I want to go back really quick to the concerts before I say the next thing was on my mind. With concerts, I've got to see Jackal. If any of you guys know who they are, it's a very interesting rock group that I think the lead singer uses a chainsaw as a guitar.
Yes.
Dupree.
I'm the lumberjack now, baby.
Yeah. I mean, my mom is and always has been a big Death Leppard fan. So when they came to Peoria, I took her to go see them. Skid Row. Well, Skid Row was a mistake to see because Sebastian wasn't with them, and it was just a hot fucking mess.
I in Phoenix.
So I'm going to bring up a little bit different when we're talking about cons and everything. When we had Bell County Con here, or the Comic Con, the Bell Comic Con, didn't have to have Vex, didn't have to do any of that other crap to go into the con here. And
Thanks, Cal.
And yeah, it wasn't that hard. It was, and we're talking during the pandemic, and then the year after. I know, I think, 2020 they had it canceled. 2021 they let everyone in there, and then I didn't go this year just because I would rather see role playing games. But man, you go to these other places, I'm like, why? Why are you people so afraid? And I hate saying this because we all need to do this. Guys, eat better and get into shape, and then we don't have to wear fucking masks. that's
Yeah,
what is.
Thanks again, Cal.
Honestly,
And Omen, I think this year is I know everybody hates that whole New Year's resolution bullshit, but you know what? Maybe if we all did them, and stuck to one, maybe we could, improve at least our own lives a little bit. You got one comment?
I agree with
I got two. I got technically two. One, I'm going to drink more.
That's not possible.
Water.
And this,
We need to drink more water. Go ahead.
Actually, the first one is kind of a twofer. Actually, there's three, but I'm just going to do the two. The first one is drink more and drink more and smoke more cigars, which is the first one. I'm going to be like George Burns. That's my idea. Or Jack Nicholson. Really depends on what mood I'm in. But my real one, the real one I'm sticking with, is I am going to spend as much time as I can browbeating my daughter into hanging out with her old man.
You know what? That's a pretty cool one. I'm doing it with my son.
That's a good goal.
That's why he's hiding. Actually, and we know what Bruce's is to not fall asleep on stream. You know? I thought that was so hilarious. That
Bruce, are you painting like a cute anime girl? Because it looks like a cute anime girl from here.
I will say this much is
no, it's cool.
If I
Hey, bring that back up. Bring that back up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, that's cool. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
a Polly girl, huh?
Nice.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that a St. Pauli girl?
It's a WizKids fig, which I was really surprised WizKids did this because WizKids, if you look at any of their videos, it's like nothing but blue hairs and danger hairs all over the internet. And like they have big celebrations for February. It's Black History Month.
They do have a rather Trotskyite take on.
Hey, Connell, do me now. Do me because I want to show Bruce something.
I am not going to do you at all. There, you're just not my type.
I've been digging out heaps of Reaper metal today as I tidy up.
Oh,
that's
cool.
cool.
Nice.
That is really cool.
Bruce, take a look. Bruce,
I see it.
You know who they are? You know who they are?
Brimhilda and Gertert?
No, that's Eric Tenkar and his wife. It's going to be a belated Christmas present.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Here's the dwarf I did earlier today.
Oh, you guys are making me.
I'm going to say this much, which is actually that's.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to laugh about this whole thing, which is but just I have to find it funny because all these super progressives, because they're not being held up by corporate money and investors just throwing ESG money at them. It's interesting on what they say versus what they produce. Like even Privateer Press, which I know has some of that. They always do their
Well, it's a bit like DJing. You've got to play like two classics before you try a bit of an experimental track. You know what I mean? Like to get people moving.
Well,
I say we make Flade's resolution come true somehow. That's a great one. He wants to hang out and game with us. The more, the merrier.
I need you guys to stay on this stream until my girlfriend gets home from the museum because I'm rejigging everything, and this is a small collection, right? This is
hold on.
This is not a lot of board games and books, really. Like
it's a nice start.
It's
I
not
see
bad.
Doom.
Wait a minute.
I've got Doom.
I know that there's because I hate showing off the mouse. You can't see that. Hey Siri.
Here we go. Let me bounce over Omen.
Okay, well, I mean, there we go with some of those books. Now, those are just some of my board games. That's not what I have at my parents'. And this is where it's bad because I really need to do this. But, for anyone that can see all the books.
Whoa, yeah. It's going to be like that this afternoon when I get to the books.
And wait a minute. Because I try rotating, I have to now go into the bathroom to show more books.
Hey, wait. That's the bathroom, and that's where you keep your 5 ebooks? That makes sense.
Yeah.
It was the only
I've organized all my Kings of War stuff, which I can
hold on, let me hop over.
All my armies, so now I can actually find things.
Oh wow.
So as you can see, I'm a bit of a fan of that.
It's an amazing game.
Nice shelf collection.
Now I did not include my I did not include my Conan stuff, which is all there. Yes, I do. We all need more shelves. At this point, I'm beginning to feel that stop buying board games and buy more storage.
If you want to know about all the lewd graffiti in my area, it's me.
Well, this coming hopefully it's this coming Friday. If it's not Friday, it'll be Saturday. If I'm lucky, it's Thursday. Shadow will be receiving a package from me. then I kind of, because of Cal's awesomeness earlier on Shadows thing, I won the Village Folk miniatures.
Townsfolk, yeah.
And I got a buddy up here who's willing to put them together, whose hands don't shake like mine do. So
I thought you said he was a friend because you're putting him to quite a bit of work.
Well,
it's like 60 figs that he's got to assemble, and each one has at least 2 to 5 parts.
Oh man.
Well, he is married and he likes hanging out in his basement to be away from his wife. So I'm just helping him out.
I'm enabling him to say, but I owe this to my friend, honey.
That, and I offered to make him and his wife a dinner.
Nice.
Dude, if I could find someone to paint 60 miniatures for a well-cooked meal.
No, he said assemble, not paint.
I'm going to paint them.
Okay. Well, you know what? Even assembled, I've got boxes.
Maybe Connell's food is like halfling level. Like I can cook a decent.
I get paid to cook for. Hold on.
I can cook okay, but I mean, Connell's like making stuff that's like you eat it and you get like a magical power or something.
I cook professionally. That's all I have to say.
No,
no, it's not McDonald's. You smart ass. Whoever's going to say it.
Well, here's what I find funny.
It's just crackers with little slices of tomato on them.
No, hold on. This is what I said.
That's all it is.
I said if Connell comes down, I said I'll cook for stuff. And the first words out of his mouth is, "I don't allow anyone to cook for me." I'm like, well, that makes it easy for me.
I mean,
I'm just teasing you.
I'm not a snob. It's more of a. I got to be careful when I eat other people's food, not because I think they're horrible cooks, just because of my allergies.
Oh no! I'm just teasing you for the whole thing. For me, a lot of times, as I go to the butcher, I'm like, this is what I want. It says, "You want me to season it?" I said, "No, I'll season it myself." And
yeah, no, I don't like hospital trips, especially
you got to look after people who help you move and help you assemble.
That's pizza. That's Little Caesar's pizza.
No, I helped someone relocate his recording studio when I had an operating spine, and it was all keyboards from the late 80s, so they all had big, heavy floppy drives in them. And like we were lugging those from one end of a suburb to another. It's like, oh, I'm renting another studio. It's just down the road. So like giant 88 key sampler from 1988.
Well, I'll say this.
Not so much as a beer when we were finished.
You know what?
That's a horrible friend.
That is a terrible friend. He's not my friend anymore.
I would have punched him and left. Swear to God.
He's not my friend anymore. Anyway.
What was that, Omino?
Oh no, I'm just thinking two things. One is I used to buy steaks for my friends if they helped me move. So we went that, and they were usually that was one. Then the other one was I'm just thinking with James L. Isn't it kind of sad that you have better friends online that you've never met in person than this person with the keyboard?
I like totally understand why though, because a lot of my IRL friends are people I know from doing music, and musicians are just so far up their own backsides.
Hey, Shadow, anything you want to add to that?
You're dealing with a lot of people who are just on the verge of a giant breakthrough. Like.
Hey, I got a dad joke for you.
Oh God, here we go.
How many lead singers does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
1. They hold the light bulb in the socket, and the world is expected to revolve around them.
Yeah, that's not as bad as the. How many politicians does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know.
None, because they're waiting for your children to do it.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something that I saw absolutely true. And I kid you not, is I saw how many petty officers, and this is not a joke, did it take to change a light bulb? It was 5 or 6. And I kid you not, I saw this one time. They came into the room, One had to hold the ladder. One actually went up with the ladder. One was holding the light bulb to give to the guy. One was standing over by the light to turn it on and off. And another one was just standing by the door in case anything went wrong.
Union job.
Who were these? Who are these people?
This was U.S. Navy petty officers.
I know. I have to agree with Bo. That sounds like a union job.
That reminds me of
I
when my
literally
brother.
saw this.
It reminds me of when my brother was like 18 and just out of school, so he had no money. So he joins the Army Reserve. He joins it in the worst possible year, so they get shipped out to Timor. Like, yeah, they get shot at by Indonesian paramilitaries and sent home. So he comes back with a little bit of money, and he's like, to save more money, he's like living and eating on the base, and like looking for odd jobs to do around the base. And he's like, week 2, I've mastered the art of walking around with a clipboard.
I remember one time, this is when I was in Orlando, and they went over and they said, he said, so if there's a fire alarm, what do you do? I said, I pull the handle. I pull it.
Mhm.
And this senior petty officer he looks completely confused that's what someone would do in case if there's a fire. And I went, what are you supposed to do? He's like, well, you're supposed to go and tell someone. You know that we have these things that you pull for fire alarms, right? What do you think's going to happen? They're going to arrive faster that way than any other way. And then I found out because people were pulling them that they disconnected them. I went, is this even legal?
So this past summer, I was working for a client, and I hired on a few extra people just to help me because it was the holidays. And I asked one of them, like, hey, can you go get the grill started? And he's like, yeah, sure. Goes out there, comes back 5 minutes later. He says, it's going. I'm like, cool, awesome. And it's a gas grill.
Oh no, he didn't light it. Right? Oh jeez.
I go out there and he's like, I'm like, I don't even smell it at first.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, it must be on low. I'm just going to throw a match in there. 5 feet away, throw a match. I like my eyebrows. No, what I got was the beginning of a 5th level fireball spell. I'm like, no.
Oh, I heard one guy, he talked about someone had done that and he was too close. And apparently the guy's wife had a sliding glass door and she had cleaned it up to the point that she couldn't see the glass. And so he said he lit it. The guy turned around, ran towards the house, smacks his head right up into it, falls down. He said, what was so cool is you saw these little ashen eyebrows that were stuck right there on the and I think Bruce and Shadow will enjoy this one. Did anyone see, this was probably like 2015 and 2016 in Atlanta, Georgia, where 3 guys broke into a house. And you could tell they had guns and everything else, all right? And they're rummaging around this house, and this house had security cameras all in there, so they had all this recording. And they're going around trying to turn on the stuff. And anyway, they're going back and forth over here, and then they decide to go to the back bedroom. And all of a sudden, like dust starts coming down from the ceiling, and these guys run. And one of the guys runs out this front door. Well, 2 of them run out the front door. One guy runs, in complete panic. And there's this little Asian lady. She's tiny. And she has a gun, and she's just running. The guy almost runs into her, runs past her, runs into the kitchen, slams into the sliding glass door where it breaks, and he just keeps running. And apparently one of them died, but she runs out there and she goes to her door. It's like, bam, 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 bam. Anyway, she killed one of them, I believe. And her husband comes over and, she goes over and he takes the gun from her and he's on the police. And yeah, I was like, well, tell me that a gun isn't a great equalizer, because these guys look like they were 6 foot tall in their 20s.
Sure.
And here she is in her 40s, probably like 5'2".
Right.
Oh, you're looking for the video?
I don't know if you guys can. I don't know if you guys can clarify this urban myth, but I heard this about Dolph Lundgren, who used to have a house here and did his studies here because he's like a biochemist or something like
He's
that.
brilliant.
He's a smart
He's
guy.
absolutely
An
brilliant.
actual chemist.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I heard that some burglars busted into his house, started sacking the place, and once they got to the family photos on the mantelpiece, worked out whose house they were in. And I heard that basically he came downstairs. They essentially wet themselves and he tied them up.
I would be putting things back, leaving. I'm on a sorry note as I dust
I don't
things
know.
off.
I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if it's true. Or not.
I
It might
did
be-
hear
might be an
that,
urban myth.
but you know, who knows?
I'm going
I
to hear
mean-
something that. Speaking of which, the late great Pele, who just passed away.
Oh, really?
Apparently,
Greatest soccer player ever.
in Rio de Janeiro, someone tried.
Did he have the rope around his? Sorry.
Well, what was it? No, they were trying to do the.
That was.
they were
You're talking about the man who single-handedly fixed his country's demographic problem. Okay, like.
Well, Pele came in, and I think there were some robbers that were trying to carjack him, and they found out as soon as they found out it was Pele, they're like, "Oh, we're sorry," and backed off. I mean, that's how much of a legend the man was.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I remember, hearing about him at the beginning of my life.
Yeah, exactly.
I was in kindergarten, first grade, and everybody knew his name. Everybody, because
it's kind of like that with it's kind of like that with Queen Elizabeth. I think everybody's like, oh, I kind of don't care about the monarchy now. Like, everyone liked her, but the rest of the family,
Well,
take them or leave them. Can take them or leave them, to be honest.
Right.
Well, has anyone heard in how she became queen? Why her brother abdicated? It's because he was a sympathizer. That was the real background for it. It wasn't because he married some, she's a divorcee, which is what they did in the public. By my understanding, they were Nazi sympathizers, and they're just like, we cannot have you as king.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I never heard that one.
People don't understand that, like fascism was like the modern ideology at the time, whereas now we look at it and we're like, well, obviously, if you try to control every aspect of people's lives in totality, people are going to be unhappy.
Yeah.
Well, and of course, they were anti-communist. Well, that's interesting for the whole thing, but yeah, that was by my understanding, as it's starting to come out, that's the real reason that they forced him out of becoming king.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's about 23:15 here. I gotta make sure I gotta button up the house. But I want to thank everybody. My New Year's resolution is to have run a game. I want to run a game this year, and if anybody would like to play, you guys got a spot, at my virtual table. However,
we will. We will.
I highly appreciate that, Bo. Anytime you want, if I'm doing one of these late night chats and you want to hop in, just let me know. You're always welcome.
I appreciate it. I said I can hear little feet upstairs, and they don't have school tomorrow, but it's 23:15. It's
yeah.
Okay.
Time to say. Well, give him a hug for us.
All right. Well, that's all we're gonna say. All right. Thanks, guys.
Take care, Bob.
I'm an hour. I gotta say, I'm getting into the Mutant Chronicles hard.
I don't know. I mean, you bought the $7 or the $6.95 PDFs. I've read some of them, and most of it because Shadow is so enthusiastic about it, and I know that Bruce. I
really, I've never got that from Shadow at all.
Oh well, no, I was listening to when Shadow and Bruce were really getting into it. I said, oh okay, and it gives me a little bit more perspective. I still need to finish off Coriolis.
Every time I read about a new character class, I kind of get a good idea of a deeper idea of the world, or sometimes even just reading about little encounters. I'm like, this actually contextualizes the whole space opera of the backdrop And it's funny because there are like echoes of other games that I always wanted to play.
I don't know about
Yeah.
Shadow and Bruce, but it was one of those that I was going, I would like to be White Star. None of this other stuff. White Star with their religious.
Really, I would have never pegged that. I would have never guessed that.
Are you gonna get
wait.
Alexander? Are you gonna get Alexander Mercouris doing like scratchy White Star reports at the beginning? It's like, well, White Star have made their move this week.
Hey, James, you watch the Duran too?
Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, like sometimes it's like pure copium, and I'm like, I really dread to think about the compromise tapes they have on those two. And then other times I'm like, well, yeah, actually, that kind of makes a bit of sense. So, they have their bias, but like I feed it into the machine. You know what I mean? Like I assimilate the information.
I like Alex Christoforou and his Clown World.
Yes.
Whatever he set up, it's like, really?
Yeah.
It's there are times I go over and to be fair, I like listening to them. I like listening to Robert Barnes. I like listening to a couple of others. And
some of the people they have on, like Gonzalo Lira and Scott Ritter, they have kind of dodgy backgrounds. But it doesn't mean that their account of it isn't a little bit more of a interesting, like Eastern perspective. You know what I mean? Like, you're getting a bit more honesty about the casualty counts and stuff like that. At this stage, though, I've blocked a lot of it out because I just want it to end. Like, it's just depressing. It's like, come to terms already. How much more people need to pay? Like, just figure out a compromise.
What pisses me off about the whole thing, and this is and to be fair, is when I really like listening what goes on there is defense politics. If anyone listens to that, is I think he does a good job where he gets it from both sides, and he doesn't. I think that he gets into that, but I heard where he had a round robin like we are, and one of the guys was just talking, pro-American, blah blah blah, and I said, You're thinking this is 1990s America. We're not 1990s America. We've lost most of our manufacturing to China. It's not the same world it was when you're thinking of. But I think a lot of it is, and this is what I just find disgusting for the whole thing, which is regardless of how you take it, is, now I start hearing with Merkel and everybody else, you guys put up these Maidan agreements. Putin agreed to it, and then you did not want to follow with the Minsk Accords.
Well, Merkel came out recently and said the stupidest thing, which was basically they'd always figured it would end this way, and so they had no intention of following through. Well, and it basically validates what the other side had been saying. Like,
it wasn't just her. Now it's the other one going over, and it just disgusts me for the whole thing because, at the end of the day, regardless of how you feel about it, is, all I see, unfortunately, is a bunch of young Ukrainian men getting chewed up and a bunch of young Russian men getting chewed up because we want influence there and something. I mean, I hate saying it. If China had started moving into Mexico or Canada, we would invade there too. We would not even think about it.
Too late.
Well, no. I'm not even
going to add to public opinion. I'm actually going to maintain like total neutrality, just because even though I probably have more cultural sympathy with the Russian side, like I don't necessarily like how they've handled their affairs. I don't necessarily like the way that it's a historical problem, the way that they treat their army. And that's partly about keeping the army suppressed as a power bloc within Russia. Like they certainly have a kind of paranoid way of handling things, but conversely, the NATO side is just tightly controlled information war, bumping the narrative this way, that way, encouraging people to go to a really dangerous part of the world from wherever, encouraging money to be printed to the extent where even in Australia things are becoming ridiculously expensive. I just, as far as I can see, I don't think this is a good war for anybody, and I think they should work out what is best for both parties and work towards that.
Well, I mean, the piece here, I'm just so disgusted by the whole thing, which is, to me, you work towards peace. All I'm seeing is a bunch of soldiers there. And I hate saying, because I had my Nigerian friends and they were, they of course they looked at me and they were right in some ways, which I hate saying now because I was full of myself at the time. They're like, no, we aren't like that. They're like, oh, the Americans do a lot of bad things in places. I was like, no, we're this. But
Flatly.
If you read, I saw this firsthand. Anyone that reads Confessions of an Economic Hitman, I saw that firsthand when I was overseas.
Yeah, actually, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And the point was is if they can't crush you economically, they'll try doing a coup, and if the coup doesn't work, then they'll bring in the military. And I, at first it's like no, and I was willing to accept it in certain cases, but I was in Germany in the early '90s. I went, what is the point of NATO? And the more I go into it, the like NATO is more likely to suck us into a war with Russia than it is to protect us from a war from Russia. And then
dude, we're not even in the North Atlantic or in NATO, and we're sending millions of dollars in lethal aid. And I don't have my view of Australia is that as a middle power, we should actually broker pieces between bigger powers and act in a more diplomatically flexible way. So I'm like, you want to send non-lethal aid, like medical help or food, go for it. But when you send weapons, you're making a statement about your position on the whole thing. And your only position on the whole thing should be end it ASAP.
I'm part of the reason even when we go through and they're talking about all the money and stuff, what gets me about it is it's a Lend-Lease program. I'm like, you're indebting these people completely. We're not giving money to Ukraine. We're lending.
We're buying. Well, BlackRock is buying their farmland basically, and it's good farmland.
Here's what gets me about that is no. What we're doing is we're putting them in permanent debt to us. That's what I'm finding kind of disgusting about it is we aren't there to help. We're there to exploit them as much as anything.
They've also got pretty decent mines and steel works and
where are those
energy production and stuff like that.
James L, where are all those located?
Right in the contested territory.
Yes.
Well, Donbass was built by a Welshman after the Crimean War, settled there.
Well, here's part of what gets me is if it isn't against Russia, why is Ukraine trying to remove Catherine the Great from Odessa? They're like, we're not against Russia.
The cultural Russophobia, it was ridiculous there. I've seen NATO printed school materials that glorify swastikas and stuff like that. And globally, it's infected the rest of us. You can't go, watch bloody Peter, Peter and the Wolf without someone, having an issue with it now. So look, they've taken Russian texts off the curricula, and look, I don't consider myself an intellectual, but Tolstoy and Dostoevsky are some of the greatest books I've ever read.
Well, Catherine the Great did that, and not only that is she's not even related to the new current regime. It's not like it's a monarch at all. That's the whole point of get into this thing.
Her family line died out a while ago.
With Catherine the Great, it's actually a form of slut shaming.
Well, she was German, which is the funny part.
Yeah.
She was German. She was really Russian, and she became Russian Empress.
It's not, who am I to judge about her and her kink with horses? I mean,
Hey, wait a minute, Connell. All women.
I don't necessarily believe that, Connell.
There's a reason they like the riding of the horse.
Yeah. I know you said you wanted to be off by midnight. It's 12:20.
It's up to you if you want to get rid of us or not.
No, I'm cool. I'll run as long as you guys are wanting to. You guys are more than welcome to run whenever you need to. I just don't want to hold anybody hostage.
I don't feel hostage. But Bo did buy a gun.
You don't even own a gun, Connell. How's that going to happen?
With a bow, he'll do the old. He's got the bow thing ready.
I have a pretty good slingshot, but that's it.
Have you seen? Oh, has anyone? Speaking of which, going back more to like fantasy games, has anyone been watching the stuff with Todd's Workshop?
No.
Never even heard of him.
Okay, so Todd Cutler is this guy who does a lot of stuff, but they did the arrows and armor, and it's been interesting because they did this stuff at Agincourt to see on how armor was working. Well, they raised more money, and they worked with what is his name, Toby, the guy that works at the Tower of London. Anyway, they've been working on it recently, and they've been bringing out these videos showing the effectiveness of bows against plate mail.
Is that the guy? Is that the guy who like cooks medieval meals and shows jousting demonstrations? And
there's a guy on YouTube.
There is a guy
who does that.
There are some medievalists on YouTube who like show you all those different.
Oh yeah.
That sounds interesting. I know the English used bodkin arrows that had more cutting edges. The square tipped arrows, like diamond shaped.
Yeah. So the thing is, you've got Modern History. That guy was doing a lot of stuff, and that's the guy that owns the rights to Judge Dredd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's him. I like watching him do some stuff, and I like his stuff. But no, the Todd Cutler is one that he'll make different daggers and things and talk about that. But he also does like war darts. But he was
cool. Oh, okay. I think I know exactly what you're talking about now.
And well, he's been doing recently in the last couple of months, and he does armor tests, and they were doing with the 160-pound war bow with pulling it back, and then he says, okay, I'm going to replicate this with a crossbow, and they were measuring it to make sure it go the same speed and everything. And so he says that way he doesn't have to get Joe Gibbs to pull back the bow all the time. But it's really interesting because it was showing that it won't go through the breastplate, but man, it will go through some of the armor plates in the arm.
Yeah. Particularly with longbows and like the different arrowheads that you can use for different kinds of armor. Like there's male piercing arrowheads that have like almost like a needle point. That are designed to go through the links. They've got ones that are kind of like a wide spear blade, and they will just knock the hell out of a horse. You know.
Actually,
but the thing is, crossbowmen are a lot cheaper to maintain than longbowmen. It's a lot easier to train crossbowmen.
I can't
Longbowmen
remember.
need like constant practice.
I can't remember what. I think this was during the whole William Wallace era. I can't remember the years. So forgive me for that. But when it comes to crossbows, if you were part of a Catholic nation, the Pope. I don't think it was that Pope. I think it was a Pope earlier.
Pope Innocent outlawed them in about 1214. I think.
Yeah. Because
I mean, I'm probably off by a few years, but you know.
At least you're even close to the years, because I'm thinking, okay, that's I couldn't think of the years, but I knew the player. I can think of some of the players.
Didn't stop anyone. I mean, in the Crusades, they used them. They actually early Crusades, they had like interesting formation where they'd have spearmen, but just crossbowmen skirmishing around the back, and like they just pop out of the gaps and make like quite close range shots.
I mean, I've been liking to watch a lot of these stuff because we always talk about things, but it's so funny, when you look at like D&D and everyone's like, "Well, a two-handed sword's 10 pounds," and then they're like, "Nope, these spy-handers are 5 pounds." I saw someone where they're showing them how fast they are to wield and stuff like that, and
I had a chart. I don't know where it is, but I actually had a chart on how much. It was basically how much do we think they weighed to how much they really weighed. And it was, a great sword had to weigh, anywhere from 20 to 30 pounds. One was weighing like 10 to 15 or something like 5. Yeah, 5 pounds.
Yeah. The spy-handers, but I just find it interesting because right now what they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out what happened in Agincourt. And
that's what happened. Mud.
Well, no, it's more than just that. Well, this is what they're testing is, they talk about how did they get so many knights over there. It's one thing to go through mud. I'm not saying that you don't get tired, but now I'm looking at, and when they first did the test, they were showing different parts of the breastplate, and then they had the, I forgot what it's called, but it's a silk that goes over the armor.
Powder?
The silk coat.
Yeah, well, no, it's but it was made out of silk, and it goes over. And they thought that it was just purely decorative, but
It's a silk coat. Yeah.
what happens is when it hits, it would shatter, and it acts like modern body armor, where it helps prevent the shattering from coming up and stuff.
Correct.
Right.
Falling.
Yeah, the Mongols used to wear shirts made out of a single piece of silk because arrowheads will actually just like twist around, like the cloth will twist around it, so it'll still go in, but you can pull out wounds a lot more easily.
There was, I think the Celts did it. That's where I could very well be wrong. But you take several layers of linen and you wax them over. I mean, where you got like an inch by an inch thick, and they would plate that over their shields.
The Greeks did that for their armor. The Greeks had
with pine
cloth
satin.
armor. With
Pine satin.
I gotta use a
Yeah.
crapper.
Well, they also mess with. It's like the grain of the shield would go in opposite direction.
Take care, Bruce.
Yeah, I think he'll be back. But the grain of the wood be going different directions, so it also catch the blade. Then they had the linen, which you don't think linen would be all that tough, but if you wax it and stack it, about an inch and a half thick. It can stop a lot. I mean, it won't stop it'll stop the cut, but it won't stop the
Kinetic energy.
Yeah.
So I was looking at, which I thought was really interesting. Apparently, Green Bay started doing this with the linen armor, and they had linen armor actually in the Mexico as well when the conquistadors came in. And what I thought was interesting was it wouldn't stop. Like they tested, and it worked fine against the bronze. During Bronze Age, it would stop the arrows just fine against them, but steel it does not. So I thought it was very interesting that works. But that's what Alexander the Great was using. And because I enjoy history, for some reason I need to start reading this, which is the. So I have this version, and then I have the version where it's told by the Aztecs. The Aztecs talking about the coming of the Spaniards, and it's interesting on what they did because they thought that they might be messengers from God, so they sent out young boys to be slaughtered and so they could drink their blood, to appease the gods. And the Spaniards, of course, are completely freaked out about this, and so. People want to say, "Oh, well, it's this." Like you understand, there's a reason that there were 20,000 natives that joined the Spanish to go fight. The Aztecs were not this friendly, empire that was going over. They literally pulled people's hearts out and everything else, and it was like, "Oh no, it's out there." Oh,
I could be wrong, but I'm also a big believer that even if the Spanish didn't show up when they did, the Aztecs were still living on borrowed time because they would have they would have burned out.
That's the board game to teach your son about his heritage.
What I've been sneaking to him, just because I like the idea of stuff, is I've been sneaking him which he enjoys, is Norse mythology done by Neil Gaiman. And
great! I have that audio. That is amazing.
Oh wait, but I got him the graphic novels because I know he'll read the graphic novels.
Oh, I did not know that was a thing.
And so, they have 1, 2, and 3 comes in at the end of this month. At the end of this month, they're going to have the number 3 version. But he really loved it, and I thought I had it somewhere. I don't know where he put it.
I watched Neil Gaiman give a talk once. He was a bit of a Poopenheimer.
I tried watching him when I had the subscription to Masterclass.
I was wondering about that.
And I just went, you're a great writer.
He's a bit. I think getting blown by Amanda Palmer made him disappear up his own coit.
There are several authors out there that I really enjoy their books, but I do not want to hear their point of view on jack fucking shit.
You know what they say: never meet your heroes.
It's, but I'm not even saying that. Sometimes they're just boring. I think that's the big problem. Is I was hoping to get some kind of real insight from it, and you really don't know how things come to you anyway. So I'm just going to have to shrug my shoulders. No, there was but Neil Gaiman. They have 1, 2, and then 3 comes out for this. That was one. I got him the Greek mythology. they're graphic novels. They're real thin, but I know he'll read them, and I just hand them off to him, and he really is enjoying.
Getting your opinions from Neil Gaiman is just the white people version of like getting your opinions from Kyrie Irving.
Oh wow! Actually, speaking graphic novels, I got my oldest son couple of the Game of Thrones graphic novels, and he's actually sat down and read them.
Oh, cool! I mean, I'm all for graphic novels, and I was listening to I forgot what her name. She's a well-known feminist, but just because someone's a feminist doesn't mean that sometimes they don't have intelligence. Like Camilla Paglia, I still feel smarter after listening to her, whether I agree with her or not.
Camilla Paglia is like the oldest tomboy.
Well, no, I know, but it's interesting listening to some of them. It's just you can't just listen to people you always agree with. It's the problem that too many people have.
I don't mind her. She said some wacky stuff in the past, like when she was younger. Like, holy crap!
Well,
you know.
But
she definitely idealizes the developing male body. Let's just put it that way.
Well,
as a lot of feminists seem to in their writing.
Lesbian, which is the funny part, is the but
most lesbians I know watch gay porn. Like, I'm not even joking. They're just like, they're kind of weird like that.
I don't know. All the ones that I've dealt with were former lesbians, and they just decided they got tired of it and said, you know what, I like men.
You mean they got tired of getting beat up by their girlfriends?
They went back on solids. Good choice.
There's.
Thank you two for having me. This will be my last show.
Well, no, I meant.
I mean, you do the Seinfeld caveat of like, not that there's anything wrong with that.
Well, Camilla Paglia,
allegedly,
as you can tell that she's well read and stuff like that. The problem that you find with these modern ones is they're just dumb. They don't know anything. They don't read anything. They spout everything that they've been taught, and you go over like, that's not true.
I cover a lot of this in my forthcoming book, Hose Mad.
Okay, Hose Mad. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
It goes into quite a bit of detail about how we got here. Like, if Jordan Peterson can sell books telling you to wash your penis, like I can write a book called Hose Mad.
That's right. All I remember is you need
to wash your penis, young man.
That's right. I'm going to write a book called Wash Your
Together, for God's sake. Look at you. You're a mess.
No, yeah. Wash your dishes is the key to your wife's heart.
Why aren't you wearing deodorant? You're disgusting.
Have you ever seen?
Jacob and the whale was like this.
I actually liked listening to him when he was doing his whole thing on.
He just cries too much. He needs to stop crying.
Well, the problem that I had.
I have reasons to cry. I have reasons to cry, and I don't cry. Why is Jordan Peterson crying? He's the one who's supposed to stop me from crying.
Why is it that I cry? Why is it that I get all misty-eyed whenever I watch Conan just cut through huge numbers of people, but I don't cry when I watch like this other crap. No.
Well,
my misty-eyed is whenever
you talked about Gallipoli. You talked about Gallipoli earlier. Yeah. There's another movie, Australian war movie, that I think's better, about the charge at Beersheba in Palestine in World War One.
Okay.
By the Australian Light Horse. Now I cried during the charge.
I'll tell you this much: if anyone's watched We Were Soldiers,
I am the character.
Yeah, when We Were Soldiers, I love Samuel Elliott's character in that movie.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Is the Hal the colonel? That's very similar to how my father was, except my father was an aviation pilot. So, he knew some. I'm not sure if I think he's met some of these people in there, and it was. It's interesting for the whole thing of that. And I look at the modern military where they're like, You have to call people by the proper pronouns.
They really go out of their way to signal. I mean, in Australia, they just passed this thing where you're not allowed to wear, like, even if you're in an elite unit, you're not allowed to wear special badges or like insignia. You're not allowed to put flair on your uniform anymore.
What?
Yeah, because they're like, oh, people are putting white supremacist symbols and like totem cops and stuff on there. And it's like, yeah, to scare the crap out of whoever's like, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's like an Indian guy, like with the totem cop on his uniform. Like, leave him alone.
Well, no.
But
what's funny is they always say this, and then you look at like the Punisher symbol. Like, you understand?
Yeah. Well, they hated that. They hated that.
And people don't even understand what a lot of this has to come down to. They're just like,
there was this massive leftoid like witch hunt in the SAS, and I don't care what anyone says, but like our special forces are insane.
To be fair,
they
most
often
people's
need
special forces across the board are
they often
insane.
they often need like special career counseling.
Dude, anybody who rappels down a mountain head first has got balls the size of Brazil.
Yeah. Like they're hardcore. Like they are one of the best special forces in the world. And they just had to go through this witch hunt because one of them was a bit psycho in Afghanistan. And, you know, he got in trouble, but they kind of used it to smear the whole unit and like launch an inquiry into it. They were riding around in an AFV with a Nazi flag on it. Like, it was a joke. They were making a film. They were all wearing like German hats and shit and laughing. And, like, they were just screwing around. And like they made a big song and dance over it. It's like, okay, all right, look. They're not like some of the guys in the bloody video are black. Like, are they Nazis? You know, like is the Aboriginal sergeant a Nazi? Like, seriously? Like,
here's what
that's not how that works.
They're just fucking around because they're in a high pressure situation, and it's like better that they do that than do speed. Like, God, like you know.
I will say this in complete honesty, and I thought it was interesting because I hadn't seen anything since the 1980s until 20 years later, oddly enough. But it was in the late 80s, and they were having the KKK rally or whatever up in Dallas, and and what was always funny is they would have like 40 members of that and 2,000 people that were against them, and I said, no one would even know about you guys except that the counter protesters make it news because no one really cares because you're irrelevant. But the guys literally, and I kid you not, they had the swastika symbols going over there spouting this, and in the meantime they had the Star of David and the other one, and they were literal Jewish neo-Nazis. I'm like, someone obviously did not read the brochure.
There is a guy locally to where I live.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There is a guy locally I know locally, and he's not right in the head, so I give him a large pass on a lot of the dumb shit he says. And he is, and there's nothing wrong with the first part, but the first part is he's gay, and I don't, whatever makes you happy. Everybody has the right to be miserable. Whatever, I don't care. The other part is he considers himself to be a Nazi. He hates Jews. He hates blacks.
More common than you would think.
Right. And I'm like, and I'm sitting there talking to him. He's like, he can literally draw a line from the world's problems either to the blacks, to the Jews, or anybody who's not Christian. That's how his brain works. And I'm listening to this bullshit. I'm listening to him talk. And I look over, I'm like, hey, not to be that guy, but you're gay, right? He's like, yeah, I'm very proud of it. He's like, you would have been the second person they would have shot on spot.
I'm going to have some. Did anyone?
I tried to. I said the other day I tried to get into anti-Semitism, but I kept meeting nice Jews, like who were really solid, really solid people, and it's like, I kind of understand like the origin of the trope, but I just don't actually ever come into contact with anybody.
I had a client I
Whatever.
client a family that was Jewish. I worked for as a chef. One of the kindest families I ever worked for in my my entire
Like,
time doing it.
don't get me wrong. I'm quite critical of a certain very expensive country in the Middle East, but the whole dedicated Nazi thing. It's like it seems like a bit of a psyop to put you in jail. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Here's
honestly,
it's the whole thing of I have friends that are Jewish that my archaeologist friend is really cool. My friend, his father's Jewish, and I've met several other people I hang out with that are that
and if
way.
they had a hundredth of the influence they're alleged to have, wouldn't it be nice?
Well, here's what gets me: the people who are religious Jewish are not the same as the people working in Hollywood and
the New York Times and
and I'm going.
People who might choose to use the label to defend bad behavior, but actually don't even believe in God. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that's what gets me about it. I said, just stop it. It's just like I remember my father and I were getting into it, talking about a little bit about the Ukraine, and I said, why am I supporting something? Because I remember seeing a picture of John McCain standing next to literal neo-Nazis, like you see that in the background, and. Yeah, I mean, I that was from 2014 or so, and you're looking.
Lindsey Graham there, and like
no.
He's like he's harder than he's ever been in his life in that room full of like neo-Nazis. It's like, oh my god.
I'm not touching that.
Miss Lindsay's got to go. Miss Lindsay loves war.
Miss Lindsay just happened to only be a lawyer who would fly in and do paperwork and then fly out of war zones. That was Miss Lindsay.
Yeah.
I'm like that's like saying I saw combat.
I like his seersucker jackets, but I'm not a fan of him.
No.
It's
no. We're talking McCain, not Lindsay, Graham. We're talking McCain. Had all these pictures, and then I see Meghan McCain talking about her father, and I'm going. Your father was next to literal neo-Nazis and no one will call you out on it. What was the other one where Hillary Clinton was talking about?
Meghan McCain loves embarrassing herself on TV. She needs to just be a mum and like make oven chips and shut up. Like that's basically it.
You know what?
When I look at Meghan McCain, this is going to get Connell struck off. When I look at Meghan McCain, I see a breeding sow who needs to make chips and shut up.
I'm no big. Here's what gets me about it is not that anyone remembers, but I do. Anyone remember when John McCain said that we should get involved in Chechnya and to prevent
and Iran and everywhere else? Like he would have invaded a bloody newspaper stand if you'd given him a chance. Like it's crazy that guy.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You don't. It's not that the US shouldn't have that capacity. It's that you shouldn't waste it on dumb shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, to me, it's just like having guns and everything else. Just because you have it and you train with them doesn't mean you go and use them against other people.
They're always looking for a reason to test this stuff out.
I mean, this is why I'm just so disgusted. I'm like, you know what? If we just pulled back from the rest of the world, we'd be happy. But no. But you look at McCain and doing this, and I was looking at all this stuff in Scott Ritter, like you said, at a certain point, I don't have to agree with you where you are or what happened in the past, but you actually know what you're talking about. And I'm going, having been around.
The only thing about Scott Ritter, because his record as a weapons inspector is unimpeachable.
Yeah.
And they went after him in a big way, which is what gives me reason for doubt. It's just that the nature of the allegation is such that it's like if he was compromised by a foreign government, that would be a very good pretext for it,
I know. Well, here's the way I look at it, because I'm going to say what I saw. The officer corps that I saw when my father was going through the military in the 1980s was pretty top notch. The officer corps that I now see in the military, we're going to get mauled because they're more worried about being politically correct rather than winning a damn war. And that's why, Shadow, whenever you're talking about your son joining the military, I'm like, I mean,
No, dude, you still have the technological edge. Like, there was a confrontation in Syria the other year, and the US just mopped the floor with the Russians. They killed 215 in one unit in 5 minutes.
I know
with air power, with unsupported air power.
I don't believe that, because
I'll send you the transcripts if you like, because they were like, it was like, Alexei, we got fucked out here. They wiped out a whole unit in 5 minutes. It was just helicopters. Literally, they were like, what the hell?
I'm going to tell you this much: unless they were all in barracks at the time, you generally can't get that many in an airstrike. That's why I'm really wary about a lot of. It's just like whenever I start hearing all this stuff. Well, this is what we're hearing, and I'm going, well, what's really?
It's like, say what you will about NATO, they have a lot of firepower, and they're like striking within Russia now, which is also like a major source of embarrassment. I mean, to be honest with you, I look at that territory, I'm like, it's mostly Russian-speaking people there. They've been mistreated for a long time. Let them decide where they want to live. But at the same time,
so let's take him to court. The judge stands in front of him. Okay, do you want to go with mommy or daddy?
Well, they had a referendum and they supposedly went with Russia. So, whatever. Like, at least let them live in peace. But
we went with mommy.
Well, here's the thing that I'm trying to tell you is the officer corps in the U.S. Army has vastly degraded. And I assume it's happened in the other services too. I am not impressed with them at all. They are not capable of fighting a war.
That's all intentional. That's the main problem. Is it all goes back to certain people who want to turn America into another country, and those people.
A lot of Western democracies have experienced that kind of wokeism infecting the military, and as a consequence, they've got a recruitment crisis.
Well, it's not just a crisis. I'm saying if we
a lot of us are going through the same thing.
Is we're used to fighting Afghans and stuff like that, and we're the probably the captains and below are pretty good, but the ones who can fight leave. The ones who get promoted are just middle management paper pushers who don't know how to actually fight. And this is what scares me immensely is they're trying to push us into a war with both China and Russia. And I hate saying this is, can we win? I honestly believe we could win against Russia and I'm not going to say easily. The difference is that Russians are willing to accept losses of 100,000 soldiers. Americans are not.
We're not
close. And that's where
we would capitulate in that minute.
Well, here's what worries me.
The question is
the only way
you accept losses greater than 100,000, or technically, like once you lose 1 million people, have you any grounds to claim victory? Like it starts to get expensive,
Well, what I'm trying to with this is growing up as a child in the 1980s, and it sounds funny because all my friends were gung ho, hey, let's go in the military, stuff like this. We kind of expected, and then we joke of, oh, we have a lifespan of 17 minutes and stuff. But what I'm trying to say in this case is, people forget about this. It's like, oh, Russia's this. Okay, let's assume Russia's 20 years behind the United States. That is a cutting edge force of when we went into Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah,
I mean, people forget on how good our military was technologically in 2000, and if let's assume that they're at 2000, if they're at 2010, we're talking near peer here, and in the meantime, they're used to fighting.
Some parts of the Russian military, I'd argue, are better. I mean, they probably have the edge in artillery.
Oh yeah, artillery numbers they absolutely do. The other part is, but I mean, I think for officers, and this is my point is I dealt with officers. Where's the leadership? The leadership is gone. I was amazed by how bad it was. And I looked over like you guys are afraid to make decisions that you have the authority to make. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Going back to the numbers, the only way that the Americans as of right now could deal with those numbers realistic is if we had a Red Dawn scenario where we got invaded. Then if we got invaded, we will fight to the every last standing person. But if we have
if you got invaded, whoever invades you is going to have to deal with every gun-toting hillbilly from one end of the country to the other. It's
That's what I
freaking,
kind of hope
it's
the
a
zombie
freaking
apocalypse
nightmare.
kicks off in
It's
Florida.
a freaking nightmare. And Australia used to be the same. We used to be a massive gun-owning country until certain things happened that look a little bit shady. But the idea that you could easily deal with that without like just having a firebomb large quantities of it and all the mountains and like for it, like you're in a good position, man. I don't think anyone's going to do that. You need to worry more about like people sparking revolution and stuff within and separatism and stuff like that.
Well, here's my view on any of that, which is people should have the right to peacefully divorce, and what it does is it forces the government to go, maybe I won't, if you make it so people.
The problem is that like that whole multipolar world, secessionism, like those are narratives that like kind of line up really well with the World Economic Forum kind of plans for
no, they want unipolar
the future.
world,
you know what I mean? Like,
but see, that's why they're so mad with Russia.
They pretty much like profess openly that they don't want the US to have hegemonic status anymore, and they don't want it to be able to project power. They're like, oh, this is just inevitable. This is happening naturally. Blah blah blah.
Okay, because
like hell it is.
That it's the West where they want to pretend like it's the United States and Europe. I'm like, yeah, but Brazil's going its own way. But here's the point that I'm bringing into it is we still have to cross the oceans. It's not. I fully believe the Russians can take out a carrier group. The question, they might be able to take out 2 of them. Now, a carrier group is about 20,000 sailors, and I don't think that anyone would, that would be a real wake up call to watch 2 of them sink.
Well, the first person to sink a carrier basically wins. Really, like it's like with China, that would definitely be the case. China's got one in the works.
We have 10 or 12 of them. We have 10 or 12 of them. It's not like we can't lose them. I'm just saying that
but China, for example, only has a couple, and what's Russia got? Like 4. 6.
Well, their plan isn't to do that. My point is that they would use the missiles to just overwhelm them, and that's the problem that we have with it. And the other point that no one really wants to talk about is Russia and China. If they really think that if things are going badly, will take out satellites. And I was listening to anyone listen to Lindy Bates. I don't know if you've listened to it. Where
I love Lindy Bates. He looks like a Wind in the Willows character.
yeah. Well, did you see where he was interviewing? Did you see him interviewing that?
He's an internet historian and gamer of sorts.
Yeah. Well, did you see him interview that guy coming back from Ukraine?
Did
you?
I felt a bit sorry for that guy because he seemed like a very nice man and like decent, but a bit of an outsider who was like looking for meaning through that. And I thought, you poor fool, like please don't go back. Like you've got more to do with your life than just go there and get blown up.
But did you hear him talking about basic soldiering skills?
Yeah.
And he said that the military doesn't have the basic soldiering skills. That's what I'm referring to. Is we just aren't. And I can say this because I was over there. I could talk to my son every night when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan. I had TV. I had satellite where I could look at the internet. I mean, we had video games. But when he was coming back, he was saying a lot of these soldiers, they're used to that. They're not used to being shelled every night in the trenches. And I thought it was very interesting. And I said, when my father was growing up, that's how my father
seemed to have a lot of the he seemed to have a lot of the kind of character that it takes. He was really looking out for his buddies. Whereas I worry that a lot of kind of like screen addicted boomers, people of my generation, millennials and under, like who just like maybe a little bit low on the empathy score and high on the individualism score. They're going to have some hard lessons if they end up in an environment like that.
Well, I think that's the problem is with the high empathy score and the low and being very soft, because that having low empathy can get you through a lot of stuff within a certain point. But man, these no one wants to join the military. I mean, the military is barely making any, they can barely meet their requirements. The other part is, well, we lost James L.
Yeah, he'll be back, hopefully.
Hopefully. I'm sorry, Connell, for boring you. No, I'm just saying from what I saw from 2019, the officer corps has gotten worse and worse and worse, and that's what concerns me. And no one wants to be there. And if we aren't going to be, like I said, my father, when he went through stuff, got reforger. They used to spend 8 or 9 days in the mud. I mean, I made the mistake one time, which my mother saw a sock on the floor, and she says, "Is it clean or dirty?" And I made the mistake of sniffing it. I saw colors after that. And so my rule ever since has been, if anyone ever asks you if the sock is dirty or clean, it's always dirty. There was no socks you couldn't tell. Oh yeah, I mean, it was like he'd worn the sock for like days, and I mean, like whoa.
When I was finishing school, a lot of friends and family were pressuring me to join the military because it was like I didn't really have any parents or money in the bank, and it was like, well, what's he gonna do? He's kind of starting from not much. But I got as far as signing up, and then I thought about it, and I was like, it's really not the kind. Like, I'm a creature of comfort, I'm a fat cat. I like to lie on my rug and smoke my cigarillo and ponder the existence of man.
I know. And the other thing
I'm just a lazy armchair general.
Well, the other thing that gets me is if you're teaching all of these younger people to hate America, what do you think is going to happen if all of a sudden there's a war and they're saying, "Well, we need to draft people"? No one's going to go.
To be honest with you, I feel like the military could pay a little bit better than it does. Oh, they are a bit stingy on entry. Like the entry level is not a great incentive. Like the pay when you first get in.
What is the signing bonus these days?
The signing bonus might be up to $50,000 or $60,000. However,
really, that's good for you. That's good for you guys. I mean, that's like a year's salary for military. Starting out.
Well, yeah, but go look at what the actual salaries. But to be fair, people weren't joining the military purely for the salary. They were looking for jobs. But what I'm saying nowadays is, how are you going to get someone that's been told America's bad, America's this? How are you going to recruit them into a military and expect them to defend a country that you have been maligning for decades?
Just tell the bad guys want to turn the internet off. Just tell them the bad guys want to turn the internet off.
Demonstrating to them that it is a good career path is part of the soft power of letting them know they still live in a decent democracy. Like when I was before I wrecked my spine, I was pretty ready. Like I was kind of like, I might consider going in as a submarine tech because I don't have to go anywhere. I could just stay basically in the same city I live in and work on the docks. I had all the basic entry level skills to pick that up, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. But like there has to be a kind of a sense of like, you join the military and we're going to teach you a whole bunch of skills that you're going to be able to employ not only in the field for us, but like take home and use as well. Like,
but here's what's coming down to it is, again, if you're teaching people to hate the country, they're not going to join willingly. You're going to try drafting them in, and draftees are some of the worst people you can bring in for conscription.
Sure.
That's what we have a bad.
That's all part of the mainstream media's propaganda.
Unless you give them a neurotoxin, that like they have to fight battles successfully to get the antidote, like in like the Capitol.
Well, I know that sounds nice, but the whole thing is the media just assumes that people are going to go in and die for this. And I just saw something recently which says that veterans are discouraging their children, which is, when I was growing up as a kid, 70% of all people that were going in the military, I think it was something like that, or 70% of all children from military veterans would go into the military at some point. And nowadays, they're telling their kids not to go. And
well,
so
veterans get some of the roughest treatment.
No.
Treatment out of everyone.
Former military, period. It doesn't even have to apply. Like my father's considered a veteran. You know, I would be considered a veteran. I would no, son, don't ever join the military. You know, that's the whole thing.
Well, I mean, when you see, you know, how they're treated, how they've been treated in the past, and you know, the whole woke mentality. You know, these veterans are saying, yeah, don't do it because you're going to get shit on for being like your old man.
Even before hold on really quick. Even before here, at least here in the States, even before the woke mentality kicked in, we have more homeless vets.
Exactly.
But that was way before. So you sign a contract, you give the government a paycheck that they can cash will get cashed at any point. You're giving up your life, you're giving up all these different things to join service. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do. I think everybody should have to serve at least 5 years. That's always been my opinion. I tried, they said no. I think everybody should have to serve. After you're serving, the skills, like what James says, the skills that you learn in the military a lot of them can be transferred over to civilian world.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up a little bit more as well. We're talking about this is, you know, the discipline and stuff, especially when kids have no discipline at 18 and sending them to college. That's a bad idea.
That was really the thing that I was most terrified of.
But what I'm saying,
I wasn't worried about danger because Australia is a peaceful country, but I was much more worried about having to impose discipline.
But I mean, the thing that I'm talking about is the people who were fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq. If you look at it, is the majority of veterans who are there are against those wars. They said that it was a mistake, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And now if those are your war fighters, you know, to be fair on this is, you know, my grandfather did it. I think my great grandfather was in the Civil War. You know, my going back how many times I had fought in the Revolutionary War.
I had relatives in the Boer War, believe it or not.
Yeah, but
like going back a ways. I'm gonna have to love you and lead you with the greatest respect because my dear is home and we're gonna have to work out what we're eating and I'm gonna have to talk to my aunt.
You're gonna be eating some kangaroo, right?
It's a new year.
Kangaroo, koala.
Yeah.
How is kangaroo tail?
I've never had kangaroo tail, but kangaroo steak is fantastic. Like really.
This is one of the few times. Are you being serious? Because I was joking. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah,
it used to be considered like dog meat and like just a pest. I know a lot of people who were vegetarian who started picking it up because it's like quite ethical to eat it. They just cull it, you know, because otherwise they destroy the environment in certain parts.
Fair enough.
You guys come here. I'll cook one for you. It's really good.
Cool.
Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care, man. God bless.
Take care.
Bye.
You know, that's why I went to college. Is I was supposed to go to Australia for 6 months. And I realized, what the hell am I going to do when I come back? So I used that money to go to college instead.
Well, my grandpa, who served in World War II, told me if I even thought about joining any service, he'd break my kneecaps.
Well, that's true. But I'm saying, you know, when you look at career, because I grew up around most of my friends, their family was career and retired. But nowadays, it's even my father talked about, a lot of it felt duty. But if you take away the reason that if you're teaching all these people that the military is this or it's bad, and now you're now getting over, you're telling former veterans that they aren't worth it. They're a danger. Like if you look at the Homeland Security, oh, well, we're doing this. I said, you've got that. There's bad leadership, which I think that's the big one that they're seeing. And you saw what happened at the complete debacle of leaving Afghanistan.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started on that. That is going to come back to bite us in an ugly way.
Well, here's what gets me about it is they didn't seem to care that they lost the people there. Number one. Number two is they just blew off that. Oh yeah, well we killed this aid worker. You know, we thought he had bombs. Like he worked for us.
And instead it was 11 children.
I'm gonna say this is I have a friend right now who's stuck in Iraq. he's still waiting to come to the United States for 2 years later as a translator, and they still can't. And there are, they'll allow all the illegal aliens in, but they're not going to allow this one guy who actually put his life on the line along with his son. He's
Because
waiting.
he would talk. He would talk.
Well, he's the kind of person. I'm not even saying that he's going to talk. The whole problem that they have with it is they don't care about him because, well, we're afraid of how he might vote. Is probably how it really comes down to. That's what I.
That too.
But I'm looking over and said, this man put a life on the line for it. He had to get a letter from a general and that he was panicking. He was panicking. He had to flee from his home. He's still stuck in Iraq. He's waiting to come over, and they're doing nothing for him as far as bringing him over, and that gets me angry because I said, you know what? I don't mind if we had a foreign legion. I think it would be great if we had a foreign legion. You want to come over here? You want to be an American? Great. You join our foreign legion. You spend 5 years, and you have every right to be an American because you were willing to defend our country.
I thought that was a deal. For the longest time, that was a deal my dad took. You joined the U.S. military. It was almost guaranteeing citizenship.
There is something in there, but they don't do it a lot. My friend's wife, she had it, and they were giving her hell one time because I went to Tijuana. Was it Tijuana? No, it wasn't Tijuana. They were in El Paso. She had the military ID card and everything else, and Border Patrol would not let her back in the country. He's like, oh, he was pissed off because they weren't married at the time, but he was pissed off. He's like, she's in our unit. She has a government ID that says this, and you're not letting her in the country because she's not a U.S. citizen. He's like, she works for the goddamn army. Anyway, it was, I forgot what she was, specialist or whatever it was. And that's, I said, okay, but that's the kind of thing that we have is, we'll turn the other way if we don't care, who's coming in our country. We won't even vet them. It's okay if they have tuberculosis and everything else. But if you fly in a plane, you have to go through all these super high hurdles. And I said, it's a weird thing that goes into it. But you look at it and where's the pressure? You get what? These generals who don't know anything. It's been 30 years since most of them have trained for a really big fight. It's like I said, my father was in artillery in he joined he joined during the Vietnam War.
Gotcha.
71 is when he came in. And the life treated him very well. He never saw combat there. He went over in Desert Storm and just saw a missile, and that was about it. He never left Saudi Arabia. And we're talking some of them was all combat arms, like 82nd Airborne Division. He did that. The only time that he really saw combat, and he did that, he was in Korea for a year. Again, nothing super exciting happened there for him. And then when he went to Yugoslavia in 94, but he did some stuff over there. But I look at the quality of officers nowadays, and to be fair, is I also looked at like the other officers around him, and they were aviators, so you can weed out a lot of people. But I'm just I am unimpressed by the U.S. military at this point, and the training isn't there. They're overextended. They aren't doing the proper stuff. We don't have we have the technology, but if the Russians have the 2000, technology from 2000, that's enough to pinpoint where an aircraft carrier group is and try taking it out. And an aircraft carrier has 5,000 sailors on it. And an aircraft carrier group has 20,000 with 9 or 10 ships. You sink one of those, even if 1 or 2 of those get lost, the American public is not going to stand up and losing 20,000 soldiers. They're going to say, why the hell were they there in the first place? And yet, here's a dirty little secret that no one wants to mention. They were expecting over 15,000 casualties during the first Gulf War. I forgot, we had a couple of hundred. They were expecting that. And that's what scares me. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, guys.
Sorry.
Welcome back to the show.
Yeah, man.
I had to take a
We've been talking politics for like last half an hour, and you haven't been here. It's weird.
Yeah. Sorry, I had you.
No, I get it.
Well, Bruce was in the Navy. Hey, Bruce, what was your rate?
That was undesignated when I went in, but when I got out, they've got 3 ways they can look at me. I've got my PARS signed off for gunner's mate, for journalist, and for mineman.
Okay. I was just curious. And how long did you spend in the Navy, if you don't mind? Just what?
I had an 8-year contract.
Oh, okay.
I should have stayed with it, but you know,
Thank you for your
stupidity
service, man.
when you're young.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to ask you because we were asked this: if you had a child, would you recommend they join the military the way it is right now?
Nope. Stay your ass out of it.
That's what whereas before I remember, a lot of my friends, it was they were expected to join right after they got out of high school from their parents. Yeah.
I graduated high
school. It was different, I mean, yeah, we were still a imperialist country and we still had some things that we were doing wrong, but we didn't see it like that because the news, thank God, they whitewash everything, make it sound like fucking saints. We're going to liberate these oil wells, and all my buddies are over at Desert Storm, and they're camped out at these oil well sites in Iraq, guarding the oil wells from Saddam. It made it pretty prevalent as to what the fuck you're there for. You're there to guard the fucking energy sector, and we didn't see that back then. But the first-hand guys did, but they couldn't tell us different. They couldn't tell us what was going on. Fucking Dan Rather told us how the war was going. But nowadays, if I had a kid and she's like, "I'm going to go to the Navy, Daddy," I'd show her a picture of Rachel Levine in her fucking 5-star admiral outfit and be like, "Yeah, you're not going to go to the Navy. This is what's in the Navy right now, and you're not going to go join that shit. Fuck that. You're going to go to that recruiter. You're going to tell her you're fucking you're a complete hetero and can't go in the service. You're not the right material. You don't eat box."
I was watching a thing about Russia during World War II, and there was a squad over 2,000 women snipers, and when everything was said and done, there was like 500 left. After the world, but in these women's numbers on kill counts were amazing.
314. They were, but what amazes me with that is, and I'm not anything against that. I forgot what I think she was touring the United States for stuff. I'm not sure if anyone heard.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's a picture of her with like the president yeah.
Well, and both the Russians and the Germans had huge kill counts because they were fighting in Stalingrad and stuff. I really wish when they had Enemy at the Gates, I'm like, you can't find a Russian actor. There are plenty of Russian actors that could do this. But I understood that. But
I mean, if they would have turned her story into a movie, it'd be interesting.
That was kind of what Enemy at the Gates was supposed to be.
I know, but there was a
it wasn't just her. There were a few others.
There was a Finnish guy who was also like
Timo.
Yeah.
He actually got, I don't know if you ever seen a picture where he got his jaw blown off or part of it,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but what gets me about that is these are hard men that were able to do that. And you look at the Russians, and I was in Russia in 93, and everything was still running, even when the ruble had effectively collapsed. Old women were throwing stuff out there, and things were still running. But here in the United States, you look at it, and everything's beginning to look run down. It's like they have money for everything except trying to actually make the world a better place. Like, why can we send $45 billion for Ukraine stuff, but we can't fix and I understand why some of it is Flint, Michigan. Really?
Flint, Michigan by itself is I get where you're going with this. If I had any kind of power or influence, I would take those old factories, take all the crap out of them, reseed the land, give it probably about 10 to 15 years, and turn it into a farming community. Because Michigan still has some of the best farmland in the United States.
So have you heard about what they were talking about doing in Detroit, of just leveling certain areas and turning large parts of Detroit into farmland, like in their green belts? But here's what gets me about it. Why do we have, if you look at what was it, in the 2021 budget or whatever, that that Trump signed. So we're going to go for that. We're not going to talk about Biden, but this is what Trump signed. We sent over $600 or $700 billion in foreign aid. $600 or $700 billion, and yet you get places like Flint, Michigan, which was $500 million. Oh, cool. What is that, Bruce?
That's a lady that we're talking about.
Pavlichenko with Justice Robert Jackson and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt back in 1944.
Yeah, but I mean that's what gets me about it is, you look at stuff and it's breaking down. What was it? The LA airport. All this infrastructure that's out there is beginning to collapse. And I work on dams. I know that some of that infrastructure, they were building these things and now we can't get them through to go through fast enough. And the sad thing is, unfortunately, you're going to have a major failure where you can get hundreds of people dead before the government will do anything. I'm not trying to be mean about it, but that's about what has to occur.
It's funny that we're talking about this, especially earlier when you're saying low income areas with the New Orleans. Downtown East Peoria is called the Bottoms for a long time. And it's where there was the people that lived on the hill, then there's the people that live in the bottoms. Bruce, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
That area it was also like Caterpillar factories over there. So houses just kind of built around where the Caterpillar plants were.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, I get how that happens. Well, Caterpillar's moving out of East Peoria bit by bit. Downtown East Peoria, where the Bottoms is, has been completely renovated. There is a Costco. I mean, it's been updated. We have a Target with a bunch of not good, but a bunch of high name stores and restaurants are moving in. We got a fucking Red Robin in East Peoria. I know that doesn't seem all that
like getting an Italian Olive Garden in Decatur, Illinois. Like, you guys made it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's weird. We got a Costco, we got a Target, we got a Red Robin. There's a couple other restaurants, and I'm like, we have a Red Robin's here? When the hell did that happen? We're too poor for Red Robin's. I mean, this is the same city that turned down having a Hooters because they didn't think it was appropriate, only to build a freaking casino about a year later. So I'm like, what was the thought processing on that one?
Well, who greased whose palms is the question.
I guess, but I know what you guys are saying, and I don't disagree with it. I've always been a fan of the concept charity starts at home. This money that we're not saying other nations don't need our help, and if you can help, you should help. But a lot of this money that is for private projects that you don't really hear about, but we hear about, unless it actually serves a community, a town, a city, whatever, some kind of good, knock this shit off. Take that money, put it into the community. Schools should not be prisons. They should be palaces. They should be,
I'm not sure if you've heard this, but and Bruce probably does, is the $60 million stadium they talk about in Allen, Texas.
Oh my God!
I know Texas is a
$3 million hiking trail named after Michelle Obama. What the fuck did she do other than make school lunches inedible?
No, but I'm saying I talked to someone that lives in Allen, Texas. They all love their school, and that $60 million didn't just go to the stadium; it went to all of their projects. You still there? Anyway, I found out some more stuff, but here's what gets me about it is you look at what here's happening in the United States. We're talking about major infrastructure, whether it's bridges and everything else, and they're all aging. They were all built in the 50s and 60s, and we're only upgrading maybe 5% of them at a time, per year. Or well, it's not even 5%, maybe 1% a year. Like we can't even match what we have for our infrastructure. We're talking about things that were done with federal dollars, and we're not just talking about.
No, I get you. We need to know the Roosevelt. I mean, that's
well, that was Eisenhower for a lot.
Was Eisenhower? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, they talk about a lot of these things, and I know when my grandfather. But see, we also didn't try giving tons of money overseas. We're going over. The other problem that I have with it is all these people talk about tariffs. I said, look, I understand where they're talking about tariffs, where you assume everything is going to be perfect. But if you want to talk about national security, why in the hell do we not produce our own penicillin here in the United States?
Oh, no
No
shit.
shit, huh? No
Why,
shit.
why are 80% of all of our drugs coming from either China or India? I mean, that's
Well,
ridiculous.
because our president's compromised and they have massive amounts of blackmail information on the Biden family, so we're going to do whatever the fuck China wants.
Well, yeah, but this goes back since we're talking. This goes back since Bush. How in the world can anyone talk about national security and all the money we need to spend when we don't even have our basic manufacturing stuff here in the United States? It's ridiculous. We have to go overseas to grab stuff that we need to get to for our own infrastructure. And we used to have,
especially considering, yeah.
We had it in the 90s. That's what gets me. It's one thing to say we never had it, but we should be developing it. And at a certain point, China's going to look at us and like, why the hell are we going to it? And I know James always listens to this. We talk about the Duran. They're talking, at a certain point is, Europe used to be the backwater of the world. And if you're going to have it where you can't mine and you can't do anything, and then you start losing your technical capability and your manufacturing capability, what the hell is there? I mean, Germany is talking about having warming centers. The last time Germany had warming centers was the 1920s.
Mm-hmm.
1920s. How in the world can you say that you care about? Oh, we care about the environment. Well, the environment. Guess what? China and India don't give a damn, and for the most part, and they'd have lower environmental regulations anyway. But you're more than willing to ship off all of our manufacturing over to those countries. We're going to outsource our pollution rather than trying to actually make the beneficial stuff. And the Chinese are going the Chinese are going to do what Xi Jinping, regardless of what you think of him, is going to do right with what he believes his country to keep it strong. Putin's doing what he thinks is right to keep it strong. And we'll see what happens with Khan. I haven't heard too much since he got shot in the leg. But if Khan does that, Pakistan's going to do the same thing. And everyone's going to shift away from the West. And what are we going to have? We're going to have nothing. We're going to, we're this. Oh, okay, great. Fantastic. You're going to have a military that can't go anywhere, that no one wants to join. You're going to try enforcing stuff that no one cares about. That's what gets me mad about it. Is this okay? Go ahead. Sorry.
Historically, and I hate to be this guy, but historically, every country goes through this at one point or the other. We are the youngest country. I think we're one of the youngest countries still in the world. There's a few other ones that popped up since America got started. We are still in our teens. We're still in our, historically compared to the rest of the world. So it doesn't surprise me, but it does sadden me that we're there. We're here now, but it's not unheard of historically wise for a country.
No. Oh, well, historically it's true. I mean, we have empire. What surprises me is on how fast we collapsed. Or we're collapsing.
Well, when the entire world is conspiring against you because you were the superpower, it makes perfect sense.
Well, that wouldn't bother me. What bothers me is that it's our own government conspiring to weaken the United
States. It's not our own government. It's a bunch of weak individuals being picked off one by one. Either take this fat, massive bribe, or we're going to kill your family. And that's what's been happening for the last, 10, 20 years. And they're all too willing.
Probably longer than that, to be honest.
Right, but well, they're all too willing to take that bribe, thinking that when China or Russia or whoever takes over, they'll have their money and they'll be fine, and they won't be the first people in line to be executed for being so easily manipulated.
Well, here's what I'm hearing, because what amazes me, it's the European elite and our political elite here in the United States who do nothing, who know nothing, who have never, they look over and like, you're beneath us, you peons. Just do whatever we tell you. Go fight our wars. Go do this. We don't care what you think. It doesn't matter who gets into power. They say one thing and then they do exactly the opposite, which just tells you what's going on with that. And then you get the FBI that seems to act more like a political enforcer, which, to be fair, it's been doing that at least since the 50s, if not before. But
before.
Yeah, well, I know. My favorite was listening in the 1930s, where the FBI got into a shootout and they're trying to figure out everyone that was killed. And then the coroner, who wasn't, said, oh no, the FBI agents shot most of their own FBI agents in the firefight because of poor training. And then Hoover said, from now on, the FBI will only commit, do its own autopsies, and we're not going to allow a third party to do so. I just, yeah, I mean, that's fine, but it's one thing in the 1940s and 50s where they were looking at this, but nowadays it's kind of like we don't care. I mean, you look at Europe. What's going on in Europe with all the energy prices? What do they do? Oh, well, it's okay if you freeze to death. It's okay if you do this. We'll just create warming stations. We don't care. We don't care if you don't get your own food. It's like they don't even care about their own people. Which I'm going, how you're just as evil as some of these others, and that's what I mean by how fast it collapses. And by my understanding is that they thought it was going to be a unipolar world. They thought that they could bribe Putin. When they talk about the oligarchs, they had no problems with the oligarchs. They have no problems with them anywhere until they say no to the West. And then they tried doing the same thing with China. And China's like, screw you. And now what's going to happen? And same thing with India. I mean, they're not even talking to them. What amazes me is, what was it? Not Xi Jinping, the North Korean leader.
Kim
Jong-il.
Yeah.
He won't even talk to the Biden administration. They said that after Trump left, they tried calling him, and he wouldn't answer the phone.
That guy is problematic no matter what.
Well, he's problematic because the Chinese use him as leverage against the United States. And
Yep.
if and whether people like it or not, they asked Trump, "What are you going to do about North Korea?" He says, "The way to deal with North Korea is through China, because China is the only reason that North Korea still stands up." And when they decided to cut off their coal, all of a sudden he was willing to talk. And then I was hearing people talk that were military officers and stuff like that. They were talking about stuff, and they said, "Oh my God, if we have peace in Korea, guess what the United States doesn't have justification for? 3 divisions in the army." And yeah, 3 divisions. That's about 45,000 soldiers. It's this. They don't want peace because then they can't justify the military. And I went, well,
we spend more on military than the other 28 different countries, and 25 of them are our allies.
Well, and they aren't paying their fair share anyway. To be part of NATO, you're supposed to spend 2% of your GDP. That's the requirement. Germany's been spending less than 1% for about 20 years. And many of them were doing this. And I think it was, and I could be wrong, I think it was Greece, the UK, Poland, was it Latvia or Lithuania? It's one of those two. And the United States were the only countries, if I remember correctly, that were actually meeting their NATO obligations. And my view on this is if you're not meeting your NATO obligations, then guess what? We shouldn't be defending you because obviously you don't view the threat as real.
Until it is, and it's normally too late.
Well, Russia has its own. Russia's in a just like much of the West too. Russia is in a massive population decline. They are, they're aging. They're getting through all of this stuff.
Oh, we've made it way too expensive to have kids. I mean, I know. What was that show? I'm thinking Married with Children was a comedy. I know it's unrealistic that a guy who works at a shoe store can afford a 2-story house, have 2 kids, a wife, and live in Chicago in a suburb outside of Chicago. I get it. I really do. But if you want a nation to start having kids, you either needed to start programs that are worth it. I'm not talking about welfare. I'm talking about some kind of programs that will help people put their kids in safe, not babysitter, but safe places so they can go work.
Okay, well, so Connell, this is what I'm going to bring up is we used to have that when we had factory jobs.
I live in Illinois. Caterpillar is literally down the road. I've worked in factory. I know what you're saying.
Well, and we had that in the they were complaining about the 1980s, but then the 1990s we were starting to roar back, and we let China join it, and then we tried shifting up all of our manufacturing over there. What amazes me is even if we had to bring stuff back, we can't. Where's most of the hard plastic done now? It's not done in the United States. Our miniature. It's done in China. China has all the specialty work for this. This is what gets me about it is we've lost our technical expertise. I was listening to Temple Graydon. She's saying that all the people that know how to work on the basic infrastructure, and I know Bruce, you're a plumber, right, Bruce?
Yes, sir.
How hard is it to get people going in plumbing? I don't know. I'm just
to get people to willingly come and do our work. I've seen we have a shop of like 6 people.
Mm-hmm.
5 people have started it since I have arrived in January, and one of them has stayed. The others all leave.
But the trades are where good money is right now.
Oh yeah, don't tell your kid to go to college. Tell them to go to a trade school.
But what gets me about it is for the longest time they were knocking it, and they said many of these people that they need for the trades, they said they can't find them anymore, and the people that are working in there are our age or older, and they're looking at retiring in 5 or 10 years. I said, then what? And I'm not sure if anyone remembers this, because I remember this in 2000. They're making fun of old COBOL programmers. COBOL programmers were cleaning up.
1970s.
They were cleaning up, and those guys were exactly. Those guys were cleaning up. They were coming out of retirement because the pay was so high because companies were freaking out over Y2K. And I thought
go back. Go back to factory where Carson was Carson, the late night show.
Okay, yeah, Johnny Carson. Yeah,
Johnny Carson said was quoted for saying there are more Corvettes in Peoria, Illinois than there is anywhere else in the world because of CAT.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. I'm not knocking. We can talk about Texas, which I think is great. They're talking about bringing a Samsung down over in Taylor.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing. I start a business, right? Let's say I find or I create some piece of hardware that goes to computers. Updates computers for the next 40 years. And I have a multi-billion-dollar company. What is to keeping my business, my factories, my warehouses here in America? There's no laws telling me I have to keep them here. So the best thing the government could do is offer me tax breaks.
Well, this is where I get kind of mad about it. And I know I fully agree with you about tax breaks. I have nothing against that. But why is that they tax the small business owner at a much higher rate than they do these big corporations? They get special tax breaks for.
Because they can.
Well, I know, but here's what I'm really trying to say about this is because big corporations will move stuff overseas, and where they can pay less in import fees and taxes overall, and yet we don't raise tariffs. While people argue about tariffs, guess what? Tariffs are to encourage people to stay here in the United States, and whether we get mad at Ireland for having those really low tax rates for corporate tax.
I'm so sorry.
Well, no. I saw nothing wrong with it, to be honest. But they're mad because then people will go over there. Well, guess what? If you have a low tax rate here in the United States, businesses will flock here to the United States. However, if you have high tax rates, and this is where I get my kind of mad is high tax rates allow large corporations to send everything overseas if they have low tariffs because they don't have to pay as much. And they can kill a competition here in the United States because there are higher taxes here. So for them, encouraging high taxes is a benefit while they doing that is no, we should have higher tariffs. So guess what? You don't want to be an American company? Fine. You can pay more money to come here to the United States. Okay, well, we don't want to do that. Well, then you'll build it. That was one of the things I talked about with Toyota is Toyota moved here to the United States. One is to get some of the political pull. But I know we've benefited from it here in Texas, and now they're talking about Samsung moving over here for their chip stuff. And who knows what will happen with Taiwan?
I'm oddly curious though here when they actually, when it comes to places, Texas. I don't know where in Texas, and I know it's Texas because I've had this conversation at least a few times now. The non-employee McDonald's, where it's ran completely by computers or machinery.
I just saw that one. I did. And in fact, I've been hearing that that's been going on in California. And as much as they talk about the kiosk, I first saw a kiosk there in 1992, where I didn't even talk to the people behind the counter. I just typed in what I wanted.
We finally got those here. We just now got those here. Yeah.
We're talking 92, so we're talking 30 years ago. And they would hand you the thing because the person behind the counter couldn't speak English.
I guess my thought processing on that one is Mickey D's, as I said earlier, is like the rite of passage for a lot of teenagers to their first jobs. Now you're making restaurants like Mickey D's for using this as because they're the one doing it, where they might have maybe one, maybe two people on site to make sure nothing goes bad, and you just knocked out maybe 20 other people out of a job now because we could save more money by putting robots in there.
Well, here's the thing that people forget about with McDonald's. Whenever they talk about McDonald's is a franchisor. You buy a franchise.
You go to the Mickey D's college. You spend X amount of money. They buy the land and you put a restaurant on top of it. McDonald's owns that's how they've been able to.
I wasn't sure how it works. I just know that some of them do that, some of them don't. But I mean, I've dealt with McDonald's before. It's kind of intended to be a turnkey operation. Hey, you build a building like this, and what we'll do, and you handle like the people there, and then we will do all of the background logistics and everything else to get it to you. I mean, that's why a franchise is awfully nice to get. Whereas when you look at Chick-fil-A, you're only allowed to have one in your area. If you're an owner, the reason is they want to make sure that's a good.
We just got one in East Peoria. There's one in Peoria. I don't know.
But the guy's not allowed to have multiple Chick-fil-A's because they want to make sure that he focuses on that one thing to keep the quality high. And I hear Chick-fil-A is one of the better places to work as far as fast food.
I've never been to one, so I don't know.
Their chicken sandwiches are good. The service is really good. Very friendly.
Yeah, it's amazing. For a fast food restaurant, they literally have people come to your table, not just to drop off your food, but to make sure,
I'll probably end up going to one sooner than later. I am a snob. If I want chicken, I'll go to KFC because, that's
it's better than KFC in my opinion.
It very well could be. I just you go with.
Yeah, I agree. When I take my son, we would go get a milkshake. While people talk about the waffle fries, I'm like, eh.
Yeah.
but I do like their chicken sandwiches. There's nothing that special and it's fast. That's what also gets me is they are very fast.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but
two Chick-fil-A's. Look at that.
The franchises.
Wow.
But I think the owner of the franchise.
I'm guessing Bruce likes Chick-fil-A because it took him all of 3 seconds to pull this up from his bookmarks.
Well, and this when they talk about all the stuff that's going overseas, I'm going, I just heard the Europeans now complaining because we're giving better tax breaks while their energy prices are going way up. I'm going, it's almost like the people in power just think they can keep printing money. And that's true until no one wants to buy dollars. And that's one of the things that does scare me is, MBS hates Biden. He hates Biden. Or when I say Biden, I mean the administration. He hates
who?
What is the ruler of Saudi Arabia, MBS.
Oh, okay.
I forget. Anyway, he's just agreed to start trading oil and doing deals with Russia in rubles. Well, if Saudi Arabia isn't purely on the petrodollar anymore, which is why they call it the petrodollar, if he's willing to take things other than just dollars, the dollar's value is going to go down very, very fast. And that's what concerns me because I saw what happened in Russia.
Part of the plan, dude.
It's not part of the plan.
It is for the bad guys.
Well, I don't even think it's part of the bad guys. I think that the bad guys are suddenly realizing that people are realizing that the dollar is a bad place to go because the Americans will screw you. Whether people like it or not, if you actually look at when we were went into Libya, when did we go into Libya? we were fine with Arafat. We were, you know, past the
Yep.
1980s.
As soon as they wanted to stop going with the petrodollar, they were like, "Oh, we got to invade."
Yeah, Syria. I mean, you know, this is what gets me about it. Is that's what scares me about this whole thing. Is they think that they can control the world, and these are people who have no real world experience anymore. They don't know anything, and now they're freaking out because people aren't playing by, India's supposed to do this, and China's supposed to do this, and Russia's supposed to do this. You know, like all the sanctions against Russia, that was
You
supposed
guys
to collapse the
remember?
Russian economy. It didn't.
And by the way, Shadow, I prefer Popeyes. They have better chicken. They're open
Man,
all
I
7 days.
cannot go to Popeyes with the moment I walk into that place, I get hives.
Oh, okay. Well,
You know, I went to Popeyes once, and maybe this was because it was a long time ago, but I could swear their chicken was literally identical to Swanson's frozen fried chicken, just cooked already.
So
It might
what I
be.
heard is Popeyes in
It might be.
churches.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I heard that Popeyes and churches used to be, or were owned by the same company.
Oh, I've been to churches a few dozen times when I was living in Nashville. They have some damn good chicken.
Well, in churches was intended for a cheaper clientele.
Well, I
And
guess I'm
Popeyes,
cheaper.
well, in Popeyes, I could have sworn because I went to Popeyes, I guess last time, and I was in Germany. They had a Popeyes on base. It was the pieces of chicken used to be bigger, and I noticed the chicken pieces gotten smaller and smaller. I mean, like the breast. I'm going, this is chicken breast. It's like tiny.
I'm driving me and my former roommate. God, if I ever see that guy again. Anyways, he's like, well, I'm gonna go to Church's Chicken, and I'm like, okay. He's like, you want to come with me? I'm like, sure. Another buddy jumped in the car, and we drove to Chicken, and he had a very. He didn't have a feminine voice, but he just did not have a low voice. It was kind of high pitched, but wasn't high pitch. And he's like, yeah, I need X amount of chicken. I need X amount of drinks and all this. And the person on the other end says, okay, ma'am, it'll be X amount of dollars when it comes up. He pulls up and he's like, he starts to hand him money. The cashier's like, no, this order is for a woman. And I'm like, I love this restaurant. I will. You have now got all my money. He's also the same guy who introduced me. If you go to Steak and Shake, which I don't go to Steak and Shake anymore because they no longer use milk in their milkshakes.
Oh, how can you not use milk in milkshake?
Mickey D's has gone back to putting dairy in their milkshakes. Steak and Shake, steak and shake, the other part no longer puts dairy. They use like some kind of powder stuff. I don't quite know as of yet.
What about Brahms?
I don't know that one.
I was just saying because isn't Brahms the one with the butter burger, or is that Culver's?
Oh, that's Clover's.
Okay,
Clover's.
Okay.
But anyways, if you go to Steak and Shake, a lot of these restaurants have secret menu items, like Mickey D's with the gangbang burger or the McGangbang or whatever. If you go to Steak and Shake and ask for a 7x7, you get 7 patties it's a hamburger, 7 patties, 7 pieces of cheese for like $7. I'm like, okay, that's lunch, that's dinner, and that's tomorrow's snack.
So speaking of which, because we're going to talk about food again, has anyone been to the Heart Attack Grill? I've never been. I'm just curious.
Never have been.
I don't even know. I don't think we have one locally.
Okay, so the Heart Attack Grill I think it's in. They were supposed to open one in Dallas, and then the economy crashed. But what it is they said like if you want the vegetarian meal, they give you a cigarette, and if you they have the bypass burger, and you can get the quadruple or the quintuple bypass. And if you weigh over 350 pounds, they feed you for free.
Woohoo!
I mean, like you actually get to weigh yourself. And
well, that's not gonna be a problem. Just tell me where to stand.
And all of them were nurses' uniforms, and like the waitresses wear nurses' uniforms as they go around. The whole thing, I mean, you have to go look at the menu. It's pretty funny looking at it. And what amazes me is these prudes that are just They scream and yell, "How can someone do this? I can't believe this." I said, first off, the guy has he has a customer's ashes up there that died of a heart attack, and he says no one should eat our food. He says this, no one should eat our food, and these what I want to call them, these
Restaurant based on the restaurant from Boondocks.
The Itis Cafe or whatever it was called.
This is a real place. I think it's in California. No, it's not California.
There's one in Vegas. I was just looking into it.
But when you look at it, and I said, the man is not doing false advertising. He calls his hamburgers literally, bypass burgers. I mean,
I have a meatloaf I make, and I know I've been meaning to send Shadow the recipe for it. I've been told by my client that I can only serve this to her husband once every 2 months because it is a heart attack loaf. It's just the way I make it. And it's a beautiful thing. It's what I get is hamburger, half pork. Put it together, eggs and all that seasoning. I roll it out, put cheese in the middle, then I roll it up as a log. Then I get some bacon and I wrap it up in bacon and I grill it. Okay. And I serve that with cornbread with jalapenos in it. And with cheddar on top of that. You okay, Shadow?
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat because it just lit up. Was there a new chat from Cal, or is that like a really old one?
I put a new link in there for you. It's the story of the heart attack grill.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have to look at that after we wrap things up.
It's kind of funny, and I said, what are they going to do? They're screaming and yelling about how bad this place is, and I said, the man is literally advertising that his food is unhealthy, that you should not eat there, and he calls everything they say. Well, someone could die of a heart attack. He said, people know what they're getting into. He's not doing false advertising.
There's one in Vegas.
Yeah, that was it. That's the one in Vegas. But they were supposed to open one up here in Dallas, and it just
supposedly Southern Illinois is getting a Buc-ee's. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I've heard.
Have you ever been to a Buc-ee's?
No, but Bruce has told me wonderful things.
So what I like, Buc-ee's, the only thing I wish that Buc-ee's had is a place you could sit when you could eat, even if it's outside or something. That's my only complaint. But
that's your car. I mean, realistically, that's your car.
Well, I don't like eating in my car just because.
I get it, but that's the thought processing. It's like Mickey D's back in the day. You went up, you got your food, and you left.
We actually have a car hop, a quarter mile from where I live, and I've never been there.
Sonic,
I've been here
I know, did
11 years, and I have never been there.
Yeah, Sonic is good. I like Sonic. The Sonic food kind of tastes like carny food to me.
It does, but I used to go there because at the time when I was dating Connor's mother, between like 2 and 4, they would have the special deals. So when I got off this class, I would go see her, and then we were like, because it was half off for their slushes. I can get their slush, and so
I've gone to Sonic a few dozen times. The $5 brown bag or whatever special, get a shake and be on my merry way. It's definitely carny food. I mean, their chili dogs are really good. I like them. If I eat one, I have to be either at home or next to a. Anyways, it just runs right through me.
I understand. Well, see, that's the problem I have with Thai food. Is there's some Thai food that I can eat that's fine, and then other Thai food runs right through me. And I think it's the amount of turmeric they use. That's why I like Persian food, is though you actually use saffron on their rice. I'm like, oh yeah, that's so good. Give me saffron rice any day.
Wow, man, I started the show 4 hours ago, and you guys were talking about food.
Oh, I know.
4 hours later, we've gone full circle back to food. You guys are killing me, man.
Oh well, it depends, Shadow, on what you want to. We can talk about games and stuff.
No. I'm just messing with
you. I enjoyed these conversations. I really do, especially the late night chats. I mean, just because we go in every direction, I don't mind that we go political for a while. As long as everybody can understand that everybody's nothing is said is from personal attacks. This is just our opinions, and food is just a safe topic. It really is.
I know.
Well, here's the thing. Politics gets boring after a while, but food I can dream of all night. Oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Now, Sandpoint, Idaho, is that in the southern part or the northern part there, Fat Gamer?
Supposedly, there's this new steakhouse over at Grand Prairie, up where I live, where you sit down, you can see the butcher cut off your piece of meat. You can see them cook your piece of meat, and you can see it being brought to you.
So years ago, I don't know.
So right off the cow, or is it?
I don't know. I've yet to go.
Okay. So wait a minute. Years ago,
Because I want to see the cow walk by.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
right.
Okay. So years ago, Fudd was it Fudd? Is it
Fuddruckers? Fuddruckers?
Well, I can't remember because there's a Fuddpuckers and a Fuddruckers. That's why I want to clarify whichever one.
Okay.
But they had it in Waco, and you would order the hamburger, and North. Well, that's what's the reason I was asking, because I've been through Idaho recently. Well, last 6 months. But what they did is you would sit there and they would grind the meat and everything. But at the time, I think they got rid of it because people are so squeamish because they don't like to know where their food comes from. They would have a half of a slab of the cow. And every so often you'd see a guy go in there in his little white suit, cut off this piece of meat, and then go in the back. and it was hamburgers, and they were really good. And you basically order it, and they would you could put all the toppings and cheese, and it's pretty good. But they don't do it anymore. We can see, behind clear glass where they are. But the other one I liked was when I was at College Station, and they had the meat science department. Okay. And the meat science department, you'd walk in and they had freezers full of meat. Okay. Now, apparently they did teach people how to butcher, but one time I was trying to look for it. The first time I was trying to look for it, and I came around the back, and there are two Angus steers just looking around like nothing's going on. And then I go around the front, and you see all the pieces of meat. And you're like, well, I know what's going to happen to them.
When I was doing that,
Sucks to be a cow.
there was one day because there was the God. I was there when they put down a cow. That was a unique experience. Then it's like, all right, we got like 15 more. Who wants to go? Who wants to go first?
Oh, jeez.
Then I'm like, okay. Well, I don't want to mess up. What do I need to do? He's like, well, first of all, you need to go over there and grab that sledgehammer. I'm like, what?
Oh, you mean when they used to have knockers?
Yeah. No, it's a little handgun. Well, it's not a little handgun, but it's. Yeah.
It's well. If anyone has watched No Country for Old Men, you know exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was an experience that I will never forget. I don't have a problem with hunting. I would be an avid hunter if I could get away with it. It's not getting away with it, just if my knees would let me.
You live in Illinois. That state is controlled by State Farm and Bambi.
Yeah, I know.
Bambi is paid by State Farm to get on the road. And State Farm pays the state police with the money they make off you and your State Farm money. They buy them new radar guns. It's just how it works.
I know. A couple years ago, I'm more than positive it never got passed, but they were thinking about introducing elk to Illinois to help deal with the coyote issue. And my response was, we don't even know how to drive with deer, and you want to put an elk?
That'd be a good trick.
Here, and this is how Connor was able to get a donkeys. Oh, cool. Yeah, exactly. But see, I like that because it's fresh. You can see the meat right up there. Anyway, and I think that's part of the problem that we have in the modern day, where people don't understand where their meat comes from, and they go through it. when I cut back on child support, instead of giving tons of money, I gave what the state required me. Connor's mother had to start butchering her own chickens, and so he's well, he knows where his food comes from, and that's what that's the same thing with eggs. All these people go with eggs, like the chickens are going to lay the eggs anyway, and it's not that it's only when they get old or something like that, but
yeah, come springtime, we're looking at probably having to buy our own chickens.
And I'm going to ask you a quick question, Shadow. Is how many are you allowed to have in your property? Because some places only have like 4 or 5. Just curious.
I have no idea. I know there's a house. There was a house right across the street, and they had chickens. I don't know how many. And by Jackie's old school, we passed. We heard a rooster every freaking morning.
I know, like where my aunt lives, she's allowed to have up to 5 chickens, but she's not allowed to have any roosters.
Yeah, they don't allow
roosters
here.
What the local ordinance is for you guys, but if you don't mind having where it's not completely year round, if you're familiar with Americanas have these eggs that can be pink or that green or blue.
Okay.
And they're really cool because people call them Easter eggs. And I kid you not, the normal large eggs are what, about like this big? I swear that I saw some of these things like lay eggs this tall.
Yeesh.
I mean, they were like 2 or 3 times as big as a normal egg in certain cases.
So
Flintstone style.
What's that?
Flintstone style.
It was a weird shape. I could not, the normal thing where you can close on top of the eggs, the little curtain. I couldn't close it because the eggs were so big.
So speaking of Flintstone eggs, down by Champaign, Illinois, I don't know if it's still there, but there was a small ostrich farm. And he had 3 ostriches, 2 females and a male. The male's name was Rambo. Then it was Betty and Thelma.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a cage. We had a cage around there. And a group of my people, this is when I was in college, wanted to go see ostriches because they never saw an ostrich before. I'm like, I don't want to go see ostriches. And so we go. And Betty and Thelma were kind of sticking their head out of the cage so he could pet. They were sociable. Rambo was not sociable at all. Rambo's like on the other side of the cage, and he's doing that bull thing where he's about ready to charge you.
Yeah.
And the farmer's like, "Don't worry about it. He can't hop the fence. It's too damn tall. He can't hop the fence." Well, Rambo apparently does not like that there was a guy with, was petting his lady friends. So he starts charging it, and my car is not that far away from me. I mean, it was maybe when I was younger and I could, move. And next thing I know, he's charging the fence. And I had a weird feeling that in the back of your head, when something's about ready to go wrong, you hear run.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm driving a 1969 Ford Probe, low on the ground, with the SE Sport with the headlights that go up and down and up and down. Anyways. And I jump in. I'm booking ass. I'm like, nope. I don't know where this is going. I'm just going to my car. He hops that fence. He starts at me, and I'm already halfway in the car. I'm Dukes of Hazzarding the car. I jump through the window. I'm cranking, and the ostrich is on my car, just scratching it. Next thing I hear is a thump, then a boom, as the ostrich is now, laying not dead but unconscious on my car.
Yeah.
With these great big gashes going down my hood.
Oh no.
And he comes, I was like, I will pay for the damage on your car. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, I look at the 2 women I'm with. It's like, we need to go. I do not want to be here when Rambo wakes up. He's like, here's this. I will, pay for all the damages. I am so sorry. Here, have 5 of the ostrich eggs.
Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah.
And I'm going through culinary arts, and I'm like, ostrich eggs. I'm like, that's cool. And then he brings them out, and they're like, ostrich eggs. And I'm looking, I'm like, that could feed like 7 people 1 egg, and I have 5 of them.
So how did it taste?
So my
really good. I would eat another ostrich egg. Actually, I've been trying to find somebody locally that raises ducks because I like duck eggs more than I like chicken eggs.
there's so much that so when Jennifer was, of course, before my son was born, she was raising chickens and guineas make chickens look like they're in Mensa. And chickens are dumb anyway.
Yeah, I know. I know how smart. They're not.
Guineas are like even dumber than chickens. I mean, they're God, it's like something happens, they would just blow away and die. Which is funny now because now she has this new group of guineas. They went around no problems, but the ones that she got were the dumbest guineas in the planet. And I never believed in just how efficient snakes were in killing chicks. I was like, holy hell, they were efficient. I mean, they were taking them out left and right. And then when they got full size, the guineas just died from everything. But they were doing that. And but anyway, the eggs that she got, my friends would pay like $2 a dozen for them. And she's getting just tons of eggs. And she made the mistake of, because she liked the color of them, what are called game birds. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with game birds. Game birds are also fighting cocks.
Oh, no.
And she didn't realize this, and so she bought them. Now, as much as people talk about fighting cocks, they all decided to kind of get a pecking order. They decided to go whatever, and so then they just all gang up on all the hens and decided to start raping them left and right. And when I mean raping them, it's one thing for them to be bred. It's another when, the females have been bred so much there are no feathers on their backs. And you're like, this is too much. And so, they one night she went over, and I swear some of the spurs on these things were like 3 to 4 inches long. I mean, well, and what was funny is they were fine. We never had problems with them. The black Sumatras, which I think are some of the prettiest chickens you can get, gorgeous things. They have the long tail feathers that come out. They have 3 spurs, or these did. Even the female had spurs on both legs, and they were probably about an inch or so long each. And then the most cowardly ones had these spurs that were almost like 3 or 4 inches long. Like, holy hell! And but she would nab them in the middle of the night, and then she would sell them off. And she said, at one point she was worried. Well, are they being used for cockfighting? I said, it's not your problem. I said, you need to get rid of them. If they're gonna eat them or whatever, I said, they're gonna be killed no matter what. So don't worry about it. But now her place is full, and we try protecting him from everything. And she has a picture of one of them. Now, of course, all of those old ones are long since dead. But a great horned owl was coming down, and at the same time, and this was her game camera, the chicken was jumping up. So the rooster was fighting this horned owl.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, the horned owl has its wings
right.
spread out with the claws like this in the front. And I think that rooster survived. And this was in the middle of night, but very efficient predators. Very efficient.
Yeah, we've got an owl here in one of our pine trees here in the high desert. And the first time I heard it, I'm like, that can't be what I think it is. And sure enough, there's one lone owl just freaking hanging out. And it's funny because that you've seen those decoy owls that you put on your roof to scare other things away. And I'm like, I'd seen those before I heard the real owl, and I'm like, oh, okay. I wonder why they're using owls. There's no owls out here. Apparently, we've got owls.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I was in when I was in Iraq, people had too much money. I don't mean this in a bad way, but they were getting paid very well, and so they're there. They don't have to pay for houses and stuff. A lot of them either were renting their houses out while they were there or something like that. Anyway, they would buy these really fancy cameras. They're like $5,000 with a telephoto lens and everything else.
Sure.
And they were getting pictures that were quality of National Geographic level. And they would talk about, oh, well, we got this. Well, they found an otter up there, which apparently was the most northern otter that they'd found in Iraq ever. But it was really cool. And things you just don't realize are out there. And like, well, this is a kingfisher and this is over here. And one day we came out and we saw pink flamingos. They stopped for one day at the dam, and then they flew further north. But I just thought that was so cool seeing all the different birds that were out there. And they had pictures of owls that I didn't see personally. I know that they were out there. I never saw one where the snakes, but I did see the really poisonous fat-tailed scorpions. We found a couple of those. The ones that are considered man killers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were with a bunch of Italian soldiers, and they're looking at it, taking pictures, click, click, click. And as soon as they're done taking pictures, stomp. It's like, all right, that's fine.
I think I told you. I know a few of them might have heard of this, but I had a buddy that served in Afghanistan, and he got bored. He was getting bored and freaking camel spiders. He hates camel spiders. And there was a broom, the broken broom. Like part of the broom broke, and it was one of those wooden handle brooms. And he shaved it down to a point. And he got one of those camel spiders came in, lunged down, and he killed it. And he made a spear out of it. He stuck it outside of the tent. The person above him thought it was funny. The person above that person thought it was bad idea. Take it down. Not appropriate. Yeah. So there's a picture of him that looks like his camel spiders look like face huggers. I don't know what anybody says they're Earth face huggers, and he's like, yeah, this is my favorite picture. Being over there, and he's got a picture of him being his hand shaken by a couple generals or whatever. But of all the pictures, that's his favorite one of the dead camel spider.
I'll say
if you would have said camel jockey, I would have laughed. But
I almost slipped up twice. Trust me.
Okay. So when I was dealing with the pilots, again, because they like to sit next to me because I had the beard at the time. These were all Afghan trainees. I was talking to one of them, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but they have it where they ride horses, and the idea is that they drag a sheepskin that's full of sand across the court from one side to the other, and then whoever gets it across the line scores. So you have one team on this side, one team on this side, and it was true. He was doing it. He talked about how much fun it was, and sheepskin full of sand is like 50 plus pounds that they're dragging across with their hand, and it's on the ground while they're on the horse. And I said, hey, there's some credit out there. Is one thing that I don't think that they live the Afghans live a very hard life, but I liked them better than the Arabs because how do I want to put this? Because they were less cultured, they were much more upfront with you. If they didn't like you, they would tell you. If they did like you, they would tell you. They were very open with their emotions, and it was more of a meritocracy. With the meritocracy being on how old you got, because old Afghans were smart Afghans. It's really what it comes down to. The other part that was interesting is when I took their pictures, we had a problem trying to put in a slab. The slab, they couldn't put it down. It was hot. It was like 110 degrees or so. The slab, it set. And at that point, everything just stopped. So we had problems there. And there's this old Afghan man. I said, man, I feel sorry for him. Who's having to chip out the concrete so we can get it, so it can get a good bond. Anyway, he did that. And I thought what was interesting is I said, I need to take a picture of this. And he stops work and he smiles like he was important and he was happy that I took interest in his work. And I said, that's fine. But they had another time where they had two groups. And we're like, you guys could work faster if you put them together. And the superintendent's like, no, we can't put them together. And finally says, look, this group is Dari. This group is Pashtu. You cannot get them to work together because they'll fight.
That's all they do.
What's that?
That's all they will do. They will fight. It's like putting Yazidis in with Kurds.
Well, actually, the Yazidis and the Kurds got along fine. It was the Kurds and the Arabs that sometimes clash a lot more. Right? Personal feeling, but I dealt with translators, to be honest. They got along fine.
When I was in school back in 2005 and 6, we had a couple of Yazidis in Decatur, and they were all involved with the law enforcement side because they were
immigrants to town, but yet for some odd reason they're getting criminal justice shit. So
Yeah.
we got these two people and they're explaining their change with, the religion's not really represented here and here's how they believe. And so it sounds like Zoroastrianism, which is cool. No big deal. The next semester we get 2 Kurds that are evacuated out of Iraq, and that class pretty much broke down because the Kurds did not like the fact that we had Yazidis there. They felt like it was not the place for the Yazidis to be. The Yazidis were like, we're Americans. I don't know what your problem is. No, you're Yazidis. You're Satan worshippers, and they had real issues with that.
So I was listening to, I forgot which one of the 2 times I came back. I can't remember if I was coming back from Hungary or if I was coming back during Christmas, because they allow you 2 vacation times if you're over there for a year. And I said, okay, so and they'll pay to send you anywhere in the world, your air flight. So one of them I picked was Hawaii, and the other one I was Hungary. The Hawaii flight was 50 hours one way.
Oh, Jesus.
Sucks. Yeah.
Half your leave is on flight.
What's that?
Half your leave time is on flight.
Well, I had 2 weeks. We could get 2 weeks, and they give us 5 days of credit leave, basically, and then they would give us. Then they would take it out of there. So I was like, okay, fine, that's not a huge deal. So we would be gone for 2 weeks, but that was for Hawaii. But I was coming back, and I met this gentleman. And I've actually seen him, if anyone's watched Mr. Ballen's stuff when he talks about things. And this guy was apparently Special Forces who lived in Burma with his kids and a few other people. And he was like, yeah, you can just come over here and we do this. I mean, really, he had never met me in my life. And he was inviting me. He's like, yeah, if you come over here, he'd like give me his address and everything else. I was like, holy shit, this is kind of weird. And he says, yeah. We were driving through Mosul, and Mosul was about 30 miles south. And we're talking during the massive fighting there in 2016, 2017. And and he's talking about his daughter driving an ambulance. His daughter was 17 years old, and he was bringing his son, who was like 14 or 15 as well, to a war zone, an active war zone. He's like, oh, it's no big deal. Just like, he's like taking pictures. He was showing me video of this whole thing. And I went, oh, there's some different people out there, and I saw his picture. And Mr. Bell was talking about this Navy SEAL and his picture, and they were showing him like, I was on the plane flight with this guy, and not the Navy SEAL, this other guy that they were referring to, who may have been a former Green Beret. It's kind of weird sometimes when you see these people that are there, and I will say this much: I saw one of the tallest Kurdish women in my life. She must have been like 6'2", really attractive. And
I was going to say, was she hot?
Yes, she was. The Kurdish, the Kurds. I really did like the Kurds, to be honest. I like the Kurds. I like the Yazidis, and I liked the Aramaic. The Arabs have a much more formal, and that's not fair to the Arabs because the Arabs were actually pretty much, but they were much more formalized in their how they dealt with you, and there was a much more of an honor. I am this. Blah, 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 and the Arabs always sound like they were fighting, and as soon as they spoke in English, they'd say, "Yes, sir." Really soft spoken and everything else, and they'd switch to Arabic and blah 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 blah. And to be fair, the Italians were the same way. I couldn't tell if they were fighting and arguing, or if there was a fight that was going to come out, or if they were just being really good friends. It was hard to tell just by the language. Not that I spoke it, but yeah, it was an interesting experience. That it's one that I'm glad I did. It's one I will never want to do again. It makes you appreciate what the United States has, and you look at these people here when you have real ethnic cleansing over there. And one of the translators who was Yazidi, I mean, he was you could tell how frustrated he was talking about his people dying, and being surrounded by the Sunnis, and then the not the Taliban but Al Qaeda, when they were on the mountain, and he was talking about how his people were being slaughtered, and then I was talking to some of the Christians, and they said, "Well, the Shia don't like us, but the Sunnis will kill us." He says, "I'd much rather deal with the Shia," and it was kind of interesting hearing the different perspectives there, and these were engineers that we were using kind of as translators. They were real engineers. They were pretty good guys, but yeah, it's I didn't have any real problems with it, but I do feel sorry for these people who are working with us, especially in the Afghans, and we just abandoned them. And I'm like, you didn't have a list, you couldn't do this, and the whole reason. This is what really I find disgusting. I wanted everyone to leave on September 11th. I said that looks like complete capitulation on the date. I said, you should have pulled out during winter, because the Taliban doesn't fight during winter. They go home. Most of the mountain passes are frozen solid, and then during spring they're going to plant their poppies. After their poppies are planted, then they go to war. That's how the Afghans work. You know what it is. They do it every year. I think that's why you pull out during winter. And when I was hearing all this stuff, oh, it's this, just talk about on how manipulated our media is. We knew that the Afghan army couldn't fight. I had seen reports and stuff. Even from third-hand parties that had talked about they didn't really like the government. I said, if the government is in there and they're just being propped up by the United States, it's not going to last. People have to recognize the government is legitimate, and if it's not recognized as legitimate, it can't last. So that was my experience. But yeah, what was the difference between the Arabs and the Christians? They ate the same food, but the Christians drank alcohol. So. That was.
There's been a few families that celebrate holidays that could go underneath that. The Catholics or the Irish Catholics drink alcohol, and these people don't.
Colonel, have you ever heard the joke? What's the difference between a Methodist and a Baptist?
No, what?
The Methodists will wave to each other in the liquor store.
Well, it's like that's about as bad as what does an Amish woman and a Muslim woman have in common?
I don't know.
It's all about the ankles.
Oh yeah. Well, how much do you guys love the Amish Paradise by Weird Al Yankovic?
Great.
It's funny.
It
I was thinking about that earlier today. I was talking to James L. and we were talking about rap, and I was like, I didn't want to say it, but that's like the only rap song I like.
Yeah, there's a couple artists out there I like.
I like some of Tom McDonald's stuff that he does. I'm not sure if that's rap or not. When he does his Fake Woke and a few others, it's interesting. Well, he talked about how corrupt some of the corporations are. He was getting like the #1 album, they agree with it. He's like, yeah, but we're not going to put you as the #1 album because you have to do this in this way. It's just like a New York Times bestsellers. Well, we don't like your book, so we're not going to put you on the bestseller. Should it be by the number of books you sell, not by what the books you like?
Yeah, it's not a bestseller, is it?
Yeah, it's and I've heard this before, which is because my professors tell me that on average they would get $1 to $2 a book that they sold. And you look at these politicians getting $2 million in advance, I'm like, 1 million people aren't buying your book.
If the woman who wrote the Harry Potter series decided to write another book right now after the shit shit that she started the last couple of years, there is enough of the fandom that's left that would buy her book. I'm not saying it would be another world top seller, but I'm saying she'd make some money off of some decent money off of it. But it would never hit the news because of what she's done over the last few years.
Well, what did she say? She said that women should be, biological women. I'm going. She's actually protecting women's rights, and it's this whole. And to be fair, and it's only 2%. What gets me about it is you're fight. Okay, I'm gonna have to tell a good story because I did date this one pretty liberal lady who was really beautiful.
I was wondering where this was going there for a second.
Okay, I'm stretching a little bit. So, did anyone ever see the
As opposed to T-shirt historian the other day?
Wait. Did anyone ever see the Hot Crazy Matrix?
Yes.
No.
If you get a chance to watch it, what he does is he draws this line, okay, and it's graphed based off of crazy versus hot. All right.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so anyway, he goes over and he draws this line, and I thought it was funny, so I sent it over. So I sent it over to this girl, lady. Well, she wasn't. She was in her 30s.
I'm not falling asleep, man.
But yeah. So she was. So she went over, and what I thought was hilarious was, at the end where he talks about, hey, I met this beautiful girl. She's like an 8 or 9 hot, and she's under 3 crazy. And then, like, where they said the unicorn stage, they said,
yeah.
And he says, dude, that's not a girl, that's a tranny.
Oh, God. That's horrible.
And she got offended by that. And I said, so you're offended that someone says that they found a tranny super hot and was not very crazy? I mean, isn't that a compliment?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I once again, it's one of those things I'm not going to touch, but yeah, it's good.
And she still went out with me. I mean, this is it's funny. She still went out with me after I sent that off to her. Really, I mean, she was an interesting lady. It was just kind of funny listening to it. I think she was a vegetarian, which I was not. And I said, well,
I can't date vegetarians on principle.
The problem that I think that I could date a vegetarian as long as we split meals. Here, you eat all the vegetables, and I'll eat all the meat. We'll be.
That works. Jack Sprat and all that.
It's like I tried to date this woman who did not drink. She didn't have a problem with me drinking. She just did not drink.
Mm-hmm.
And so we go out, and it was a religious thing on her part. She didn't drink.
Yeah.
And I just always felt guilty because I'm cracking over. I'm on my 5th or 6th beer, and she's just drinking there. I'm like, is she like just silently judging me? Go.
Yes, but it's not because of the drinking. It's because she's a woman.
She's jumping to conclusions. That's all.
Well, I had a friend of mine, and he was real timid, but he was an aggressive drunk, and he had syndrome. And we went out to play pool one time, and he had too much to drink, and so he was putting the pool cue almost to my eye, hitting me in the leg. He was like, I didn't hit you in the leg. Dude, you just I have the chalk from the end of your pool cue on my leg. Anyway, I said, if this happens one more time, I'm going to break your arm. I said, then I'm going to take you to the hospital because I'm your friend. But you're not going to do this again. Anyway, he stopped that. And so next time we went out, I said, you're only allowed 1 drink from now on. That's all. I don't care how big it is, but you're only allowed 1. So he, but what was funny is he was scared of getting women. But when he got drunk, a lot of women found it like he'd be joking and everything. So he would get their phone numbers. And then he'd wake up the next morning, find these girls' phone numbers, and then he would be terrified to call them. And then he would complain he was lonely. Dude, they gave you your phone number. Call them.
So it had 7 numbers in the digits, right?
Well, it's either 7 or 9. What is it? 10? Yeah. No, I mean, he actually got their phone numbers, but he only had the confidence when he had alcohol in him. As soon as he sobered up, he couldn't talk to him.
I knew this guy in college, the same problem. 6'3", built like a freaking G.I. Joe. The guy just he made all of us want to stop eating fast food. But when he gets it was like, you ever saw Big Bang Theory?
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
There's a cat in there for like the first couple of seasons could not talk to a woman, period. If a woman even is in the same room, he just shuts up. He will whisper in other people's ears, but he won't say anything. So we'll go out to the bar, and we got a 6'2", Greek god-looking fucker, whispering in our ears because there's a girl sitting like right across the. It's like, dude, it's like, knock it off. But yeah,
you're gonna think you're a couple.
What? Yeah,
you're gonna think you're a couple.
Well, do you remember when your friends would get mad because they were interested in some girl, but they wouldn't talk to her? and then you'd say, "Look, either you ask her out or I will." And
Oh
then
yeah.
and then you're like, "Okay, I'm going to talk to her. You can't do that." I called her. I said, "If you aren't talking to her, she's free game. You better go over there." That was the way that sometimes I get my friends to do it. It's like, you better go over there, otherwise I'm going. I'm walking right now.
There was a TV show. It was a TV show called How I Met Your Mother. It was on for several years.
That was a great show.
And Barney, if I'm out with friends, I never had this problem with Jade because Jade could handle himself. But if I'm with somebody that it did, like Kevin, Bruce, you know Kevin, Ayler. He just looking at this girl and says, I want to say something, but I don't want. Hey, have you met my friend? And I push Kevin in front of her, and I just walk away.
Yeah, it's I had it was.
That was really a good show.
I don't remember. I couldn't. There were a lot of stuff I just didn't watch. I enjoyed Married with Children.
That's one of the few shows I watched on Netflix because I'd heard so much about it. Mind you, this is only a couple of years ago, and it had been off the air for like a while, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, fine, I'm gonna watch this, you know, because see, I only almost exclusively only watch sci-fi and fantasy.
Yeah.
I like even normal like action movies. I'm not doing it. You know, I just don't do it. I mean, this has been my whole freaking life. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch this show. I mean, obviously, you know, back in the 70s and 80s, you know, I didn't have that luxury. It's like, okay, this is what's on because we've got 4 channels, you know, Married with Children, MASH, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I decided to watch that show. just you know why I watched it? Because my son and I were watching Professor Horrible or Dr. Horrible with
Patrick
Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah. Doogie.
And we loved it, you know. My son was, you know, was like 8 years old or something, maybe 10, and you know, we'd sing the whole thing together, you know. We're just having a good old dorky time, you know. Trying to get his mom to play Penny, you know, sing Penny's part. And she couldn't do it, you know. But we, you know, so I'm like, oh, he was in that show. Okay, I'm gonna watch it and see if it's okay for, you know, my son to watch, you know. And it wasn't, you know, it was a little too grown up for him. But I'm like, wow, this is like this doesn't suck, you know. Everything else, you know, at that time was kind of like just garbage, you know. Just
I've you know, I've looking at some of the things.
Then Nathan Fillion was in it, so that, you know, I had just discovered Firefly. I'm like, oh crap, you know. And then I started watching Castle because he was in it. I know I just mentioned 3 shows that weren't sci-fi, but
it's okay to follow actors, I think.
Well,
it wasn't Nathan Fillion that. And I watched the first one, but it was Stana Katic because Stana Katic, Marina Bakara are the top 2 on my top 3 list of women I get to cheat on my wife with. The other one's the babysitter.
I can argue that Castle is sci-fi because of one scene.
I know.
I don't know. I watched the first season of Castle. I was like, okay,
well, he dresses up as his character from Firefly
for Halloween episode. He's going to a costume party for Halloween. And he's like, Space Cowboy? You know, trying to decide which costumes. And I'm just like, dude.
And his daughter, the character who's playing his daughter, was like, wasn't that like 5 years ago? I'm like, oh.
Oh, well,
I know, right?
Well, what I did with my son as part of the corruption for him, besides getting him books like, you know, the Norse mythology by Neil Gaiman, you know, the Iliad, the Odyssey, you know, the stuff like that, the Greek gods. I also would get him Earthworm Jim.
Oh God!
Do you watch? Do you ever watch Doug TeNapel?
I have not.
Doug in Exile or something like that. Oh, I love. He just does a bunch of political like 2-3 minute clips, and he's freaking awesome.
He's following the Kyrie Lake shit going on right now.
Yep. I don't know why. That's, you know, she's not gonna win. The best she can hope for is, you know, Trump taps her for VP, and then they
That's
both
not
leave
gonna
together.
happen.
I'm gonna bring it a little bit different, and this is what I'm hearing from Robert Barnes. The point is, in some cases, is you're doing this, even if they say, well, it's not enough to change the vote. Yes, there were problems. It's trying to change the law as much as anything else.
And a warning shot for next time.
Yeah, exactly.
You better try harder.
It's a thin line. She's either going to make it work where next time around she's able to go through, or she's going. People are just going to get tired of her, and she's going to torpedo her own damn career.
You know what though? Is part of me goes, and I've talked
She's so
about.
freaking smoking hot though. Come on, I can watch her even if she loses all the way, into the next decade.
Well, here's the thing that I as much my son keeps on bringing me into politics. Like, stop worrying about it. When you can vote, worry about politics. All right, son. In the meantime, just worry about.
Hey, at least your son's not getting you to read We.
That was a good book.
I know, but he's 14. He's freaking 14.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You know what though? I'm okay. Well, what was my son doing? At one point he was cleaning out the dishwasher. He actually was like unhooking the lines and getting all the gunk out of them, and he was fixing his mom's the salt water the filters and stuff. He was cleaning
the hard water thing.
No, the stuff that's getting all the biofilm. The stuff that stinks as bad as it can get.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was doing that. And he finds some of that. He sometimes finds that the most hilarious thing. But yeah, it was. He's definitely. What am I supposed to do when I catch him watching like an hour's worth of washing machine repair videos, or how to change out.
Say thanks.
I know. That's
my daughter. My daughter made me Christmas dinner. She made a simple just beef stew.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking to myself, like, I didn't teach her how to do it, and her mom doesn't really cook. And I said, "How did you learn how to do this, sweetie?" She's like, "YouTube."
YouTube is
right, but you guys are talking about kids who don't want to go into politics at 14.
Yes,
as a career.
My God, my daughter get into politics and we're all screwed.
At the end of the day, and this is what I tried going through, and I don't think a lot of people disagree, is what is the end result people want, and then let's talk about how we can get there. We can argue about how we want to get there, but I really do feel that the media wants people to attack each other and doing stuff. It's what it reminds me of is.
Oh, you're so on the money with that.
Well, it reminds me of WWE instead of like, well, why don't we talk about solutions or okay, what could happen or what could not happen? Like, oh, you can't do that. It's just like the whole thing of if I want to smack anyone that does this, anyone that says, oh, you don't follow the science. I said, science is never settled. Anyone that says science is settled is dumb.
And that's exactly the opposite of science. That's freaking
exactly. Well, it's just like whenever people talk about whether it's a flat Earth or if it's a sphere. I said, unless you're in certain jobs, it doesn't matter whether it's a flat sphere or not. The only time that it because it's transparent to you. If you're doing surveying, it's a geoid technically. It's a geoid if you're doing stuff like that. But if it's just you normally, it doesn't matter. Who the hell cares? This is what gets me about it. Is they act like, why are you fighting over it? Fight over something that actually matters. That's what gets me about it. And
James L and I were talking about music earlier today, and I brought up the old Judas Priest song "United." Anybody know it?
It's been forever since I've heard it, but yeah, I know that song.
I probably
you want to hear something funny? You'll never guess who I heard singing it back in the day. Menudo.
Hey, I was right. Start with an M.
That's pretty far. I mean, 1 in 26, but yeah, I was laughing my ass off because it was back when Angelica and I first got together, and she's watching Menudo, and I'm going, "You have no." She's like, "Oh, isn't this song great?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you know who wrote it?" And she's like, "No."
But my favorite.
I'll bring over the CD, and you will owe me something, and
If anyone remembers, what was it, 2005 or so? I was listening to the hard rock station. He's like, "What the hell is Johnny Cash doing? Going up the hard rock charts or the heavy metal charts with Hurt?"
Oh, for Hurt, God, that was such a great song.
Well, I'll be honest.
Like they said, it's his song now.
I hate saying this. Well, actually, I don't mind saying it but sorry, Trent Reznor, you're number 2. I really don't like your version. I'm going with Johnny Cash every time in this one.
Fuck yeah! I mean,
That's the way I feel.
I mean, damn.
Actually, I like Johnny Cage's version of Rusty Cage.
Johnny Cage? Who?
Or not Johnny Cage, but Johnny Cash's version.
Wait, the guy from Mortal Kombat has an album?
Yeah, I was going to think that.
No. Johnny Cash did Rusty Cage by Soundgarden.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I've listened to it. Hey, guys, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, especially you and Shadow for hanging out with me as long as you guys have. We've been doing this for 5.5 hours.
No worries, man.
I can tell your eyes are like...
Man, I drank last night between me and a buddy of mine, new buddy of mine. God, last time I go shot to shot with a Marine. I made it. He fell asleep underneath the table, sleeping with the dog. But it was I'm not 20 anymore. My 20s
going to see that a lot in the future.
All
I can think right now is Raiders of the Lost Ark, where Marriott's drinking.
I get a text from him. It's like, the only reason why you beat me last night. And I text back, I'm fat.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to bring one other thing because you're talking about the dog. So my son decided to sleep in his own bed a couple of years ago because he wanted the dog to sleep next to him. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Mistake number 1.
So they were coming over and she took the picture, and my son is sleeping under a chair, and the dog is sleeping on the bed. And what had happened was, at the time, the dog had apparently been sleeping under the chair, so he decided to sleep next to the dog. The dog got up in the middle of the night and went on the bed, and I just.
I'm gonna have to post a picture of Jackie doing something similar. It's freaking adorable.
My mom, when I was about 14, bought a full-blooded chocolate lab. His name was Bosco. And he was the runt of litter. So we were thinking he was going to be small, retriever.
Doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah.
They weren't paying attention that his paws were like bigger than the rest of him.
Oh, geez.
And so I was like 14, 15. No, I was 15, 16. And he got in a habit of sleeping with me, which is I didn't mind because I was the one that had to take him out, and so it was just easier for him to be close. Well, there was several nights where I'm like sleeping on the very, very, very edge of the bed, like razor edge of the bed, because he would sleep pushing all his paws completely out.
You're going to probably appreciate this, Bruce and Colin. Well, maybe Shadow. So my father, I used to sleep. And the dog would sleep next to me. Well, when my parents got up, which was about an hour before I would get up, the dog, they left the dog outside. Well, during the winter, and this is a border collie with all of her fur and everything, and so while it was snowing, and of course she's going over, and I was supposed to wake up like 7 or something like that, and I'd hear the door open, and my father would go get her, go get him, go, Bill, go. And I'd hear the dog starting to run, and then I'd hear it go down the stairs. And I'm just thinking, no. And then the dog jumps on the bed, and it has the ice cold nose, and she's rubbing you like, ah!
I had a husky like that for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll let you go. Otherwise, we know you're going to pass out, and you can do it.
Oh, my God. Although I did find a new bourbon. It's a rye bourbon called Noble Oak.
Mm-hmm.
Really good stuff. It was really good. That was the other bottle. We drank that in another one, something Bridges, which was a whiskey that was made out of wheat. It was really good. Both of them were really, really good. But yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. Next Sunday we will be doing Sunday Review, where we'll be talking about the 1992 Batman Returns, 92 or 93. Batman Returns, where Batman actually kills somebody. And we'll be talking about that. I believe that was your choice, Omen.
Nope,
No.
Mark.
Mark's?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah,
Well,
remember,
I've definitely drank and slept since that last discussion.
I had Rosebud. Actually, Mark was trying to decide if that was the movie he picked. I mean, that was all kind of funny.
That's beautiful. Bruce, you got anything going on?
Tomorrow I'm going to release some videos about things I bought and what I reviewed. Mainly just stuff like the Thanksgiving Day adventure from OGGM, and then Mithra Gear Entertainment has some stuff that reminded me of like old basic edition D&D modules, and I got a couple of those. So we'll be talking about that on my channel. I'll release those in the afternoon.
And are you done with your Dungeons and Delvers review, or are you going to keep
No,
going?
I'm still doing that. I'm going to be releasing one video of that probably a week.
Okay.
I forgot to tell you, Bruce. David was on my show last Saturday night.
Yeah,
pretty good guy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. We don't agree on everything, but that's the whole point, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean it was good talking to him and asking him questions, and like you said, how is it working with your wife? Some of the design, like what was your decision for stuff? I like hearing people's thoughts on how they design things or their homebrew rules and how you do stuff, and how it works out. And I like his little pictures for the minis that so we can get kids in there.
Yes.
Well, this coming Saturday we have your game, right, Bruce?
Yeah, Saturday it'll be game day for us.
And Bruce,
it's been a minute.
And Bruce, you're using Pathfinder or using
Pathfinder with some additions, but mainly it's just Pathfinder.
It's just so hard for me to watch Let's Play games. It's just hard for me to do that.
Trust me, I'm the same way. I rather play than watch, and I'm lucky enough I get to play. What about you?
Actually, I will watch Rick from 28 millimeter. I really like his style, but he's not my favorite to watch, as you guys will notice if you watch the video my son and I put out today or tonight. It's our third annual Gamers, Painters, and Crafters Favorites Award video.
I just watched that earlier. I was watching that.
And, I hope you guys, if you haven't watched it, I hope you'll check it out and see if you agree, because this was a very different year for us compared to our first 2 years. We met a lot of great people this year. It's absolutely mind-blowing, from our perspective. You guys have all, known a lot of these people longer than I have. Even you, Omen, you're on everybody's freaking channel and probably have been doing this for a while. No,
I to be fair, I was watching you guys, and Leisure Method just happened that Ye Old Geek had stuff, and then that just sort of
gotcha.
Well,
it's been a hell of a year. Hopefully, hanging out with you guys will make it, 2 in a row, if not more.
Well, I need to figure out, if you guys want to do the Pugmire stuff.
We do. We do.
I want to get with DM James because, I was hoping to get him to DM, but instead he sucked me into being the DM. Like, damn it!
Jackie and I are ready. Just pick the Friday. Like I said, if it's the last Friday of the month, that makes it easier. That way, we're not missing all of Max's show because he does his, members only.
The funny thing is this: I'm a member and I'm a moderator, and yet I can't get in there because I don't have a YouTube subscription. But I have the I have the locals, and he's like, "Well, I'm sorry about the locals. Like, I'm just supporting you because and I hate saying
great guy, man. He's a great guy."
About I like his Sunday stuff more.
Yep, me too.
Model gets into it but the Friday Night Chill stream tends to be the same thing over and over again after a bit. So
he's trying to turn over a new leaf, and I'm going to be there to if it happens, I want to be there to see it.
Well, he enjoys the conflict, but sometimes, I get burned out on that. I'm like, look, I just want to hear about games. And
Yeah.
and that's as when he and Heathen Dog, as they break down Palladium, that was my only negative about that is you're following the same thing over and over again for Palladium. It's not my favorite system. I played it when I was young. I enjoyed it for Robotech, at least for a bit. But
well, you gotta admire him. He came out saying we're going to do a year of Palladium.
He did.
He did a year of Palladium. And as an old time player of it, I learned a lot of mistakes I was making. I'm not going to start playing Palladium again. There's, back then I didn't know there were, as many games out there as there were because I didn't have the internet and stuff. And now I'm like, well, shit. I played, Beck Me. I played Conan. I played Fifth Edition. I played Pathfinder and something else that's escaping my memory. Just this year alone, thanks to guys like you, games I would have probably never played. And, like I always say, I don't give a shit about the system. It's the people. And if I get to play with guys like you, then, that's what's, it's really all about for me.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I'm thinking about the whole thing. That you got, whenever you guys start doing stuff on weekdays, like, look, I like to get up between 6:30 and, between 5:30 and 6:30. I'm like, a lot of these stuff go late, and it always takes me about an hour or two to wind down. So, I'm like, no, I need to go. I need to go to sleep. That's why when you did your awards giveaway, it was interesting. I was like, okay, look, I got to go. Hopefully, it's like, all right.
Yep. Well, you guys are all winners in my book, even if Bruce didn't participate. I actually have something for Bruce, and it's not just a freaking He-Man figure or Skeletor figure.
You got to do that, man. Appreciate it,
Oh,
but you don't have to.
I don't have to do shit. I'm retired 20 years, man. I can do whatever the hell I want.
I figured
I wanted to do things that I do, and it's like I said before, it's time to start giving back. My son and I have gained so much this last year compared to the previous 2 years. It's time we give back and, thank everybody, long distance in the only way we can until ShadowCon comes around. And I'm thinking I'm actually probably going to do it in Texas, even though I don't live there. I'm thinking I'm going to hold the first ShadowCon in Texas, and you're all going to have to find your own damn way there.
I don't think that's too hard, actually. It's at least.
Yeah, that was. I think that was more guided towards me. I'm like,
little brother knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, we'll find a way to get you there, Connell. The hard part's going to be getting James L. there.
Well, you know what, the Fat Gamer. This is what I'm going to say: is no matter what system you love, or whichever one you prefer, if you play other games, you get to see the weaknesses of whatever you're playing and whatever the advantages are of some others. And it's like you were talking about is I don't think I would have appreciated OSE if I hadn't looked at a lot of other games and heard people talk about them.
And you get to play, potentially in different settings. That's the main draw for me. As you know, Pugmire, that's what's drawn me in is the complete total difference between that and whatever game it's trying to emulate, or game engine it's using. It's the setting that's drawn me in. That's why the first book that I will write someday soon is going to be a system agnostic game setting, so that play with whatever game you want. I don't fucking care.
Well, I was looking at Glorantha. Except I don't want to pay that amount of money, and then the Ardwin book. I'm like, wow, these are. And to be honest, I miss the old. I'm sorry if you want to just stop the stream, you can, Connell. Or
finish your statement. Go ahead and finish your thought.
I know Shadow does this. If you look at the old Greyhawk, you look at the old Forgotten Realms. There were some rules in there, but most of it was really just setting. So if you wanted to use a different system, you could get into it. And I think that's what's really hurting D&D now is they're trying to make
complete lack of setting.
Well, it's the complete lack of setting. There's no support for their setting, and what they do have is, I really feel sorry for anyone that like the Dragonlance stuff. Is you really need to go back and buy your first edition stuff for Dragonlance, and that's kind of ridiculous. That's what they expect players to do if they want to really get a feel for the setting. And like, you guys could have made so much money. You could have re-released all the. I mean, they still have the rights to the books. You could have released all the hardback books. You could have asked Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. One is to, they were talking about doing new books and say, hey, you do this, you sign these books. We'll, the ultra premium. We'll make a, we'll make a wall map of, a big map of Dragonlance. We'll even do like the old school or the ONR. No, I'm saying like what they did for this is, hey, we're going to show you the original Dragonlance modules, and we're going to include a 5th edition version, so you can play 5th edition with it. I mean, they could have done so much that would have, people who love Dragonlance don't even like 5e could have done it, and they're just like, nope. It's not that good. Okay, we'll just forget about it. Like, how can you shoot yourselves in the foot? To me, it was money to be printed. I mean, they could have printed money that people would have gone berserk for, and you could have done it on Hasbro Pulse. So you don't even have to risk anything. If anyone knows, Hasbro Pulse is kind of like their Kickstarter on Hasbro, like they did with HeroQuest. And you could have seen on what the response is, and said, different tiers. And said, oh, you want this tier, you get this. You want this tier, you get this. And you could have done the whole thing in there. You could have included all the old stuff, so people who want to relive it, or like for you, I have the original modules, which are worth a lot of money, but I would like this newer stuff so I can do it. Really get the people who love it, and say, you know what, we'll even reprint the old hardback, 1E, in there, and then we'll update. Then we'll have an edition that gives you the new 5E stuff. You could have brought in so many of the old players back there where they go, even if I don't like the 5e stuff, you brought all the cool stuff that I want from first edition. So I don't know what they're doing. Whoever's doing their marketing just doesn't care. I mean, I think that they look at it as, it's a property to milk, and once it's milked and you destroy the brand, and then let's move on. And I'm good luck. I know everyone's talking about 5e, but I don't think that they're going to get the same support. I think it's going to kind of go the way 2E did at a certain point, where there's just not that many people excited after a few years.
I could definitely see that being a thing.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Cuddle.
He's yawning. 6 hours. Okay. You did your thing. Everybody have a great week. We'll all see each other real soon.
All right. See you later.
Take care, everybody. Good night.
Good night, everyone. Go fuck yourselves.